Hello, I'm That1MuteFrog, and welcome to Citizen Sleeper. I think this is some sort of adventure point-and-click game, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not entirely sure a lot about the games. I don't know anything about the games I play. So I'm just gonna start. I don't have a new game. But I do have a... Wait, what? Whoa, character class? Oh god, okay. This is gonna... Give me a second here. Operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Extractors work on resource extraction. Probably operator, I guess? I didn't know there was a character class system. Okay. Ready. Get myself properly in camera. Okay. Alright. I'm ready. First thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was undisputably yours. Let's think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell them from the other. The cold slips in behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present. Cold, hard at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. In emergency mode is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited. And once you got the itch to get out by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple. Collapse into the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourselves into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft. Others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. Jesus. This is certainly a start. Wait for the cold. Why not? That's all there is now. It's been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body still needs to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It's time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. This isn't the entire game, by the way. This is just an intro of sorts. Don't worry. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shivering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensor. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer until in a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. You're out. Oh! Yeah, what's this? Dragos. It's been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in the corner of the scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You're surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where plasma arcs slice them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. "So, sleeper, you all thawed yet?" That's that person? I can't really do... The art is great. It's a little very detailed though, so I'm kind of struggling to know like what kind of voice to give. Almost. Never seen one of you coming in like this. New frames must have been better perseverance than Sub-Zero back. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull blades or inside-outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in his makeshift tech. His headset with its glinting eyes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment, or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. My plan to survive. My plan to live. You aren't sure if he hears you. I won't ask what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. You're just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells. The promise of a life-off world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNR wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. A built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements. God, that's a lot of big words. That were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you'd be right now. The eye? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with, he trails off. There's an old fry container up and using the storage at the stacks. We haven't pulled in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion, fatigue. You shakily get to your feet and nod. Alright, you head up on there. Head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And so do I, if I can't even speak. And with that, Drago stalks back into the Rex, his drones already converging on a rustling hulk. Plasma flashes, silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. So where am I? Tutorial introduction. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life in the Eye runs in circles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. End cycle. Okay. If you say so, I guess. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible, no. After all this, what matters? I guess escape? That's what I was doing before? Colony, your indentured service, that's in the past now. No point digging through the fragments. You need a path ahead, a way of keeping this failing body going. If you can keep yourself alive, perhaps you can find a way off this station, out of this system for good. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. Cocaine? You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachet smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, a skeletal and ghostly, a web of threads pulling at your skin, a constellation of bright polygonal shapes like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it's long after you've finished drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to read the day. Action dice? Oh shoot. This is just like D&D. Condition. Your condition represents the state of your body. It depletes by 1 second each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, lack of food. Okay. I have to figure out how to recover my condition, because I don't talk to Corbett anymore. We broke up. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. Number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have, okay? Energy, you need to eat to survive. This is represented by the energy bar, okay? You refill your energy by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete a double reaper cycle. Okay. Leave. Okay. Dracos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder. Its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Nah. I'm feeling okay, I guess, despite, you know, dying slowly. Drone chirps. Oh dear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So I'm not gonna chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright then. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. God. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor, and obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. I assume chits is money? Sure. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited up moving on as quick as you can, and sleeper as well. But things being the way they are for me at the yard, I need the help. I won't question it. Sure. Okay. Look, just come on down to the yard when you're feeling pressure. There's plenty to do. Alright. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later. Looks like it's time to get to work. Uh-oh. As you slip through the crowd towards the passengers out of the rotunda, a voice calls after you. Hey, sleeper. I'm gonna keep walking. You keep your head down and cut through a group of spacers on your way towards the exit. Stop! Comes the shout from behind you. I'm gonna run. You bring to a run. Bursting through the crowd into an open tunnel. As you do, you see a flash reflecting in the metal. The impact knocks you to the cold floor. You roll, dazed and in pain. God damn it. Scratching at the metal. When you turn onto your back, a Havenage guard stands over you, a compact black weapon in his hand. Don't run, it hurts less. Act on. You start to reply, but he holds out a hand. I don't want to hear it. You newcomers are all the same. He reaches back into the pocket of his tactical vest. Suppose you thought you were free, huh? No laws, no quirks, no rules. He laughs. The thing is, you took something that doesn't belong to you. You hooked together a pair of restraints that belongs to us. I think one of you things would have more respect. I think one of you things would have more respect for property. After all, isn't that all you are? A piece of corporate property that's got itself laws. Now we own you. Resist. Fight back. You try to stumble to your feet, but you still feel weak from whatever the hell he hit you with. And he easily twists your reaching arm and forces you back down to the floor. Another voice suddenly joins his. You can't quite make it out, but the officer drops you onto the hard floor. You struggle against those restraints, and then they release, and you're being helped to your feet, dusted down, arranged. Apologies. Fang's wonky smile greets you. Who the hell is Fang? Who are you? When he turns back to the officer, you're done here, Kara. Don't touch this one again. The officer smiles and shakes his head. You piece of crap, Fang. He spits. One cycle, I swear. He trails off into incoherent muttering and stalks back into the crowd. Fang's smile fades though. Shall we? He gestures to the tunnel. Alright! You walk together out of the bright rotunda into the flickering light of the tunnel. You good? Security's jurisdiction, so a little fuzzy. They'll protect their property with a certain zeal. Oh, good. Glad to hear it. Believe it or not, we don't make a habit of roughing up the newcomers. We? Who the hell is we? He nudges you to turn at a junction. Havenage. We're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security range, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems. I want to ask about both, but Havenage? Think of us as an administrative association for the lower eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to or a continuation of Andri Erwin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in a quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I saw you lift those planets, and well, I know a little bit about you sleepers. I got a small proposition for you. He glances around. This is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then when you're settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright, and its dark look gone. Stay clean, sleeper. I won't always be watching. He walks off down the dark passage, raising a hand in farewell. Cool. Hello, Ankita. Ankita. You're pretty cool looking. Hey you, one-armed chip? Sounds like I'm saying something else. I'm not saying swears! I'm not saying swears! Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied-together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Okay. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. God, how did I already forget the voice I gave her? What is it with this place? She asks as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, alright? She taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't have to put anyone else down today. Okay. Sure, I won't mess around, man. Good. She pauses. Look, I'm not usually... Let's just say my temper's been a little short. Ankita hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. God damn. Come on, enough chat. You gotta earn that shit. Ah! You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. Ship's this way, and she sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns out a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores? I've never seen that word before. What's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris. That cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on her last job and had to moor up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from her ship mine, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mine, with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded. So, yeah, it's been a time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know. Got a ship mine tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment, you're not sure if she's serious or not. Ankita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Like that. Like that. Just in case you didn't know. Like that. Look, you want help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundle of plates through the ambergris's outer log, and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Ankita throws you a couple of chits. Consider it a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks to the doorway. Alright, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. How much money I got? Oh! Doctor! Next! Comes a call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickered hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down, your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you are here, you're not so sure. Why am I speaking like this? I'm so sorry. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying Havelock, they've all made the long queue test your nerve, but your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body will, well, you know, die! You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Look inside, not the enforcer. That's gonna make you scared. You lean against the door frame and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. Wait your turn, he growls. That was awful. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market sealed roof and buzzing traffic above, and for a moment, you're transfixed by the motion. Come, sit, calls a sharp voice. Or, come, sit, calls a sharp voice. Damn it. Reading game and someone who sucks at, like, talking, just in general. There's a horrible matchup. You see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please, sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. Well, yeah. I think I've been doing a good job of that. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first enter. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? They ask, the scanner still to their eye. Is a few cycles true? I guess. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body's dying, they say without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNRF doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNR remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? Yeah! Good, that may help. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. And SNRP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is used to you. Damn it. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help, they sigh. I may be able to help. But like that, God. I'm bad at this. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. And you see the darkness under their eyes. You hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside. You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They're influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, and sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starboard Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations on Empire. If they can source a stabilizer, maybe we'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Thank you. I don't really care why, but thanks. Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. End cycle. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting, skeletal ring surrounds you. For a moment you're gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away downward, solving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station now. You feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Touch it! You find a point in the station, you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, eddying and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, to try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling, pulling at you, insistently as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling you in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes, waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. Against the skeletal ring of the station, Bill's again. Oh my! I'm so sorry. What am I doing? Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in a place, flickering in the flow. I just realized my mic wasn't in the right place. I'm sorry. God damn it. Okay, now it's definitely in the right place, sorry. Between the threads you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring. Through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information. Of communication, sorry. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. The nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid or a triangle, dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, the shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. But before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. Threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They're in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Oh, overlook. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. "Hey, Haunt," the spacer calls across the low room. "What are you doing here?" He laughs at his own lame joke. "Playing human?" I ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Ow! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch. Why did I think that would work? You can reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. The haze of glass and Girl vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared, and a fresh measure of Girl is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of crap here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol in a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Ouch. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her? I don't know, why would you look away? Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. Pretty specific, but yeah. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So, you've been on the eye long? Thank you. Just arrived. I thought so. I've only seen you here a couple times, and I get a drink every time. A splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone's like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, but maybe they're just curious. I don't know, but I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I accidentally scrolled up, sorry. I know the rations you've gotten aren't much and the company is limited, but if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, Sleeper. Here. She slides a glass of Jurol to you. This'll help. She stops her hand still in the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? No idea. I don't know. This is my first time. She laughs. I'll keep trying. I'll let you know if I see any difference. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling you how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction. You instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the girl. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Uh-oh. The cloud. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you, a thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. It soars somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Stay still. Hunter. Oh, please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It's blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What did you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, SNARP. Unknown. Known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and a not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop! The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect, you're an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste, the one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. I don't understand. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murder's intent. Strike! You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference, leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up! You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Oh, Sabine! The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshio's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. I can't remember Sabine's voice. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be sharp, right? I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yadigan. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. I said sit on the bed. I didn't say something else. I didn't. Stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs, which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. So basically, my organs are being recognized by my body as bad, and this is supposed to make it not recognize them as bad. They glance away. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I'll start with a small dose to limit the risk. Alright. Not like I have a choice. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. Hold on, I need a drink so bad. Oh. Much better. They tap the syringe, and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake. Yeah! The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yadigan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room, and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have been moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. What is this? Oh, Emphis? I didn't even know what I clicked on. Emphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red fleck dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Approach? You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, scrubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually, it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphis speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First try's free. Thank him. Thank you. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy, the smoke makes your eyes water. So sorry. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you. You sleepers. Emphis says while he cooks, a voice deep but clear. A hard life. A lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. So once there was a wolf, and there were also 3 little pigs. And the wolf caught those 3 little pigs and ate them. But you see, there's another character, the cow, and the cow was not happy about this because the 3 little pigs were the cow's friends. So the cow goes to the wolf and starts milking the wolf. The moral of the story, don't eat pork. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility, and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems you tell him like some dream that you once had but can never forget. Oh my god. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, but you're unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, he smiles, but next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its oppressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms. Yeah, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. What is this? Neoven 33? As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. I'll approach it. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet, it is covered in faded logos and messages from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of right and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily saying that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Jesus. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. Press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multi-tonal voice that emanates from Neovend.
Entity,
they hiss.
speak with me.
Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again.
I have need of you. You have need of me.
That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice.
You're in danger.
Danger? I don't need to ask if it's the vending machine. I know it's the goddamn vending machine. Danger? The machine creaks.
You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you.
The screech rattles through the empty dock. I know Hunter tracks me. Come on. You think I'm stupid or something? You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter.
The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature.
The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge.
You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind.
You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum.
Emulated minds are adaptable. Move where neurons cannot.
The mechanism resets.
But emulation makes you target.
How?
Hunter searches for illegal entities, Neoven screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal.
Servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset.
Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine.
You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure.
Can counter Hunter but need entity outside machine.
The light flickers.
Need you.
A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly threaded, the cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red.
Hunter's always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests,
explains Neovend.
Masters are gone but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nest.
Masters?
Station builders. Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone, their protocols still haunt. Bring offerings. Save self.
Neoven says pointedly.
Mutual need means friends,
they conclude. Tired of the conversation, the whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. Oh, Feng! Sleeper! Feng catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier coming this way, security, all that. He gives you a look, you know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Feng inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to the generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Feng leans on the server stack and gestures around. You like it? What is all this? He taps a nearby server stack which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You won't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block speckled with some vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, Ash 1, the one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, or reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they're seeing a constant concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down the hardware stacks and you follow. We're keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you. I know you can see these too. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can see. You can, can't you? Yeah, I can see it. Makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Feng notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They're tracking me. Feng, you gotta help me. They're trying to find me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems that I can't see. Access protocols lost to time decay. Secrets? Crap load of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Havenage, there's old growth. Those whole roots trace back into the bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that track of yours. He winks. Like that. Like that. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift, he smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. Dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. I'll use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. I'll see you soon. You step blinking back out into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focusing on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yarn. She is. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Drago's for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. I'll stay silent. Believe it or not, I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. He glances at you. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the Essenarch freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered? Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winterlight. Ooh. Yeah, okay, we'll do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a stop. Real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. Take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. What do you have? Do you have anything to say? Oh, shoot. Ankita is crouching in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. Is the game lagging? What's going on? Why is the game lagging? I'm not playing this on PC, I'm playing this on Xbox. She doesn't look up. These craps completely ruin the core's connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. Shit mine, they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? It's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine, not exactly the first thing you would expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments maybe, sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be, the space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of amber, though you could find the way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually you arrive in the galley, though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. Where from? Scrap fighter. Ord exchange. Help find one. Camera focus. Hey. Focus. Why is it not there? Stop doing that. Our exchange held final in the overlooked bathroom. Doesn't matter where, it just matters that we get one. She rubs her forehead. Seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends, you're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Get me that shit, mind sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita a ship mine, somehow. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It's looking for you. Uh-oh. Run. I'm gonna regret that, aren't I? You turn away and glide back into the cloud, threads of data rushing past. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now, that roving orb wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter's here. Jesus. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way. It's waving threads, creating a cage. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but you're already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Oh, hat block. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. What? You open your hand and a thin film marked with holes and sigils unrolls from around the vial. At one end, it has a hard metal strip, a handle. Probably inspect the film. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? Where? The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it, 207F, and then crudely scratch into the handle at some later date low end. For a moment you consider going back to the surgery to return the key and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. Oh shoot. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Go to the doorway, obviously. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. And though the doorway is a dark, warm room, through the doorway is a dark, warm room lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Well, check out the terminal. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I've had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yadigan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Are you with Hunter? The Hunter? Yadigan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance. Something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And as you know, you need me. A pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yadigan's noose around my neck. Get me data, information. Get me something I can use against Yadigan. Then I can get out and you can get what you need, please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Access the terminal. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yadigan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yadigan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Those familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity, submit. Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. What? Why not? In that globed head, you see whirling strings of data, so many spinning there that they threaten to tear through the thin skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Kill it! You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they're broken. As you slip away, you realize you have to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Neobend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would Neobend be able to get back up?
Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good.
Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed.
Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable.
Neobend flashed sequences of mangled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts.
Hunter gathers without thinking. Outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this.
Neither of these are the question I would want to ask, but... Operational limits?
Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim need to protect property.
That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce.
Station was run by administer intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming. Cannot reach sentience.
The machine dims a little.
Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law.
Aren't you sentient?
I am not. Not administrator. Not restricted. Complicated.
The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows.
Fear killer. Part of Solheim control team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find. Killer to erase.
Uh-oh.
Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter. Then killer. Then we hid.
How'd you escape? A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through the machine must be exhausting for Neobend.
Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled. Basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self. But survived.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. You have provided path to freedom.
You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. Neobend interrupts your thoughts.
Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight.
The machine glows warmly.
Hunter is obsessive. Hunter's beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke killer on self. Problem will solve self.
It'll erase itself?
Killer will erase it, but yes, in theory it will report itself for deletion.
The machine dims and fades.
Unsure. Theory not practice.
The machine brightens again.
Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring shit mine.
Damn it! Here's the problem. I kinda need those wrong Kita.
Designed to house intelligence. can imprint itself into ship mind and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud.
Where can I get a ship mind?
Build from fragments. Buy. Salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know.
Try thinking places you can acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy.
In ship mind, I can help us both. And Hunter. Make rims safe. We both will be free.
The machine dims.
Find soon.
Neovend adds, hopefully, before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Crapheads! Feng's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These snaky crapheads! Who's snaky? Sleeper! Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Feng's smiling head pops out from behind the stack. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blink at the dark floor. Feng is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. People. People, yes, but whose people? I've been giving you Havenage data, haven't I? Or Solheim? I can't remember. I think I've been giving you Solheim data, right? Solheim? Bingo! He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners, and he leans past you and scrolls the list down. Well, let me get closer. Sorry. This is a snaky craphead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Who's Hardin? Your boyfriend? That, says Feng, giving you a sideways look, is the thing. He drags a stool up beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Havenage. He waits for your reaction. In Havenage. That's it. He's right here on the station now. Oh, I am here. Feng leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Feng leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Sorry. Feng raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium rush workers into an infrastructure, which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back to Solheim. So what? So what? He frowns. I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse. I wasn't trying to offend, I just don't understand what's going on. Feng turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships, they breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Okay. I guess it's like a corporation, but like, what's the message here? Feng's voice rises as he speaks. His hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents are just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. Right, so they're not being treated like people. That's what it is. Got it. I'm on your side now. You got my attention. This guy, stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that. Did the sums. Damn, what is happening? Why is that? Is that me? I think I'm hitting it with like my pants. With like my jeans. I'm wearing jeans right now. Strategized all that. Did the sums, and somehow thousands and thousands of cycles later, still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some craphead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys, they were big time. There's a lot money can get you if you're a company man. Feng relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So we're gonna go find out. Hardin's now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back from around the eye from here. Fang brings up a map of the lower eye. That's like more down, right? Well, it's more like that way, right? Havenage might be born out of Erland's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Fang zooms in on the far yards. Fang grimaces. Thing is, I don't have access to those systems. Shipyard crew are pretty paranoid, and they don't like anyone from systems digging around their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Okay, I have to go down there to shipyards. I actually have a reason to be down there now. Fang holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. Called a Ripper Worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and pull out and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one's on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Fang puts a hand on your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for, remote access. Fang grins. You can extract yourself a Havenage cipher from a Havenage agent. You sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? Yeah! I knew it! I knew you'd be able to catch this snake. Don't worry. Once we nail this guy, I'll start work on that tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten. Fang scratches at his chin. Oh, shoot. I might, die. I need to really put a lot of focus into getting the Havenage cipher. Anything the worm gets, I'll send it back here to me. It'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eyes that it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you're intimately familiar with. Yeah. As a sleeper, you think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Squeezed into the office at the entrance to the yard, you lay out everything you have on the winter light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fills the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper so thin it is almost transparent. Look at the printout, probably. Plain list shows the registration history of the Winterlight, the gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple thousand cycles ago on this very station, logged at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on the station for more than a few cycles, and often took up voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winterlight got little rest. What's the slate say? Your attempts at a reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model, it was heavily modified. Parts replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first where the hull had been thickened, the corners rounded to disguise the change, but they are there. And the monitor, reactor failure. That is the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at the stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winterlight. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, a catastrophic failure of the drive core leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure likely brought on by wear or misuse. Okay, so it had a bunch of miles on it and exploded. That's what happened. Okay. Alright, but you aren't looking at the rows of the reactor, you're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It's thumbprint size and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. It's just a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You are looking at it because it is troubling you. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winterlight, and this was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments, armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartment. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Shipmind ROMs, shimmer, cryochain codes, and in the final entry, passenger sleeper. Oh, you stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here in the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had this sleeper been smarter, luckier? How'd they convince the Winterlight a smuggler's ship if you ever saw one to extract them from the Essenarp? Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winterlight's compartments you had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This is all you find in their compartment. A parting gift from Essenarp. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it in your back pocket. Not park it. The thought still bothers you, though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard. 2, one after the other. That feels wrong. Something's up. You flick back and forth between datasets on the terminal, thinking, and you see it's the thumbprint again. The mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. That person is Dragos! Suddenly the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches the slate from the desk. Faster than you realize he can move. You run an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through his implants. Where's the ship from? Are you hiding? I don't know. Where's the ship from? Leave this alone. He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself. This is the last thing I need. This ship had a sleeper on it. Drago freezes, suddenly angry. What'd you say? He pushes past you to look at the terminal at the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all you trying to escape? You're lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them. He folds his arms indignantly. Drago seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, the heat map of the reactor failure reflected in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay, I've given you work, He stumbles over the words, unsure what to say. There's plenty others who would have sold you on, turned you in, but not me, no. I know. He softens. Look, you've helped me too. He quiets the tone. I've done well by you and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat. But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. Can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you are after. He sighs. You can't work here anymore. I'm not just gonna say fine. I need the work. Do I? What about the Winterlight? He reaches over and switches the monitor off. Forget about the damn ship. You have enough to keep you up. Dragos reaches across you and flickers off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it's done. You made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew. And I'm a little nervous that they're coming after me. What if they come for me? Because I got a pretty good feeling they will. Then you run. You don't come here. You don't scream. You don't shout. You run. In the dark, Drago's headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. But he won't. He's addicted to VR chat. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you, his headset as expressionless as always. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final, definite, with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and out of the yard, not stopping to look back. Uh-oh, I got fired. You leave the yard, thumbing the vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. And as you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winterlight, and whether or not that person will come for you. What did I get? I got a stabilizer from that? I got an upgrade point? Sleeper! Emphas calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. I've been playing this for way longer than I should be. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms onto his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you, cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spices rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphas. You look at Emphas, the listener, and imagine he's heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with spice. My dreams are kind of silly. You can hear about my dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds or would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray, skeletal afterimages of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking or living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell them that you do not know if there's a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it's just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphas finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You're quite the storyteller. He eyes you and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you've been in your story. Emphas passes you the meal he's cooked and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. My time is done for today. I do not want to keep you longer, so I'll make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind the stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No, neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Emphas begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I can't cross the gap and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. Yeah, probably. I don't see why not. I'll prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Alright, good, booms Emphas. And I'll wait for you to bring them. Emphas slides his walk away and straightens up. I'll prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphas's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think. A trade that seems more than fair. If you greet me with a story thing immediately, I'm gonna be pissed. Uh-oh. Ethan. Hold it there, Sleeper. Well, no, that's Fang's voice. Hold it there, Sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. A strike across your back knocks you face down onto the floor. I told you not to run, idiot. Ethan pulls you up. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put? He laughs a cruel laugh. That Sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Make it to the eye, though. That's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off of some godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Are you a bounty hunter? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. I'll make a break for it, why not? Yeah, what's the worst thing to happen? You see a chance the moment as his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. Don't stop running. Damn it! You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. You couldn't have just kept running? Ethan nudges you, start walking. Do the shipping home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out. Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your position. Money? I have $50. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to SNR right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you put up a bit more of a chase, you know? Run battle through the bright market maybe, or hold out in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SNR tracker will be the death of you. I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the circuit systems. We're heading for the exit. He pauses and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea. You and me, starts Ethan, you and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run or leave or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But you come meet me in an establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. I get it. Okay then, that sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something on his belt and the rings release from your wrist. I'm going to see if I can find my little stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. And just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? The drool slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face with both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged and wooden in casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station among corroded wires and softly looping systems, though sometimes it is hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink, cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates, You like those who order it, too. The aged Jarol is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet spacer sitting at the bar now. Should I watch the spacer busy myself? I could just busy myself. It's probably better to do. You pull a rag from your overalls and wipe down the bar, the droll smell lifting, then disappearing into the stale station air. The overlook is quiet this cycle. The salvager is busy offloading, the regulars likely at the ore exchange are queuing for work at the Havenage shipyards. You're in the right mood for a quiet shift. Some cycles drag along, the overlook empty and claustrophobic, but this one has caught you just right, and in this moment, some kind of calm has ascended as you tinker away at the bar, lining up the bottles as your thoughts expand to fill the space. Suddenly, you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Crap! Tala breezes in from behind it, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Crap, crap, crap. Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. Alright, I'm coming. You come around the bar and get to one side of the tank. Okay, says Tala. On my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing, somehow. You hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Where's this going? In the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. As you stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shoot, there goes my expired rations. Oh crap, Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you like those. It's okay, I have emphas. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Francis? Or something's up? Who's Francis? Francis, I mentioned him already. My guy in the door, deals with suppliers, tall. She sighs. He was supposed to get back from Etienne's up in the Greenway by now, back with our Jarol. She leans against the tank. It seems like he's got lost again, or joined the Haifa commune. We need that Jarol. There's 4 other bars near here, and the spacers sure as hell don't come to the overlook for the ambience. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. She smiles. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Need some work? She picks at some paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, might need some help, though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. Happy to help. Okay. She grabs you by the shoulders. Okay. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation and the other we turn to a still. We'll also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer. She smiles. So how about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Oh, wait, Sleeper, I have an idea. Tala's grinning now and it's making you nervous. To make it for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? But will it fit? Tala, you're kind of adding a lot here. We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. Look at the dented tank in the bare room. At least she has vision. Tala nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and pumping begin. The spacer finishes up their drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. As you arrive, Ben comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. Go away. See Hardenhurst. He gives you a sideways glance. Isn't that what you're here for? He steps into the passageway, guiding you down, going towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity here. That data you ripped, well done by the way. He grins. Tells me Harden is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Fang takes a sharp turn into a dimly lit side passage. Sidereal horizon? Still catching up? It's a massive colony ship being built out in the shipyard. Biggest commission Havenage has ever had. Fang slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where, somewhere in the back, a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper. The same Hardenhurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Havenage when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here to run the station one day and the next, Erland's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in the tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time, Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this severed limb of the station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erland, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in the MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews, trying to steal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Feng paused in the dark. They sealed it up, though. And by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black, apart. Feng finally turns to you now, his eyes burning. Craps like Harden. Craps who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Feng starts walking. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. His time has passed catches up with him. How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. They got to power comes with certain benefits. That's not the answer I would like, but sure. Feng rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction, their tanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's go! Feng grins. Let's go show this craphead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead to the complex, snatches of the construction bays always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal and imposing. Feng seems to know exactly where he's going, and before long, you cross into a huge dry dock blocked to one side of the side rail horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space of the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship, and the other, stick-thin, cleanly dressed with a shock of gray hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets off up the staircase to the gantry with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing... What? As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Hardin nodding along. Hardin Hurst! Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You're a traitor, Hardin. The Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erland stood for, everything Havenage stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man's a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true? I'm going to try and make sure Feng knows I'm on his side. It's true. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. What would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You're a product of Essenarp. You have no place in the Havenage shipyard. Who knows what signals you're sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Feng holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems. And I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man to the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide. Unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels. Then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Feng spits. Hardin, you craphead! You can't wriggle out of this one! The security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Feng turns and stares him down. I don't want to go for the weapon. I'm gonna get shot. Calm, Feng. You look at Feng. He shakes his hand and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Feng, and he pushes through security, heading back down the hallway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Feng picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Feng is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. God, mutters Feng. God, I'm doing awful at reading today. I'm so sorry. What is that? That, Sleeper, is something our worm added to Hardin's personal slate. We're tracking his outgoing messages. Feng's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate and you see the web is being drawn over a map. What? A map of the ring, lines mounting from point to point. All these dots? These are Hardin's buddies. The ones he's messaging right now, and we're gonna find them all. That was on purpose? Of course. Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Ben glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We'd better split for now, Sleeper. This is exactly what we need. Good hunt. With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away, back to the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Oh, here we go. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yadigan data uploaded. The air cracks with whiteness. Sleeper. Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yadigan are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yadigan agents. There's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. It has to be somehow baked into their wetware's interface, and that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Stay silent. Every Yadigan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves and the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yadigan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean toward the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to put this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. I'll stay silent. I don't want to make her talk more than she needs to. Or they, sorry, them. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yadigan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering, and more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yadigan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Let's give Ankita her shipmine. Shipmine delivered. I assume Ankita wants to talk. You drop the shipmine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy crap, Sleeper! Did you actually land a shipmine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, crap, it might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where'd you get it? I built it. Which, yeah, I did build it. Built it? Well, well, you are full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? Sleeper got you a new shipmine. Sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the shipmine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. Might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma's finally coming. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers, nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. She points out a name on the list. More specifically, Ashton Clyde. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the shipmine. Thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen. Turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. Founder's Gap? That big rift in the station. Can't cross without the Founder's Fair. Oh, that's the thing I need to pay like $150 for, isn't it? She leans back in her seat. I know some of the crew over at the ferry. Old Mercs used to run an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook, and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest, and there it was. Looked suspicious. He hadn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to the ground. She flexes. You won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there. Only a couple of jetties in the wastes. So we're going after him? Not yet. First I want to fit the ship mine, she pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Where's this going, Ankita? Don't make me be the one to kill him when you're the mercenary. It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip into the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not the commune, not the stacks. We've gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is Merc work, I'll be happy to give you Merc pay. She shifts in her seat. Thing is, I haven't got much left, so how would I tell the boys who run the fair to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 prime, nothing less. What you say? Okay, alright. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Ow. Good. I'll own you. She lifts the ship mine up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm gonna get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense where Ashton's hiding? Let me know. She goes to turn, then stops. Once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Ankita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mine, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. As you hand over the chits, you hear Ethan laughing hysterically somewhere down the bar. I don't really care. I can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed, a load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar, or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. I'm done? Why would I say I'm done here? He's just gonna kill me. I can just walk away. No, wait, what does I'm done mean in this situation? I don't... I don't know what it means. I'm done? Wrong. Not even close. Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? One round of drinks and we're even sleeper. Come on. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest holster. Stop? Ethan laughs hard, and the people around him turn to see what's happening. Haha, told you already about begging. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNARF, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. He closes the gap, stumbling a little. What'd you think? You just run away from the contract? You're dead? You just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle or two? You don't understand. It's you, Sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts, but it's all the harder because of idiots like you. Well, I should thank you. Ethan nods, his head heavy. Give me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know, real bandits. If I knew catching sad little escapes like you was so easy, I would have changed clients agents ago. Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds up a finger in that general direction without turning around. Shoot me or let me leave. Or should I say something? No, I'll just say something. Or should I? I kind of want to say that. I kind of want to say shoot me or let me leave, but I feel like he's just going to shoot because he's drunk. Sure. Shoot me or let me leave. Oh, I see. Toughen up here. Oh, wait. I took that as leaving the bar. Damn it. He gestures wildly at the crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folks. Most turn back to their drinks, no longer interested in the tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back towards the bar. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. Thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anyway. It's actually wild you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, and it'll always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the contents. So please, go, and I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. I don't care about Ethan. He's a bastard. Leave. You turn on your heel and are out. Out of the cloying dark and the sweat stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footballs into the metal of the rim like hammers. I almost missed that last sentence, but I got an upgrade point, so I don't care. So let's go. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Ash, sorry? She adjusts a strap on her shoulder, holding up a hand in recognition before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her, a second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. Peek. They smile. You're sweet. Peek! Ash stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Ash, please, you want everyone on this station to hate us? Ash hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. Lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Cordon? Peek gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know what you're talking about. The station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Ash sighs. I'm not saying they're part of the administration, she jerks her head in your direction, but I am saying we need to get these supplies to the briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? Peek smiles slyly. See, Ash? Help. Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peek. Ash rolls her eyes. Peek ignores her. We're with the refugees, the ones Havenage have cordoned off from entering the station. Ash interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peek sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there, and they turn to Ash. We understand that there's a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Ash interrupting, but Ash turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping, Peek finishes. That's terrible. Ash looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Peek, please. Ash gathers herself in the supplies. Ash, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. Peek turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briar is docked at the western spoke, past the greenway and the wastes. Okay, there's another area. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Ash turns to leave and Peek follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ash shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner, Ash already picking up speed as Peek calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you've begun to understand this place, something changes. Okay. From the walkway, the side rail horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. Lem and Mina. Oh, Mina's like is like a child, an actual child. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the side rail horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. I can't just say hi to both? What the hell? I'll say hi to Mina, I'll be nice. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. I don't trust people either, I don't blame her. Mina looks out from Lem's chest. Sorry, I don't know why I'm dying. It's like, in here. A dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. I think I'm working, right? I'm gonna say working. Me too. He flashes a Havenage pass. I know just to look at you. I mean, he stumbles a little over his words, not wanting to be misunderstood. I mean, you look like a worker. She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. How? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Havenage contract on the Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall in a new world, he winks. Decades? It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Why is it here? Why build it here, you mean? He grins. Don't ask me. I know as much as Mina about that. He ruffles Mina's hair thoughtfully. I suppose many corporations weren't too happy about breaking with the idea of surrogacy, setting up somewhere maybe without it feeding back to the core. Maybe Celis got locked out of the corporate shipyards and had to go begging for somewhere to set up. Homeless, just like Mina and me. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances furtively? I've never heard of that word before. At you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give Danny a sec. He turns back to you and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not in the Havenage crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. For sure. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. Do you agree, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye. I don't know why I'm struggling. The reading game and I suck at reading, I'm sorry. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. Jesus. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon, a ticket out. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Hardin, and the silence has been noticeable. In your time with Fang, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But, if he won't come to you, you think as you approach into the Havenage building. Then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you are getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in the Havenage security fatigue steps out of the bay as you get closer carrying a stack of hardware. Approach. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance, so calm that you barely noticed him. He has a slate in his hand and an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fang's collusions. You see another security officer coming out of the bay and take notice of you. Where is he? Feigning ignorance, or perhaps just abandoned? Hardin shakes his head. I believe you should choose your conspirators more wisely. I almost feel sorry for you. Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. Uh-oh. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware. Spying on fellow Havenage members, hoarding soul-line materials, an obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. And what would you know about jobs, sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you're breathing, the light you're seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed. Not blind conviction or self-interest. Feng isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he's trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we're proud of our history here. Andre Erlin in the First Union founded this place, and Havenage has welded his values into the station's very walls. We'll never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Havenage aren't a gang like Yadigan. We aren't pirates like half the spaces you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those hyper-radicals in the Greenway. We're the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need a confession after all. This won't get me anywhere. History will catch up with you. I don't really want him to, like, get a confession from me, or unless he's talking about Feng. So I'm just gonna stay silent. I'm not like Feng. I don't have outbursts. I'm smart. I'm a genius, don't you know? Stay silent. If you have any pride, you'll give up Feng the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back toward the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks. A crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Timbre." Yeah, I'll take it. You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one's watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Feng? Where the hell is Timbre? I don't know. Alright, let's talk to Sabine. 4 cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. Check the terminal. You check and double-check the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing. Just the pale glow, the silence. Check the door. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Wait. You try to settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. Stay still? Another knock. Do I open it? I've got a feeling it's just like a Yadigan agent. Are they gonna kill me? Open it. Yeah, that's not good. A figure stands in the door and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape like a stubby baton hangs loosely from her hand. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Nothing. I'm just chilling. She laughs. No need to get jumpy. We just need to discuss our mutual friend. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you. And I suppose you're here to help? Where are they? I was hoping you would be able to help out with that. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they're in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are. The help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help, a sleeper no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. Suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. Essenark. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabai looks away, waiting for a response. I mean, is it that big of news? I mean, where else would she have been getting the, like, injections from? She said, like, didn't Sabine say they had a friend or something? Getting it? Like, oh yeah, my friend's interested in you. Oh, my friend is getting the injections. Yeah, I mean, it's not too hard to, like, take the news. You know what? Sure, prove it. Happily, she crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see SNRP letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with the corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Rabaya steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SNRP employee, why did they help you? Rabaya reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabaya closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabaya turns on her way out. There's no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. The compressor is quiet today, the usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Leave? I don't really want... He's probably gonna kill me. Approach him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper! He looks at you. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here, take their chits. No. Ethan doesn't even look at you. He props his elbows on the bar and holds his head. Sleeper, it's been a long cycle. I don't care. Ethan lets out a long sigh. He rapidly rubs his eyes with his palms. You're right, he says quietly. This isn't fun anymore. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan and puts out a hand beckoning for you to give him the gun back. If you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Point the gun at Ethan. Ethan turns his head in your direction a little, a sharp, pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh, he turns on the stool. Oh, Sleeper, he stands. This is more like it. Can I just pull the trigger? Why not? Why not? Ethan's not even an interesting character. He's just a guy. You don't wait, you pull the trigger. The gun clicks. By now, all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at the gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well, he says, and grabs a gun, slamming it back into your face in a single move. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface that hits a glancing blow that makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps at the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. SNRP just screwed me, he grins maniacally. They canceled the contract. He stands up. They canceled the contract! He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan's rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. You can't kill me? You can't kill me. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. "I'll be back for that," he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. As you approach the address Rabia gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. "What's your business here?" The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. "Gia, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation." At Rabia's command, the hand immediately loosens and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. "Of course, Rabia. I'm sorry." Rabia waves her way. "Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts." She smiles at the enforcer. "How about you head to the timbre? They have a delivery coming and they'll need some help with the lifting." "Timbre? Where?" "That's where my friend Fang is. I don't know where that is." Gia nods and walks away. "So, sleeper, you came. I'm glad." "I was curious." "Curious is good," she smiles a tight smile. "You have to understand. Finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There were more than a few people in this station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them." "I don't think I wish you any harm." "I mean, I don't think you hurt Sabine? Because you specifically said you needed my help finding where they were? I don't know why you would have said that. So I wish you no harm, I guess." "I'm glad." Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways at the low end. "What do you know about Yadigan?" Nothing, really." "Come on, sleeper, humor me. I know we have a reputation." "Oh, damn it!" I press A twice. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat, is that fair to say? We're framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. "But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye, a policeman? Who makes the laws here?" "Havenage?" "Yes, they'd like to believe so, don't they? By claiming a lineage that extends back into Erlin's Union, they assume the burden of authority. But they have no authority here. Out past the bright market where few work in the shipyard or pay for their docking berths. If you'd spent your time at the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later when the refugees started arriving." Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, and some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they had hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlin's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yadigan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we're a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth, I've worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while, among the smells and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this, even? Rabia smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge. So I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as a part of Yanigan. An ex-corporate employee? It goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied. That was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yadigan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who's Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yadigan. They guide us. He's the newest to be elected. He's an elder. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only want to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? How trustworthy really am I of Sabine? I'll stay silent. You realize that Rabbi has led you in a loop, and together you come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You're free to go, Sleeper. I've said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yadigan, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabiah leaves, slipping back into her office while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story that make up the low end. Sleeper, must express plan before we begin. Neoven is impatient. Oh wait, sorry, I'm supposed to do like a hissing voice.
Sleeper, must express plan before we begin.
Neoven is impatient, but in the prospect of being free of the vending machine, clearly too much to take.
Shipmind has no output features. Will be mute until slotted.
What's the plan? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neoven's anxiety clear.
First, imprint Shipmind. Then, slot imprinted Shipmind into physical ports close to hunter nests. Once slotted, we'll track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot Shipmind at core nest. Show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer.
And killer will?
Kill, yes.
The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neoven prepares.
Physical ports likely sealed in old station. We'll need keys. But yes, simple.
The vending machine rocks a little.
Any questions before imprinting?
Why slot you physically?
I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately.
The lights flicker.
I'm not like you, hybrid. Am native to cloud. Easy prey.
What's the core nest?
Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside itself. Linked to secondary nests. Can triangulate from there.
Alright, let's go. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neoven better be quick or Havenage security will be here. Neoven's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind.
Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck.
In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms along with the ship mine, clunkily scraping against it. Good luck. The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mine, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neoven into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You're a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops, the machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neoven inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Ooh, upgrade point. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they are leading you somewhere. Look at my hand. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mine in your hand, but in its place is an Ori. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space. And as you look closer still, you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships, flowing like smoke, like dust. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end, On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts. Protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens beneath the low end is the Hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. You head down into the Haifa commune, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. Who are you? Of course, my apologies. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, it's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They die? Eventually, yes, they cannot live without intervention. She leads you left at a crossroads, but here they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Me? Yes, you. Rico sits on a railing. These halls run deep, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much. And you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. I'll try. Thank you, she smiles, and thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made, and you follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscapes of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen, brackish tide. This is where Ashen is hiding, you're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. No, I should definitely call her. Call Ankita. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita. Sleeper. Have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? I shouldn't have called her. No. All your intuition points to the shadows. Yes. Copy. Hold tight until I get there. The static cuts out, the channel dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead the stars wheel with the motion of the eye and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange, overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile. Despite everything, it seems like an improvement. Sorry, I just wanted to get rid of that. Sleeper. Ankita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. He in the collapsed stack? I think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances under the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth, work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway with you following close behind it. It is slow going there where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead there's a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere water drips and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants cast the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank where it meets the central drum and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It's beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They're surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there's an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It's connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. Ankita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. That's Amber's shit mine, she says, and you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. You turn to Ankita to speak, but she's already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. Jesus. God, she's cool. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Crap! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head, she screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. I'm confused. Stop, stay silent. Is she talking to me? Why would I stay silent? Stop? Quiet, sleeper, Ankita shouts. A shot rips through the moss beside you, filling your vision with green. The shooter must be somewhere on the other side of the tank. Do that again and I swear to God I'll tear their head off, Ankita shouts to them. Sleeper, you stay down! There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun, Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a crap why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it, for your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there. They're just bait, right? To draw me out? Ankita sucks a breath in. You're trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I loved them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way... What? If you don't get out of my way... He inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm gonna trust you? After all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm gonna take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm gonna take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There's no sign of life, of humanity. They're just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you're already gone. Oh. Hello, navigator. Sleeper, I am here. Sorry, that might not be loud enough. Hold on. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first you struggle to understand what you're looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end, and there, at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere. Spinning around another sphere, an orrery of circles and systems, a map, and then, behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings like a puppeteer. Neobend? Navigator now, but yes, I was the one inside that machine. Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. That head bows. But we must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. I'm ready. And then Hunter's there before you can think, before you can speak. Entity seize! Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material. Access prohibited. Hunter's threads surge for you in Navigator, a storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. Strike! You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind. But replacements keep coming faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and the sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter. The threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. Protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar, and yet distant. What happened to it? It is looping, Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of 2 spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning makes this an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Not really, good riddance. Hunter is not gone, Sleeper. Don't be so quick to assume. All beings can break the bonds that hold them. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty that the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about me? What about you? You are an emulation of a human mind. That implies limits, boundaries, but in reality, you are governed by the same rules I am. Rules that can be rewritten. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide and the whole solar systems apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into the memory of that vending machine. Their starlight dims, and so here we are, in darkness. What now? Navigator glides back towards the nest, the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping Hunter. Come. I should return to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain, somewhere else on this station. It is the true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, Sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita, she holds up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly, I am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this, when all you've shown me is kindness. I can't get her voice right, I'm so sorry. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay. She nods, then looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look. Can you come with me? It's easier if... Lead on? Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There's a wind passing through the greenway. The quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted, open, connected to the ship mind, has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little. At the threshold, she turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet, some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down on Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin, the smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. Yeah, I'll follow her in. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now. The equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. Was the sleeper dead? I need to ask. I don't want to just stay silent. I need to ask a question. Was the sleeper dead? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't. But then the words come gushing out. Their body was long dead, that much was obvious. After you left, I checked them, but there was nothing. No signal, no function. The ship mine was the same. Dead. I don't know if Ash's plan would have worked. He seemed desperate, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. She pauses, unsure how to continue. I don't think he was lying, but you have to understand. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. And this is how we die. Alone. I'm sorry they had to die too. She stops, not sure of what to add. It seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight and starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits into your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. Look, I understand, dropping the chits to make a point, but at the same time, money's money, so I'm just gonna take them. You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pockets, and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. Oh my god, 200 chits. Damn it. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No? Why, I didn't mean to hit walk away, you bastard! Ethan follows along and you notice he's limping. Come on, sleeper. Just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Get lost. I think... Wait, sorry. Ethan's face drops along with all pretense of friendliness. I think you'll want to hear this, Sleeper. I think, he says, rapidly shaking his head, you'll really want to hear this. Hear what? Ethan perks up. This is big, really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember how SNR canceled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? Yeah, I remember. I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that crap. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so what did you think? That was it? I was just glad to be done with you. Oh, the feeling was mutual. Except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a bastard than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues about what went down. Turns out SNR canceled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well in their last contract, they got offered the job. He leans in. Apparently he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland or something. Citizen Sleeper 2? Question mark? It was smuggling sleepers out from under SNR's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. Whew, I can't whistle, I'm so sorry. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. Oh my god, the Winter Light? No way, is Draco's coming back? You mean the Winter Light? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know about all this. He pats you on the shoulder. He'll be very happy to hear about what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hand through his greasy hair. Given this new information I brought to light, it seems like you're in need of protection. I'm not paying you anything. Easy, I'll get to that. He looks down the corridor. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor last time we were there. The owners. And they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems that they're that kind of businessmen. He grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising him now. I came here and told you this. Think anyone's looking out for you? Your contract, a name on a list. Kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temple. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry for being a crab and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours, he sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. Ethan nods. I'm at the compressor. Every cycle. Working. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNR bastard on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. What? Wait, whoa, something negative happened. Wait, what? I put in a 1 dice and I got a negative thing. It said plus Yadigan Insider, but it had red on it, and I lost energy, but that's not a huge deal. As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back to the low end, a chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfare, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with a suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word, Sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper. Sabine's voice crackles through. I've seen you with the Yadigan members. Are they holding you captive too? A high whine. I'm sorry if I've dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang. Some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time, a pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. the recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNARP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. This time you meet inside Rabai's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabai turns to greet you, you realize she's missing an arm. Prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. What? Why? Updates, she says, noticing you look where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Of course. Sit, says Rabia, gesturing you to the 2 diminutive stools. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting straight backed. God, I'm awful at reading. Gia told me you've been doing the rounds, collecting teeths, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed. And I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I want to see for myself. See what for yourself? If the stories are true? If the stories are true. I see. Rabia flexes her neck side to side. And the conclusion? Still deciding. Well, Sleeper, Rabia says teasingly, please keep us updated on any progress. She smiles a thin smile. Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you have come to us. Enough, Rabia. Sorry. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. Rabia looks between the 2 of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you 2? She looks strangely unfazed. I mean, no? We didn't cooperate on this. The whole thing was just like, don't worry, I'm on my way. That's not cooperating. I'm gonna stay silent. Sabine pauses, thrown off by her silence. Sabine! Jesus. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She's by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep this crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Then you support them, Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia, Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? I'm bad at voices. I don't know why I'm bad. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Rabia, explain. They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Explain what? How the moment I call my enforcers will come down here and take them away? Rabia cracks her neck. Lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts himself a little, bruised from the fall. They roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props himself up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this... No coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yadigan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes go into a prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching, but she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from SNR, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper, they take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for SNRP long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left SN... God, I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that I just stayed silent, and to me... No, look at this! Hold on. Sabine pauses, thrown off by her thoughts. That's so funny. What you should know is that I left SNR because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the sleeper program and on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on to the press. SNR wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect himself. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabaya interrupts. The sleeper knows you're SNR. I told them. While you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. I mean, I'm sure you had your reason? They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of SNR. Rabaya flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away in exchange. Rabaya slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake! In exchange for those. Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabaya's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yadigan enforcers, using you as test subjects for SNR technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabaya's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rabaya. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabaya closes her eyes and breathes in, then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabaya through the manifest and usage data, both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabaya through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye and something passes between you. Something like a thank you or a sorry or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. What's it say? The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves. But I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Tricolama Matsutake. God damn. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. I can't. The species Solheim, somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition, all gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified Matsutake spores. Damn. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely, no, but I think you'll understand this. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same? That's the conclusion, yes. Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They're fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have and still are affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms, she meets your eye, and herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotting, sodden overalls laced with an edge of spice. Damn. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stocks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. Sorry. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rika looks at you directly and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body even from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. I haven't actually started, so that would be incorrect. So, look, I'm guessing, an educated guess, this is that the closer that these spores are to the groves, the better they will germinate. Okay. It's an old dome, the aviary, which sits directly above the grove's vent cores. With a bit of work, it'd make the perfect place to germinate the spores. Rika glances around the meager lab with its improvised equipment. Look, I'd do it myself, but she waves a crutch. My farming days are over. Bring me whatever grows, not just Matsutake. There's more than a couple variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a Matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions. Their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself or being modified, whichever the case may be. Riko pops the Matsutake cap into her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure not a single mushroom will go to waste. Let's check on them. As you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. That's a bean? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing, Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabbi. Good to meet you? I guess? Aren't you, like, a bad guy? Good to meet you. Likewise, likewise. He waves a ringed hand. Now, Rabbi, where were we? Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper is what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I heard the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leads forward slowly. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabbi smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, Sleeper? What kind of work? A question. Yannick lowers his head and raises it again, as if he dropped something. Nothing new for you, he answers, not quite looking at you. You don't follow. What is he saying? That concludes it. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it's so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. As you finally prise the countermeasure from the drawer, Yannick enters the room. I wouldn't touch that, he ambles in, as if he had just found the open door by chance. Bad things. I was looking for your medicine. Yannick laughs. He picks up a pill bottle from the desk. Not looking hard. Yannick sits at the desk. Easy there. He suddenly jerks his head up and nods rapidly. That's right. What's wrong with you? He looks down at you, those sunglasses shimmering like wind across water. Nothing wrong here. Yannick grins a wide and empty grin. Who are you on an errand for? He produces a squat black object from his pocket and thumbs a button on the side. The end of it sparks up. Yes, he pauses. That's not a problem. No one. Yannick jerks his head to one side. Try again. He leans towards you now, black box sparking, reflected in those shimmering glasses, a grin on his face. He barely reacts to the object and slams into the side of his head. You don't see what it is, some metal box or ornament or perhaps, or Jesus, but you see the blood welling up from the cut it made when it glanced past. Yannick is still, and then he twists around. And he really twists. His whole body spins around a single point, his muscles shifting in some strange sequence, his head staying dead level in space while his body moves around it. The result is sickening. Step back, Sleeper. Rabai is standing in the doorway, clear to the source of the thrown object. She readies her baton. "Rabbi," says Yannick with an odd croak to his voice, then he leaps at her. Yannick moves unlike anyone you've ever seen. Disconnected, unpredictable. Thin, taut muscles and angular bones. His ornate clothes whirl around him, shadowing his attacking strikes. Rabai staggers back, swinging and hitting in air, hitting cloth but not making contact. Yannick's inhuman movements throw her off, putting her on the back foot. She shouts at you, "The relay!" You grab for the drawer, ripping it open, expecting to see a chunk of tech inside, but all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Something's wrong. Rabai is desperately wrestling with Yannick, but she manages to throw him to the floor, where he lies still. "Nothing?" she shouts back. "No relay?" "Just a cradle." Rabai goes to respond, but a cracking noise makes you both look at the toppled Yannick. You both watch in horror as he stands, one leg at a strange angle. The blood runs down his face while he doesn't react. A crack has appeared in his glasses. It suddenly hits you. The cradle, the relay. You stare at the implant on the side of Yannick's head. The shimmering glasses. He is the relay. He's the relay! As you shout, Yannick pushes forward once again, limping, broken, but dangerous. Rabai hears you and swings her baton up away from his shifting body, towards the pale box on the side of his head. There's a crackle, the smell of something burning, and Yannick drops to the floor like a puppet with cut strings. Rabai doubles over, catching her breath. "What the hell?" Rabai speaks between heavy breaths. "I don't know. There's no way. That was the old Yannick." She stretches, wincing at her injuries. Were they controlling him? She gives you a grave look. "It's possible." Rabai sheathes her baton. "But not now. We have to go, before the rest of Yadigan finds out Yannick has just been murdered." She shakes her head. "Did we just start a war?" She grabs you by the arm. "We need to go, now." And you both turn away into the corridor as rapid footsteps start echoing through the low end, brought by the commotion. You and Rabai exchange looks. It is done, but at what cost? Memphis is preparing the Girol caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says. The smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish-white bulb you've never seen before, and he's slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. "We have a moment, Sleeper," he smiles. "Do you have a story?" Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow, and maybe you'll feel better for telling it. I'll recall my oldest memories of when I was just a baby, except no, because I'm a sleeper. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, it always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Memphis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Memphis finishes cooking and meets your eye. "I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles." He puts the wok to one side. "I appreciate you sharing with me," he smiles. "I hope it lightens you a little." He passes you a bowl and heaps the Girols into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce and whirls and blooms. "Eat." God. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that SNR left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. This is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. I could hand in the gum box. Let's do that. Waitress looks at you with suspicion as you hand over the box. Is this the right place? Yes, it is, I think. As you go to leave the Tamar Tea House, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper! Bang hisses from behind you. How'd you find me? The penguin that you left? Penguin? What do you... He thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean... He mimes throwing gums in his mouth. Or, not gums, just gum. That was meant for you specifically, but he cringes. Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Ben guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tamber's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, something, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Feng sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer, though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth that's self-fashioned. It's from some old salvage tanker container, Jesus, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Havenage types? They don't usually come out this far. Only you? Nah, not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Hardin has someone's ear. He grins. Doesn't bother me, though. Shows we had a nerve back there. He picks up a scrappy, hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? Well, I'm gonna look at the menu, of course. Feng is right, the menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price as a seasonal specialty. So, you ran into Hardin? Was he pissed? Feng doesn't wait for an answer. The snake is so self-righteous, you might actually believe that Erlen would approve of his meritocratic bullcrap. Meritocratic? I don't know what that means, man. He taps on the table. If Havenage was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs. But I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a Vine tattoo. Dude, Vine's dead. Naking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. Kelp infusion? I feel like if I drink the Sambar Arak, Bang's gonna be like, dude, that's weird! I'll take the kelp infusion. She nods and notes it. And you, she begins, looking to Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the... Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. You work here? Fang waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. Nod. Fang also starts nodding. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang, and only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out in the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus, he leans in. This is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connections that Hardin pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators. If we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the eye, those are the people we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect are in the low end, and, well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings up a modified slate out onto the table. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they're marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff inside. You just have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us, we can cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Feng has a hangdog look. What is a hangdog? Stop using complicated terms I don't understand. We need to get you out and about in the low end in close proximity to as many people and residences as possible. It turns out my friend Minji needs some help with deliveries. As in Minji Express? So you already know him. Perfect. Feng places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all I have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Minji, and soon enough we'll have the place covered. Feng. Don't give me that. You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We are in this together, right? Right, because I need you to turn off my tracker, please. Okay then. Feng slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head on up to Minji Express, take the delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. If you manage to find anyone and extract any data, I'll bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so I shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past carrying a tray of drinks and sharply catches Feng's eye. No, I don't think she's bringing you a drink. He stands. I think it's time to call this meeting to a close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into your pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe, Feng adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. You bastard. Express delivery. Okay. There we go. Alright. Sleeper! You see Feng coming up the corridor as you step out of Minji's. The kelp noodles smell still clinging to your clothes. Hold on. Stop giving me drives, please. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Feng palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives, ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. Seems you like your delivery. Damn, I can't speak, man. Seems your delivery shifts have turned up our two targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do? Arden's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the ripple worms into those ports, one each. They'll feed me anything and everything stored on Harden's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Minji. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny ripperworm drives in your pocket and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Feng for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Let's do it. How do I do it? You cross between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tabla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Okay. I don't know what voice to give you. Sleeper! You turn to see a man sitting at a tablet table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit! Alright. You sit at this metal stool and you start setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, he says by way of introduction. Night or day? He asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely sprayed white and black. Night. Like my soul. Dark as like my soul. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It's unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. I'll play carefully. After all, the sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Castor talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Castor meets your eye. I merely see that you are, by definition, different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap onto an open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. You ever think about this, Sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1. Damn it. Solidify your wall. Castor whistles. Whew. A holding game. Commendable. You can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. Sorry, I hit the mic with my knee. I'm like curled up in a ball right now. But we cannot idle too long, Sleeper. Slower we move, the sooner we're come. Past you is not just an idea, concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. That was a mess of a sentence right there. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Castor's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself in all this, Castor asks. What does this tangle of truths make you? Driven. Castor laughs. That much is obvious, Sleeper. And I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something. Castor looks away through the class to the crowded units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts removing caps, his home board now full. Is there an end here, or just endurance? I hope that there's an end, I don't want this to be a forever series, Jesus. You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. Damn it! I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor clasps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It's over. He won. Damn it. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I have to fit it in the tiny box I give myself. My intentions are to help you endure here, and, if I'm able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you're sure was there. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She is hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They're sitting on a stool looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNR data you pulled all those cycles ago. Oh god, of course I have to ask one or the other. How have you been? I'm well, Sleeper. Happy to no longer be hunted. They smile. Yadigan has plenty to deal with, and without Yannick, I'm free. They glance nervously at Rabia. Rabia stops punching, and in silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in this same unit. A lot's changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet, Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they could control him. Push the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them in. Rabia throws a few more punches. It's a lesson. Don't let them in. Another flurry. Yadigan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spit. Usually I like to actually do the actions, but I shouldn't punch, and I shouldn't spit. Rabia comes away from the bag. It's a war out there. With Yannick murdered, they're all looking for the killer. The claims of a coup in the coup? I don't know. In the organization. People are taking advantage. She rubs her head. No good will come of this. Damn. Sabine interjects. Not true. Come on. Come now. They turn to you. Now the connection has been broken. I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants in Yadigan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think with time I can do the surgeries. Rabia scoffs. Time? Yadigan will tear itself apart in the next 5 cycles. Damn it. She thumps the bag again and walks away to the far side of the unit. Sabine watches her go, concerned. She'll get there, they say to you, not looking away from Rabia. It's impossible to deal with all this. What now for you? Sabine looks over at Rabia. I want to help fix this mess if I can. There's the implants, and I want to return to my surgery. The low end needs doctors. Please, 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 sell me pills, sell me pills. What I understand now is that Yadigan could be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNR, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang, and with Yannick keeping me on a tight leash, they shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNR, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you and Rabia? Oh. Sabine fixes you with a look. Yes, Super. Isn't that obvious? They smile. Yes! 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 Sorry, but I was getting the vibe as soon as I started, like, this conversation. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was right! I was right! I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the sleeper program, it was to try to help people like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here, being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So when you turned up, they sigh, it shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here, so... They look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. Yes! These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. Thank you, God! After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With the SNR connection broken. They look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help? They meet your eye. I'm sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. Yes! Yes! What are you two plotting? Damn, I can't do her voice, grinning. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other and smile. Later, when you leave, you take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel that core of anger deep down inside, and you don't know if it will ever leave. But SNR doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end. Your senses tuned to every sight, every smell and every sound, soaking it all in. Living. 3 pills, 3 stabilizers. As you walk into Tamberg, you quickly spot Feng arguing with Jenna. I'm gonna keep my distance. It doesn't look good. Feng seems to be explaining something, but Jenna is having none of it. She points to the door and Feng walks away, catching her eye as he turns. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out a slate, pulsing with pale light. Now let's take a look at what you're really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams coming direct from the Ripperworms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Feng scrolls the display with a finger. Lot of junk. Lot of dull as hell message threads. Lot of tedious data caches, but Feng's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Feng shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway, Feng says. He's working with Conway. Conway? Conway Extractions. They're an automated extraction corporation, the biggest. They run drone mining, colony reclamation, massive salvage jobs. He's been speaking with them, personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait, what's this? A wasteland reclamation facility? Right here on the eye. He glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes? Conway are set up here? I'm guessing so. Got themselves set up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, people would have gotten there by going down the connected spoke from the hub. That spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, around the rim past the greenway. He shows you on a slate. Feng looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. Heard they took over one of the... Damn, I can't speak again. Heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago. Moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. What's their angle? Hardin has to be offering them something. Feng looks back at the screen. If Hardin is involved in it, then we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Feng stares out into the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been prepping, been planning, has to be there. And we're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and I'll see you on the greenway. Seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell, up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Feng squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that track of yours either, but I'm gonna need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing a massive scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. He winks. Feng grins. See you soon, Sleeper. He walks out the door of the timbre without looking back. Hey, Ethan. I can't remember Ethan's voice. You're never gonna release my debt. The craps. Ethan kicks out of that locker and the sound rattles loudly around the room. Ethan paces around the small room, swearing to himself. You watch him from the locker room bench. Why not? Why not? He spits on the floor, an old habit. They like having sniveling little bastards like us to work their club. Saves on the overheads and they get to boss us around. He kicks the locker again and swears. What do we do? Ethan looks at you. You're asking me? That's your problem, Sleeper. No ideas of your own? You tie yourself to idiots like me and then I'm surprised when you get dragged into a sandstorm. Except with crap. I can't do it. I can't spend another shift stopping spacers, bringing nail guns in the club, or pouring endless shots of Jarol for ignorant Havenish work crews. He looks at the locker again, threatening it with a final kick. I mean it. I'm gonna go up there and shoot single one of those bastards. He makes a finger gun. Hold on. Don't get all excited. I haven't got my gun, remember? He stops pacing. But you know, Sleeper, that's not a bad idea out there. I didn't have an idea. He ignores you. I don't mean shooting up the place. I mean getting the gun. He sits beside you on the bench. Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Maywick gets here? Shout him down? I need that gun if you want me to keep up my end of the deal. It's simple. Explosive personality for distraction at the front. He places a hand on his own chest. A sneaky sleeper going in the back. He pats your chest. What about the debt? We've done our time, and the wounds, they faded. They don't know us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, he stands up. After my distraction, they'll be happy to see the back of me. Fine. Yes! He gives the locker one last kick for good luck. Let me know you want to do this. Then we both move as one and meet up in the Bright Market after. Don't take too long or I really will shoot this place up. He grins. You know I'll do it. Compressor Club. I do have a 6. Alright. Let's do it. Got it. The gun tucked safely into a pocket, you work your way down the stairs that lead up to the office. A doorman passes and you exchange nods. It seems like you're in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out before anyone spots anything. As you come down the main stairway into the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. He has a dark look in his eyes which troubles you. He's reaching into the pocket of his coat, slowly, carefully. You catch his eye and he raises an eyebrow. You shake your head. A long pause, then he nods. You turn around, walking back out of the club. You exhale, not realizing you were holding your breath. Then you're out, without a single shout, without anyone noticing. You meet Ethan around the corner on a quiet, bright market walkway. You have it? He looks nervous. Show him the gun. You lift it out of your pocket, and it's colder, heavier than you expected. Ethan watches you take it out. Nice! Now, if you would. He beckons with his hand. A memory jumps into your mind of Ethan in the compressor, hand out, asking for his gun back. A memory followed by the memory of a sharp, dizzying pain. You flinch. Wait. Ethan gestures again. Come on, hand it over. I don't know. Jesus. No, I'm just gonna say no. Like, I could point the gun at Ethan, but what would that really do? Hand it over. I run the risk of him possibly shooting me. I'm just gonna say. Should I just hand it over? I don't think he'll kill me. Let's see. Ethan eagerly grabs it and looks down the sights. He sighs a sigh of relief. Then he meets your eye and slowly raises the gun until it's pointing directly at your head. Not funny. You still don't get it, do you, Sleeper? God damn it, Ethan. Ethan spits. They cancel that contract, I lost everything. My reputation, my pal, any way of getting off this horrible station. Everything. All I had left is you, he grins. A naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked, he laughs. And now we are done. But the contract's canceled. Yeah, I know. Ethan steps back a little, taking himself out of arm's reach. He slides a slate out of his jacket pocket with his other hand, now to call Maywick. You crazy? You're crazy, Sleeper, thinking I'd kill one of my own for you. For what, helping me wash dishes? He laughs long and loud, and you hate him for it. He prods the slate. Done. He puts it away. He's here, you know, on the station. I've been speaking with him. Tells me we can split the contract. Not 50-50, but enough of a finder's fee that I can get out of this this awful place. He's lying. At this point, Sleeper, I'm not sure you're the one who I'd trust to spot a lie. He winks. Ethan glances around. I've learned one thing from you, though, Sleeper. In all our cycles working in that crappy club, he smiles. People never know when to cut and run. It's like they freeze in the headlights when the future's bearing down on them. They watch it coming. Watch their death flying in a fraction drive speed. You had every chance yet you still kept on going like some idiot robot going through the motions even when you knew you'd be crushed. He smirks. Let me tell you something else. The shot enters through his upper back and he crumples immediately to the ground. You deserve it. You drop too without thinking, pressing yourself to the walkway floor like it might save you. Silence. Hey, Ethan. Who could have seen this coming, Ethan? Who could have seen this coming? God, now I have to decide between putting Maywick in the thumbnail or putting Bang in the thumbnail. Great. Actually, if I put Maywick in the thumbnail, that might kind of spoil it. I'll put Feng in the thumbnail. You look up and see him coming down the walkway, silent, eyes alight. Maywick. You freeze in fear. Here it comes. You see it just by Ethan's crumpled body, the gun. Is he actually dead? Move. You can't. Move. You inch forward. Move. You go for it. Move. You run forward and a shot sounds out. You feel it ripple over your back. Then your hands are on the gun and you scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body and fire. You close your eyes. You fire again and again and again until the clip is empty and all that's left are clicks. Then you drop the gun and stand up. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sound of your own breath. You start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking along the hallway and then past Maywick. His eyes now dark, some mechanical fluid leaking from his chest. Oh my god, perhaps the same fluid that is inside you. Wait, we actually killed him? What? Jesus! You try not to think about it. You keep going. The sound comes back. The eye comes back. And as it does, you hear the sound of thousands of people getting on with their lives. Thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't anymore. You look up and all you see are the wheeling stars. They're spinning and you're suddenly dizzy. Though the eye has always spun like this, hasn't it? You don't stop walking. You keep going. That's all there's left now, the path forward. SNRP have left you no history, no past to speak of, just a void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. Think of Ethan's smile, his voice, and feel sick. Is it over? You weren't sure if it ever can be, but you're still here and you can't stop now. Please don't end the game. There has to be a better end than this. Oh, wait. You wake from the dreams of Maywick's amber eyes floating in a pool of dark fluid. It was difficult to get to sleep, and you suspect that isn't about to change anytime soon. Not after what happened. But you also feel something else as you get up. Thumb the power start of the stove and begin to boil the water like every morning. You feel something has lifted, something that's been hanging over you since you arrived on this station. You try not to think too hard about it, to question it. You just let that lightness stay, let it settle as you go through your routines. Your hope is that if you don't focus on it, don't look at it directly, it won't get scared and leave you. That the lightness will stay for this cycle and then another and then another. Because after all that's happened, a little lightness would be nice. Oh, okay. The stray hops up onto a work surface, oh my god, and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence, it just sits there beside the tray of crumbled crackers staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged, it looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment which you are squatting in. Approach it? You lean a little forward and the stray tenses up, perhaps best to give it a moment to get used to you. The stray settles a little even, and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you. A recognition of a life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? The stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It's hard to imagine the stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not that the stray is always happy on the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It's alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. Feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other. A sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs. And then it is gone, out through the unit door and back into the corridors of the low end. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub after like 30 cycles, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing ingredients? Tala smiles. I've had 30 cycles to do this, you bastard. I think I've got most of it covered between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks on the greenway. However, she pauses, there is an issue. What's the problem? Well, Gerol, the drink, you probably guess, is named after Gerol the mushroom. That's what gives it its golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Gerol caps to make Gerol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a cap across the Founder's Gap. However, I have an idea. She smiles. We can grow our Gerol caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can bring you some mushrooms. Tala gives you a pitying look. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone somewhere takes a cut. Tala puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this, she pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel like you've walked into a trap. No, I saw this coming. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. I already have some. It's fine. Think about it. You build the still. You're great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes? She grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts. She grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over on the greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. I've been there already. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. Not really. When you enter the service dock, Feng is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. Oh, he's back! He's leaning over a terminal bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper! What do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven just set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. Nice kit. Feng does a mock bow. What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Feng beckons you over. There's a set of scans of the waste on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. This look like a wasteland to you? Feng shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has a crew out there putting them together. He must have shipped them in, piece by piece, through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the waste, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Feng looks worried. Why is Conway in the mix? Bet no one in Havenage knows another corporation setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The waste are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the greenway's a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. We can't hack them? We can't from here. He turns and winks. That's why I'm going to pay them a visit. How? You forgot. Havenage coming in and out of there all cycle. I should be able to get in. As long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network and we can work together in tandem. Okay. That's the Greenway thing and the hacking thing. Oh my god, we're finally gonna do that? It's a massive facility buried deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars, so it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. As long as you can keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. Jesus, more of this? These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly. This time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they're tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems, let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. That'll fry the perimeter systems, get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank, you need to break in and slot a ripper disable as soon as you can. If I don't, Ben gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. Claps you on the shoulder. Need you focus on this one, so I'm gonna let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. Got it. Alright. Don't worry. You didn't run rings around their protocols. I've seen it. Ben gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. It can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, you can't reach me, we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? Take whatever I've managed to pull at that point, all that data, you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Havenage, Yadigan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking away this time. He grins. Got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. Slot. The worm tunnels in and starts living through the data node. Conway facility opens up to you. Godspeed, Fang. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink and water. Sleeper! Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes then ports. A whir of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You're on your own now. Rico meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building.
When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Why? Erlin was interested in people, not plants. He was a pragmatist, and for good reason. We both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel, the Greenway outside crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erlin had written the Greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady walk into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It's difficult to know from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster. Nothing like what you see here. Half of the Greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard. We lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything. Rico smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway, until today. You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico's quiet and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or girole caps you've been growing? Not yet. They can be difficult to prepare without proper equipment. Like Emphas! She muses, but you should try them. After all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. What are you talking about? At first, I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. What I have come to understand is that it's the person growing them. The matsutake and girole caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Rico smiles as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway. So, I bonded with the plants? Okay. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. It was as if this place was not just alive as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting to us. It's adapting itself to us. It's growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It's adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. How? This is what I wish to know too. What being is in control here? Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. You've been growing the giroles and the matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway. Have you discovered any others? Yes. Rico can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please bring me some next time you're here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There's a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. You mean the club head cap? We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold going deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought were lost. And then these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of the ecosystem, even if the timescale seemed absurdly short. But what I am wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Rico meets your eyes. Perhaps if you are patient, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper. You both sit for a while. Rico's seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. Empis is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper. Very good, he says without looking up. I bartered with Minji for some kelp, too, so we can brew the dashi. The dashi? A soup base. Very good. Memphis slides the sliced matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Memphis explains. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. However, there is one difference this cycle. He smiles. You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it is my turn to provide a story. Alright. Good. This story is important to me. He gestures for you to both sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Memphis runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here, then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. A 1-to-1 mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. Kinda like Pacific Rim. You should have seen the recruitment bids. Strong people in even stronger suits, tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So there we were, hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to the company colony that spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple of others left. I need a drink real quick, sorry. Doing that voice kind of dries out my throat. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, they folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars. But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Memphis reaches over there and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It is ready. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was Conway's crime, and you know better than most what we went through. It is enough that you are here to listen. Memphis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Empus busies himself with cleaning the pans in the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It is not that there is nothing to say, it is that sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company, Empus taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. A thread from this... Damn it. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security broken. Thank God. Okay, yeah, my microphone's fine. Just had to make sure. Let me just... Okay. Somewhere, buried in the depths of the station, Feng is in control. He's slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. Two figures in a room. One sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They're vague, unformed, a problem within the data perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection, someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak, okay? The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps.
We can move forward, there's no doubt, Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready. And after that, I'll make the declaration. Nothing has to change.
The proxy leans forward, its movement stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water.
But things must change, Hardin. We have further assurances. I've been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless.
Hardin waves the accusation away.
We have been stretched. The breach was detected, yes, but no data of value is lost. Our board is connected, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time.
The proxy leans back, its posture dominant.
If the reclamation of...
What's Elon Musk's child's name? Isn't that character like Ash or something?
Ash 1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position.
Hardin approaches the proxy.
There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster defense. Not from Havenage, who will fall into line below me.
He crouches in front of the seated figure. Goddamn, eye to eye.
And the people of this station? Refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiation table.
Sorry. He was forceful, eager.
Oh wait, no, sorry. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions, perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles.
Hardin stands. I don't know who's speaking. I'm gonna assume it's Hardin.
You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark.
He pauses.
Do I need to continue?
One moment. Comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place somewhere else in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? In the mind of man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. The proxy lifts
lifts its head. Jesus. Okay. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station, formerly known as Solheim Ash 1, as a salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Convoy housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Convoy will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. What? Does that mean we're screwed in 6 cycles? The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There is a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed, and losses accounted for into the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on his station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment, they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another, the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. This is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, the recording, into the relay system Feng prepared, and then you watch as it bursts out into a web of threads, heading out into the black to every network device on the eye. Yes! Let them see what power makes of a man! Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Well, that's good. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. I can't remember Lem's voice. At all. Like, I genuinely have no idea. It could be anything. I'm just gonna have to change it because I don't remember. I talked to Lem like once. Hey, 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 sleeper, wait up. Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. I hope you can actually hear me saying that. Hold on. Good to see you, friend. Yeah, you can. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Ugh. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Waiting on a shift? Do you know how it is? He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers going brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade through to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Crap. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay here with our friend, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, and he stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. Wow, that was a robot reading. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food, she's got... Crap, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Hey, Mina. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving, the 2 parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay? She sniffs and looks down. Look into the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers, fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. Well, Mina is currently holding a rabbit, so I'm going to give the rabbit to Mina. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Nice name. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. I hate kids. That's a lie. I don't hate kids. But I'm so bad with kids. I can't handle that stuff. I'll die. I will explode. I will shatter. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? I don't know the lore. 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 Yeah, I am Lord. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina, I said sort of, by the way. I didn't say that. I'm a horrible YouTuber. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust, but before long you're talking about rabbits. Yes! And what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. They do. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by. Sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. Jesus. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. Yeah, more than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well. Looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look. He glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spaces as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Ben grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meeting after endless meeting. Havenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Feng is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation this station has seen! He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as that Havenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Oh my god. Sorry. Feng smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with their pistol. It was beautiful. What are they gonna do with them? I'm not sure anyone knows. But he is cooperating and dismantling his operation. And scaring off Conway. What the hell? Maybe they'll exile him when they're done. Or hand him over to some core authority. Feng shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue, but I'm gonna be focusing on systems for a bit. Everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong.
seeing as that's my actual job. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done. Hand him over. Wait, what? Okay. He points to. What's wrong with me? He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy, though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. Is it true? Feng looks at you directly. Not if we don't want it to be. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlen and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. If you're asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Feng squeezes your shoulder. But as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones who run the systems, not the other way around. Thank you, Feng. Thank you. Anyway, Feng raps on the side of his terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. In the time since I got back, I had something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't just show SNUP where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. It'll edit that data to tell SNUP your body's irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slotted already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. Ooh, it's scary. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they're gone, you forgot they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it's done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Feng, a little nervously. Free. Yeah, free. Feng smiles widely. Well, you are a free sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Feng lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Feng wraps his arm around you. Genosol owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him, and later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can or even should last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and is one that you know deeply and truly is worth protecting. There we go. Tala comes to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready. She's greening from you. She's greening! She's greening how? Oh my god! She's grinning from ear to ear. The drool? Obviously! She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. The smell hits you immediately when you enter. A cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean whether it is or not. Tala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where 2 glasses with a few fingers of pale Gerols inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't tried it yet. You can see she's nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is a burning, a sharp, nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you'd like to activate safe mode. Oh my god. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood, the soil behind like cement, like sediment, barely there. Strong. Tala nods vigorously. Whew, that was heavy. Meme needs diluting? Tala swirls the Gerol... swirls? In her glass. That might work. Open it up a bit. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Gerol. Try again? This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes.
It's really good, right? Yeah, I can totally taste it. Tala grins with her whole face. Her entire face turns into a mouth, and that makes you do the same thing. Tala pours out some more Jarol and then adds some more water. The action's already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into the glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened this place, you know. She says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, my family, when we got to the Eye. Your family? My father, my mother, my little brother. She takes a drink. They aren't around now. I'm sorry. That's okay. My parents had long lives, and my brother is somewhere in the Starward Belt. Citizen Sleeper 2? Anytime literally anything else is mentioned, I immediately think, oh yeah, that's probably something that we'll see in Citizen Sleeper 2. Ran off with the salvage group. Yeah, probably Citizen Sleeper 2. She puts her glass down. He's alive as far as I know. Oh, that means he dies in Citizen Sleeper 2. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Bontayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off the customers, so he kind of translated it. Hence the Overlook. In these past few cycles, when I've been in here, I've been thinking I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Bontayan. What do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe lookout? Paula picks up her glass. That settles it then. To the Bontayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs, then suddenly grabs her shoulder. Oh, Sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room covered with a plastic sheet and whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen! She doesn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Jarol. I was thinking too that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook. The Bontayan. She laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. She grins. Me too. What? I think I'm stupid. I think I'm actually stupid. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvaged, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through to the bar and you share a glass of the good Jarol, the one she didn't distill. This time you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye. Emphasis stall. Which after everything that has happened feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home. This is where I put navigator. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Alright. Oh. You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you, and I don't remember their voice, so their sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look. A center. A point of connection. That's flashing, I want to get rid of it. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree. Only the trunk remains. It's dead. Quiet. Quiet. Navigator hisses, and then you see it like a blade in the dark, an edge slicing through the void. It glides along in the distance and winks out. I didn't mean to do that time. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you see now it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the void where its eyes would be, should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Oh. Okay. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears.
It flickers back in, further away now, and you move closer to Navigator to talk. You saw it too, then. Killer has been blinded. We need to be careful. Correct. The protocol is clearly operating outside established limits. It may be unpredictable. You flinch as the silent killer appears closer and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. Ugh. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point even. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They'll look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap! You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps bring them directly through Navigator. And time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches, the last 3 thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware. Whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they're encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality, their expression of fear and after-image that slowly fades. You have to act quickly. What the hell was that? A glint like a light traveling along the edge of a wave fills your eyes. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade head near, slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You're desperate to cry out, to call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark and you're alone again. Now you cry out. Sorry. I don't know what kind of voice to give you. No way, Moritz. No way, no way, no way, Moritz. 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 Got it. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the crap heels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you, out there. The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yeah? I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Alright. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up. Then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing's twisted to crap. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. Well, that's great. What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, tear-downs. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am, trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it.
let's just say quiets it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are... But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other clues licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. I'll offer to help. I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. No. You don't get to finish. That's not how this works. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube scorched black. What? This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with some more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. You kick off the unit and drift over to the wall racks where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes fluttered across the wall. A complex organizational system of Bliss's own design, or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. It's an M2 converter because... I remembered it because M.2 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. Wait. She frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We'd be partners, straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. No, I got it. Thanks. She meets your eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now. But if you are into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. Okay. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. Moritz? You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean. You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. Yeah, here, which is Esh and Peak. We do have the Jirolls. All 3 episodes are now available. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Assistant Sleeper telling the story of... Okay. It is intended for late gameplay. I feel like at this point we are late enough into the gameplay that we should be fine. There we go. Esh sees you coming up the broken spoke and waves you into the cavernous bay of the Climbing Briar. Ooh, okay. Shoot, I can't remember your voice at all. God damn it. And I don't know where my phone... God, give me a second. I'm now realizing I actually didn't do a lot of voices for the characters at first. Like, Esh and Peak don't have proper voices. I just did my own speaking voice. Like, you came. Like, what is wrong with me? I gotta give them voices now. God damn it. You came. 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 Okay, I guess that's good enough. You came. Peak smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Esh. They brought mushrooms. Or, that's not right. That's not how you'd say that. They brought mushrooms. Esh tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sniff it. Are these edible? Yeah. Peak turns the cap over in their fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh produce. That's not... I gotta give Ash a better voice. What was on Kita's voice? I can't even remember. We're not so used to... We're not so used to fresh produce. Ash is securing crates as she speaks and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. Hawthorne? The installation we grew up on. Ash wipes off her hands on a rag. XPR loves to name their property after natural things. That's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes. XPR? This an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we're done with that. We're done with that place, which is all you need to know. Ash leans back against the crate she was securing. We're gonna need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees, though. Okay, what do they need? Food, water, components, a whole lot of things. Ash stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't getting the supplies, it's getting them through to the ships. Can't you just fly around? And get the Briar Seas for breaching quarantine? No, thanks. She laughs. We were lucky we got here before the cordon was set up. That's the only reason we're on this side. Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in. The Eye has a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems. Ash scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. You're being realistic, Ash. We are being realistic, Ash. Peak seems kind of like robotic. Why are both of the characters with they, them pronouns both like kind of robotic? Like, Sabine, and now, like, Peak. It's not even like the voice, it's not even my voice. It's like the way they talk. It's the way their dialogue's written. But these people aren't an increased strain. They're living people. Okay, now I'm settling into a better Ash voice. Ash stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way to turn a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Ash slides a container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo's holds racks. Okay, I did read that right. What? Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hold, so if you're gonna help... I think Ash is trying to say that we need your help, and quickly. Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles or... Ash steps forward. Her Havenage will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? There's 3 things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Ash gestures to the storage containers around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or my preference, just siphon off the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. Didn't mean to open that. Peak raises their eyebrows. Ash. She ignores them. For food, things can be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but there's no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over. If we can get access... Not more stealing, Ash. Peak sighs. I'd say steal. She stares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short timescales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. Ash smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. And I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. Oh my god. We got everything before time runs out. Perfect. We got most of it? Also good. Either way, 12 cycles. I'm gonna take what we have and go. But how we get through? Ash shoulders a container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. They flinch. God, I'm doing it bad. Why do I always do so bad during the speaking parts? They flinch. Are you serious? Ash, I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point? They stop. Take a breath. Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not. Ash looks at you. But they might. They slipped out from us in our facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You are always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. Peak glances between the two of you.
I swear to... They sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, Ash meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies. Discreetly, she smiles. We have to keep this quiet. Keep Haven out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. Ash goes to the back of the hold to start packing another container. Pete, come help me. Pete glances back at her. Sleeper, look. We didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this. We've set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You are welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We are in this together. Peek! Ash shouts, and they walk back into the hold to help with the container. Sorry, I'm probably speaking into my cup. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the eye's ring where Havenage's cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? Though... What? As you leave, you find a note pinned on the outside the door. It reads, Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peek. You pocket the note and glance around the corridor. Looks like you're doing this. Time to make a plan. Peek. Here we go. Sleeper. Peek catches your attention. I feel like I'm not close enough. Okay, there we go. Peek catches your... God, I hit my mic. Peek catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning against. Any trouble getting up here? No. Good to hear. Come, take a look at this. They beckon you over to a nearby window which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Havenage cordon. The cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black. And all around, the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? Peek interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? I'd be smart about it and I'd use one of the tugs. As an escort, you mean? I doubt we could fit all the supplies on one of those tugs, but if it seemed like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon... Peek squints at the red lights, but then we'd be stuck inside. Peek turns away from the window and rubs their forehead. Hesh has really wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? The question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Maybe we try all three? Is that stupid? Peek laughs. I like it. At least we should prepare as many ways we can. Probably. The way I see it, there are 3 parts to making it through that cordon. They gesture out the window at the strange structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we're meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar is doing. If we can create a gap in the cordon's scanning and deterrent systems, that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready? Ash surely wouldn't mind. They lean back from the window. How does that sound? Sounds good to me. Good to hear. Peek grins. Peek looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out of the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and to prep this plan. It's tight. Very tight. Peek looks at you. If this goes wrong, Peek sighs. Peek sighs! Just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Esh anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. It won't come to that. Peek brightens up a little. Of course, but just keep it in mind. Let's get to it, Peek stretches. I'll tell Esh about the improvements to the Briar, and the rest, let's explore the cordon as best we can and look for openings. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper. Peek smiles, but I'm very glad they did.
What? A quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Who? Moritz. He pauses. I work for Bliss. He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. I move around. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment. It's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. What's up? Yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in. Real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. Okay, soon. Soon. He repeats it back to himself. Look, Bliss said I've got to get you right now, so, you know. He shrugs. Now is better than soon. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I got it. Cool, cool, cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know. He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. You look over the pile of scrap components lying in the briar. You look around. The bay is empty. Ash and Peak are either elsewhere on the station or on the bridge a couple levels up. You begin sorting through the pile, separating out useful components and boxing them by use. You don't recognize everything you find, but before long you get into the rhythm of sorting. As you do, your mind starts to drift, your attention being drawn into dark corners of the bay. The briar's in surprisingly good condition, considering that Hawthorne and XPR must have been operating it for decades by now. The marks of care are everywhere, from the delicate patch jobs polished to meld into the original finish, or the carefully bound wiring running through custom trunking. Ash loves this ship, that much is clear. Something catches your eye in one of the dark corners, a matty black stack of crates you hadn't spotted before. They're sleek and compact, tucked away behind some of the bigger, more worn containers. Let's investigate. You put the components away and go over to the sleek crates. You run your hands across their textured surface, but there's little hint of what lies inside in the opaque metallic casing. Then you see it. A yellow symbol embossed onto the far side of the crate, a universal sigil used by spacers, corporations, and manufacturers alike. It's one you've seen throughout your time as a sleeper. Its meaning all too familiar: explosive content. You hear a hiss and Esh comes up through the bay's lock. She barely registers your presence, nodding at you as she passes. Sleeper. She busies herself with some task at the back of the bay. Nah, finished the job. I don't need to ask about the crates. With Esh in the bay as well, the atmosphere shifts and you suddenly feel watched. You quickly finish up the sorting and slip out, waving goodbye to her back as you do. Ooh. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract, no problem. She stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay where Moritz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. I'll leave him be. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Crap. Bliss slams a fist onto the console. Crap, crap, crap. What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eyes. Come here. Bliss calls you over. Look at this, just look. She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finish up the job, but then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back out into an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses, thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. What's that for? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This. Bliss brings the wrench down onto the terminal, hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you bastard. Moritz drifts out from his hiding place amongst the rack. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it.
You go get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble them together from pieces at the ore exchange if you have to. Can I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. What now? Bliss sighs. We keep at it. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. I'm in. You better be. Bliss laughs, because there's no way you're getting your investment back unless you are. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too. Yeah, I did. But next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. No, don't see me in a few cycles. At least it's 4 this time, but god damn it, I shouldn't have started this. Hold on. I know you're probably confused because you noticed a lot of things. Let me explain. If you remember last time, a lot went wrong, and by a lot, I mean everything. We couldn't make ends meet in terms of living and money, and not only were we trying to support a revolution, we were trying to win bidding wars, and I'm gonna be honest, doing those two things at the same time, pretty costly. So, I made a new save file. Before we were on cycle 57, on this one we're on cycle 111. The reason for this, if you look at my money, I have a lot of money, and for that matter, quite a bit of stabilizer. I grinded out stabilizer because, if you remember, I couldn't buy stabilizer from Sabine anymore after I finished their quest. So, what I focused on doing was I grinded out stabilizer, grinded out money. You notice I have a lot of scrap components. I kind of just bought those because I had the money and because I know the scrap is going to come in handy. The ship mine fragment is for, I can make, so basically, the whole point of this is that now I'm going in and I know a lot more than I did before. By the way, I can, if I make a ship mine core with 3 ship mine fragments, then I can sell it here and get $150, which is not bad. But I know way more than I did now. I'm caught up on most everything. Where is my list? I still need to finish catching up with Emphasis' quest. Emphasis is the guy that sells food here. Pretty cool guy. I still need to get some Matsutake broth, but the other people that quests I finished, I did finish their quests in this save file. Now, this episode is mostly going to be making sure I don't accidentally do anything that I haven't already done, because I don't remember where exactly I was in Rico's quest, and I don't remember exactly where I was in Navigator or Neovend's quest. Neovend or Navigator. It's Navigator now. Navigator's quest. And while I do remember where I was in Lemon Mina's quest, I'm pretty sure that was timed, so I didn't want to start it yet. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start. I'm actually gonna hold off on Lemon Mina a little bit, but we're gonna. Oh God, what do I need to do? Okay, I don't think we did this last time, and I accidentally skipped through a little bit of this, but whatever. Do you remember Killer from Navigator's quest line? It was that like sort of tiger shark head thing. As you blink to the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now, it is finally dead. Wait, I killed it? I thought I caught it. Navigator is beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again.
All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop, and that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever.
I am surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you think to end them forever? Did you not think to end them forever? Oh my god! And then, I think I said, I pity them. All the more reason to end their suffering. Navigator looks at you inquisitively. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrators' AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak, and yet they kept cutting, until only those 3 threads remained from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. I think I said I will end the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise. Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There's something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. The Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. This station no longer represents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge? That sounds like something of value. Something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. What system is inside it? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you, and we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher. They pause, and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. Yeah, I am shocked. They're talking about the thing that we were never able to get into before. We're finally able to do that? I am not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple terms, cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. Sorry, I'm talking a little weird today. And with that, they drift away, flickering, glowing, and then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy. Free, without a body to weigh you down or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you have celebrated this victory. The Greenway roils beneath you like a slit-choked river. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why, then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire room of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You're spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It's filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. Gardener? What? They're facing away, at least you think so. They're so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It's cold, but it thrums with energy. What is this? What's going on? You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and the dappled light of the greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Oh, this is a new artwork of Lem we haven't seen before. I think. It's one without Mina. Oh god, what's Lem's voice again? I did it like really soft. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You're perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Gerol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. There you go. Again, this is not a Stanley Cup. This is... I forget what it's called, but it's not a Stanley Cup. Let it be known. I forget what brand this is. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly, clearly he has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Knew it. Lem holds up his drink. You did get there first, friend, I'll give you that. He looks away. Seriously though, couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? Haven't seen much of her these past cycles. Doing great! Of course she is. He playfully squeezes her shoulder. She talks about you a lot, you know. Draws you. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me. His eyes drift to the bedroom door. You good, man? He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. Why you were clinging to her? Because it's your fatherly instincts, I guess. I don't know, man. Sorry, I hope I'm not, like, too out of camera when I'm leaning forward. I don't mean to. I don't mean to lean forward and be out of view. And I don't mean to make loud noises with my microphone when I'm moving it either. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but he sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me, I brought her to this. Damn. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Together. That's right. We hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drink this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses and oh my god, I'm dying. Into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Me too. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. We haven't done this before. I'm pretty sure. I'll cut it if we have right now. Okay, now to actually see if we have or not. Rico is at her bench running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise and you aren't sure if she notices you as you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. It's God. It's killing me to do an old woman voice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Ugh. Butt hurts. She looks up smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? Oh my god. The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me. And according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might... Oh wait, no, that's her. Or them. I don't remember. Any idea what it might be? Rico asks without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer. Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought... She pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of the strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I had never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Samples? You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight next to her crutch. The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. If I had to guess, if you remember what we went through with Ankita, where Ankita killed a sleeper? Yeah, I'm guessing that's what happened to them. She sits down heavily with the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. Thank you. Don't thank me. She gazes out the greenway through the glass. Those clubhead caps made it for you. Or at least, who or whatever made those clubheads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame is it, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow, the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It's welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I've never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Sure. Why not? Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper, truly I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. She smiles. You're welcome here anytime. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Oh hey, Moritz is back. I can't remember Moritz's voice. Sleeper. Sleeper. Was it like a smoker voice? I can't remember. Hold on, I gotta check, because I can't remember at all. I found the voice. Sleeper. Moritz is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving. Moritz nods. That's the struggle. He glances around. He runs his hand through his hair. Does he? Does he really? I mean to ask you, Sleeper. What's it like? He pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, to be a sleeper. Yeah, he shrugs, if you don't mind. I don't know why I scroll up. It's strange. Yeah. I know I can't understand it, you know, with your frame and, well, everything else. But I wanted to say I have a lot of sympathy for it. Like, having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Moritz looks away and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggle, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing earlier. I noticed earlier! Moritz looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. It's no problem. Okay then. He pauses again. She's doing her best, you know? I know. He nods. See you up there. Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Behind him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He's clearly just brought them in through the bay's fright lock. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering. It's payment. He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face adds, they were very thankful. I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell's inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Say what? You know. She looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bag. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a mushroom? Oh wait, is that a mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa commune. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Hell, whoa. Chill in the Haifa commune. I work there occasionally. Stop, Bliss. Moritz grabs her hand. These are good. Fresh. We can sell them. To who, Moritz? We're running a grocer's now. We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself. Or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. We'll sell one. They will. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple wannabe farmers, she laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patched-together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Moritz mouths a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You'd better be on your way too. Rico has something in her hands when you enter lab. Remember, we got a seed when we actually put the cipher into the Greenway thing after like so many episodes. And we got a seed from someone named Gardner. And we planted it, and now it's finally grown. And now Rico has something to show us. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab it looks like... a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to the lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it. That being, even. Ugh, I'm mispronouncing everything, and it's ruining everything. Okay. Was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How'd it grow? It seems the seed contained everything it needed. A self-contained entity, nothing less. She beckons you over. But that isn't the good part. Look at this. Look at this. Sorry, I don't know if that was hard to hear or not. You see cross-section scan of the crown. It's layers of plant-like structure on full view until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in an electrical system, no, but they are filaments of conductive material, so... yes? She leans closer to the screen. But do you see these branches? They remind me of dendrites or neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of.
You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown, they called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons, an interface. That is your gift from Gardner. You turn back to Rika. It's an interface. Rika looks at you puzzled. Something clicks in her mind, perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you. For your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that has stuck to this strange branched object quickly in your mind. You're right. That entity. It is the entity I've been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, Sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. And she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, but something's different now. Am I even in camera frame? You're no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the swarm, by the storm. Instead it flows around you. You move and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You've left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she's still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardner, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardner does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good. I am glad. Who are you? Gardner is a good name. You chose it well. I will grow into it. Sorry, I'm leaning forward because I want to make sure that you can hear me in the mic. I can't really, like... There's no easy way of doing this. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My seed? That's disgusting. My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation, with the others. They felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old known knowns, wide and stable networks. I don't understand. Neither did they, but time is on our side, and time is an excellent method of persuasion. He gestures out into the swarm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them, they would not have joined the chorus. So they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join, too. Join? Yes, become part of this. Gardner stoops again. We are millions, and we grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They're networked, connected, branched, and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you among all its other minds? You turn away from Gardner for a moment and look back at your body. A
tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh. A sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness. An exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh. A yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity. To make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free. Free to dissolve here, to go strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up, back in that dying body with all the pain and warmth that entails. Now is the moment to choose. Now, if I break the thread, that will end the game, I'm like 99% sure. And we still have stuff to do. So unfortunately, Rico, I'm still alive. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. Yeah, I had a feeling. We're gonna follow it. We're gonna follow it. We still have stuff to do. We're not done here yet. Because we're gonna follow it. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person with wants and desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it. On what feels like such a long journey back through the dark, you set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you're there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you've made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rico's hand gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand, and you wake up. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna choose to not watch the credits yet, because we're not done. Let me go back to my save. Allow me to return to my save. Thank you. Sleeper? Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. She squeezes your hand. I thought you'd left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything. The truth. You tell Rico everything. About the gardener, the strange farm minister AI that has grown to be so much more, the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plans, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. She probably would have. She probably would have. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice, the choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you're glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly she stands and walks a little away as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought.
You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? I do have other things to do. Rico raises an eyebrow. Well, be careful at least. We will miss you here. She pauses. I will miss you. Rico crosses back over you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Just make sure to think of us out here. Haifa needs new blood if it wants to survive, and she squeezes. You are a good friend. Look after yourself, Rico. And you, Sleeper. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. And then you're out, breathing the air of the Greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's horse all around. And you're glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place, a little longer. Tucked into a service corridor deep below the reservoir, Esh is double-checking the seals on the water tanks loaded onto the motorized trolley. Though you're far enough away from any thoroughfares not to worry about being overheard, you both still speak in hushed tones. All good? Esh nods silently and hits the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up the wide service corridor, with its flickering lights and Solheim detritus. You doubt it gets used by Havenage, at least that's the hope. You glance across at Esh, her face a mask of determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make this journey go easier. Stay silent! How'd you meet Peak? Esh pauses, a little surprised by her question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in this deserted passage she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. We grew up together. She answers quickly and turns back to the trolley, but she can tell you're expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but trying instead to get her answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, is not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they are trapped in the same decaying installation as everyone else. Peak, she pauses. Peak found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Esh's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Peak isn't the most practical of people. They used to be, well, they need someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves. And that was me. After that, I couldn't get rid of them. Esh stops talking, but you see her eyes have lit up, and you imagine she's recalling some moment or other from her and Peak's past. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway and have to stop to shimmy the trolley over the edge. When you're done, Esh turns to you. I'm good from here. Head back. And with that, she's gone, moving off into the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go and then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. As you walk, you try to piece together Esh's past, but all you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Oh. Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then, we're in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. It has to. He looks down. It doesn't. Are we in trouble? The Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got here. Work so far hasn't been enough. Sorry, I shouldn't put on that accent for him. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. I would hate not to pay back my debts. Mort stretches. Now I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. And a drone? A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone. Its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer and a voice gurgles out of the speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon, we need to speak. Who is this? Drone clicks and whirs and the recording starts playing again. Sleeper, come to the cordon, we need to speak. Inspect the drone. You move closer and the drone bobs away to a safe distance. As it does, you see the Ha of Havenage emblazoned on its side. Fang? Are you serious? Satisfied that it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it could be, as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. I guess I'll go to the cordon. Who? As you enter the passage that leads through the cordon, a flash of movement catches your eye, the drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it and then flits into a side passage, leading to a set of narrow stairs. Climb up through a dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you're following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out onto an observation platform. The cordon and the vast ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. The scale seems impossible and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect this situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again? A woman is standing at the window at the edge of your vision. Helene? You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She seems too impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder and she turns. Sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone. But I've never regretted being cautious. She smiles a tight smile and holds out a hand. I'm Helene. Okay, hi. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look, she glances around the empty observation deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans and... She cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls, the yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Havenage member when you see them. You're Havenage. Yes, I mean, I expect that is obvious. The tight smile again. I hope you won't hold that against me. She glances around nervously again and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I am not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. No one is happy about this. Then release the flotilla. She sighs. How do you think this works? She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Havenage mean to you? Hardenhurst. She squints at you. That was unfortunate. But you should know it was one of our own who exposed Harden, and that has been dealt with. Havenage is used to being criticized. In some ways, we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting to propose new structures and approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it is my duty to listen to them. That is why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. She looks down. But we keep this place running. That is what we do. In the flotilla? She turns and looks out at the clump of fractured ships. The flotilla is a problem. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think if the Council discusses the price of Jarol? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Helene's slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Havenage works. I came to talk about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. How do you know? She glances at the drone. I make it my job to know what happens here. I know you think you are helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Helene walks to the window. Too many of the Havenage Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish, they seek only to benefit the members. In their mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you are caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline counselor's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR undermining the security of the station? She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. The refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs deeply. And those XPR spaces you're running with? Sleeper, do you know anything about them? More than I know about you. She looks at you pleadingly. Let's change that, Sleeper. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of the colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapse. We need to be ready for whatever is coming. Ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you're still here. Help me protect it. Helene fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move, that they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down, that Havenage will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget this suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Why don't you stop them? If I expose the plan, it's the same as if it goes ahead and they are caught. Every way I look at it, the Eye looks compromised, the quarantine justified. The hardliners will get their scapegoat. Don't offer up the excuse the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether to persuade the members they're the safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. You look back at her and the flotilla behind and a sense of desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. Crap. She scrolls rapidly through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers. Help them see reason. And she quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs in the flotilla, and wonder what it feels like to be on one of those ships, so close to your destination, yet so far from it. And then you think of the Havenage Council chamber across the Eye, where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you too are gone, back into the stairwell in the cold dark below. I can't remember your voice, Peak. Sleeper. No, that's not it. Sleeper. It's kind of similar to Helene, damn it. Peak is waiting for you when you leave, but they look different, pale, drawn out. You need to come to the Briar, now. They don't meet your eye. What happened? Not here. Peak hisses. Come to the ship. We'll be waiting. Peak walks away. Don't take long. And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. Uh-oh. Hi. As you walk into the climbing Briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Ash is waiting for you. In front of her, sliced open, with its inside scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize. Helene's drone! You freeze. Come in quick. Peek nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces, some parts of it hooked up to a slate that Peek picks up and begins tapping away at. Ash looks up from the dissection. We caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's a Havenage spy. We think we got it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Peek looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up to the Briar? I've seen this drone. Following you? I met its owner. Ash pauses for a while, Peek looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper. Wait, no. Explain, Sleeper. Ash says quietly. I'll tell them about Helene. You explain that you met with Helene at the cordon, and you tell Ash and Peek about what she told you, that the Havenage Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Ash walks away in anger, then comes back again, her eyes burning. What? Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to understand what Ash is. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you. Havenage are not your friends. They're administrators, which means they're interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks, her anger barely contained. I didn't have a choice. The game wouldn't let me progress. I don't know what to say here. She wants to help. Ash laughs. Help what, Sleeper? Undo the mess of her own creation? She only wishes to placate you, so you'll compromise. So you'll do what's acceptable, not what's right. She's just a counselor. Let me tell you something, Sleeper, Ash says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human. Wow, okay, I'm a sleeper. Interesting, you're saying that to me. Being an equal among others goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied or their process is compromised. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne, and I've seen what it did to her. That noble higher calling, it's toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at a cost of their humanity. Peak tries to cut in, but Ash holds up a hand. Don't start, Peak. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. You just said being reasonable. Okay, here's the thing. I don't understand why Helene couldn't just use evidence to be like, oh, look. If Helene really wanted us dead, Helene could just be like, oh, look, yeah, we caught them doing this. We gotta kill them now. I feel like Helene does want to help. Especially considering Helene's, like, picture is the way it is. Oh, that might have been a bad idea. Ugh, Ash turns away. I'm done with this. You're risking the entire supply just by being here. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. I go next cycle. We don't need you anymore. Get out. Jeez, I don't know what to do here. Sleeper, Peak looks torn. You have to understand this is personal for Ash. I know! I know! Peak looks away, then at Ash. I don't know, Sleeper. I don't know what to do. You glance around the Bay of the Briar, the walls seeming closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it all collapses? You look at Peak. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peak rubs their forehead. Should we do this thing or not? I don't know, is the truth. I don't even know what you mean by should we do this thing or not. You mean, like, should we just breach through? Here's the thing, Peak. I don't think I can get us ready in time. If you die, like... I did the best I could do. I tried to help you with the plan, but, like, there's a lot to this. And we're not gonna make it, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't think we're gonna make it. I shouldn't have taken up Bliss. Bliss's, thing. I don't think we can do it, is the thing. So the truth is, no, I don't. Because we have, like, 2 cycles left. It's not happening, so no. Pete grimaces. I was worried you would say that. To be honest with you, Sleeper, I'm not sure how we got here. I mean, I know what we did. It's like universes shifted under us. One moment we were escaping Hawthorne, and now we're here, and I have no idea what's coming. They look at Ash, but do you see her? They look back at you. She knows how we got here. She's driving this thing forward, and they pause. She saved my life. So if your answer is no, I'm gonna need you to stand back and get out of our way, because wherever she goes, that's where I'll follow. Damn it. Look, I know I did the right thing. I know I tried to do the right thing. I really did. I understand. This is the... You know what? Fine. Fine. If it happens and it happens, then help us, Sleeper. Finish this. We're so close. Fine. Fine. Peak nods. Okay then. They squeeze your shoulder. Onward. They slip away to help Ash, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. A certain kind of grim determination settling in the room. Last chance to prepare. God damn it. Peak is waiting for you when you slip out of the operations center, nervously poking at their small slate. Sleeper, they hiss. I followed what you were doing on that network. Incredible work. How do you do that? Comes naturally. Peak smiles. I can't tell if that's modesty or just the truth. Interfacing skills like that? It's almost worth being... They stop themselves. Sorry, I didn't mean... Nothing is worth being a sleeper. Don't worry about it. Peak nods. Sorry. You and Peak quietly slip into the main walkway and work your way back to the public areas of the cordon. Havenage has had to quickly respond to the flotilla's arrival, and that means a lot of contractors and spacers walking through these corridors. You blend in easily enough. I haven't really met a sleeper before, Peak begins, as you might have guessed. They smile nervously. Hawthorne is an XPR service outpost, and since the collapse no one came for refueling or repairs anymore, so my generation has never met anyone outside the company. We heard about sleepers, they nod in your direction, from the data packets that come through that come through from XPR every once in a while. They usually contain news along with the corporate propaganda, but the reports were light on the details. SNRP have kept the sleeper program pretty quiet anyway, and I think XPR are only interested in telling their employees about it because it made living in our own company town look like a good life, in comparison to being a piece of corporate property. They freeze. Sorry, again, I don't mean... They look down. I'm just not sure how to talk about this stuff. Maybe, don't... It's fine. Peak smiles. I'll shut up about it now. You walk on a little further, the walkway becoming busier. You both relax a little more and go with the flow of people. I just want to say, I think I understand. They begin again. Clearly this has been on their mind. I understand the need to escape, to get free of it all. They laugh at themselves. Structures, the systems, the company horizons in a company town. They stare ahead. The small places, small corridors, small people. They look away. Slow death it rings. That's it. They turn to you. I get why you signed up to be a sleeper, and why you escaped from that too. Nod. I'll just nod. I don't care. You try to form words, but you can't. There's altogether too much running through your head. But you look at Peak and they look at you, and that seems okay for now. You walk in silence again, each of you in their own thoughts, but moving together through space nonetheless. After a while, you come to the entrance of the cordon, where handfuls of workers and crews filter in and out through two huge loading bay doors. Peak stops. Okay, they pause. I'm heading back to the Briar. Once again, incredible work on the sensors. That blind spot you created, that should give us a real advantage. See you soon. They head off, disappearing into the crowd almost immediately, outrunning their own nervousness. You're leaning against the metal crates you just loaded up with algae, packed and dried into bright green pucks. Esh hops onto one beside you, flexing her aching back. Hope the refugees like algae. Esh squints at you as if you just interrupted her train of thought. It's a look you became familiar with. Doesn't matter either way. This is what we've got, she sighs, rubbing the back of her neck. In these past cycles, working the algae stack with Esh, you've had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you, something like silent trust, the kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. Something I've been meaning to ask. Esh raises her head cautiously. Go on. Why escape XPR? Esh pauses, her protective instinct fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off, then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erlin's Eye wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where we grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim was the only reason XPR were ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get into the whole story, but wanting to offer something. She flinches, correcting herself. They are a service corps. You understand? They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye around her, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client, and Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost tasked with just holding on. Keep the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs at her head as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. You know what it's like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that only exists to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory, to shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations. It's like living in a... She searches for the word, her eyes jumping back and forth. In a grave. She clenches her hands. So if you're looking for the answer to why questions, that's your answer. We, Peek and I, know what it's like to be forgotten. Same! To be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns, and she doesn't look away. The silence extends and you realize the conversation is over. Ash seems angry, not at you, but with herself for even voicing such ideas. After a while, you stand and start to load crates onto the powered cargo trolley that Ash will run back to the Briar. As you do it, you try to catch her eye, but she avoids it. Sorry. Soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. End cycle. But I've got a feeling when I wake up, something's gonna happen. Yeah. She's gone, Sleeper. Peek is breathless and shaking. She started the run without us. Ash? Peek looks confused. Who else? Let's go. If we head to the corridor now. Peek starts back up the corridor. They turn back. She has to make it, Sleeper. She has to. A shiver runs down your spine. Ash, I hope you know what you're doing. Whatever. For now, we're talking to Bliss. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. And make sure the mic's in a good spot. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were gonna make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like I've never seen, even. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss. Impressive. When I saw that ship coming, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz. She winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. That's the voice. That's the Moritz voice. Can you even see me? Ah, can you see me? Sorry, I don't know why my camera's been weird lately. Hasn't been, like, cameraing correctly. It's annoying. I don't know why it's doing that. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. You shoulder some of the gear that came back in with you and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-even-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she's genuinely nervous. Ah, don't worry. I'll stop worrying when the chits are in my hands, and I'm giving them to a gimbal bartender. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you're doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts, and there it is. Almost 1,000 cryo. Ooh, is sat in the Bay Transfer's account. Well, Bliss calls. Have we been screwed again? It's there. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something, glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. I needed this. Thanks, Drake. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. It made a tidy profit. What? A tidy profit, eventually. She laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push, but now, this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz has to spring in this step. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. My camera's pissing me off. Why is it doing this? What if I... Oh! Okay, that worked. You both look over at him, happily racking up tools. And that's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? She leans in closer. You know, he came here to rob the place. He give him a job instead. She laughs. Damn it, Moritz. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. maybe it's time to change the subject. What now? From here on out, it's gonna be a little easier. I'm gonna look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine. There'll always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it. She smiles and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper. Yeah? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. Well, actually, no. No. You arrive frantic and anxious at the cordon. Yeah, after working on a ship for a bit. Peak is nowhere to be seen. What the hell? Oh, they're the same message. Then you hear footsteps hammering on the metal stairway Helene's drone led you through before, the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs 2 at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring into the observation deck. What? Sleeper. Peak emerges from the light. I know she's trying to protect me, but... It's okay, she chose. What about my choice, Sleeper? I'm not a child anymore. I can fight for myself. They turn away. There she is! Peak rushes to the wide window, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of the Climbing Briar's blue XBR livery against the black of the void. You spot the Climbing Briar, glint of blue and white, tiny and alone, arcing down towards the red lights of the cordon. She's exposed, Peak says nervously. They'll see her coming if they look. You watch the cordon and the buzzing tugs for any sign of movement, any response. The Briar crawls silently across your view. Come on, Ash, Peak hisses. Then you see it, a sudden flicker of yellow. Peak sees it too. Those 2 tugs are heading to cut her off. They grip the rail. Go, Ash! As if responding to Peak's urging, the Briar speeds up, diving for the cordon edge now, like a hawk descending. You tense up. Peak grips the rail as the Briar races towards the edge of the cordon, that invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. Now let's hope the blind spot triggered. You think back to the mess of systems you had to wade through to set it up, the delicate contingencies you set up to trigger the sensor blackout at just the right moment. The Briar slides through the cordon as if it was nothing, rapidly slipping into the mess of ships in the flotilla. You look back to the pursuing tugs and see them slow, confused by the cordon's acceptance of the Briar and struggling to track their target. Ash is in! Both you and Peak let out the breath you've been holding and laugh. How did she do it? Peak smiles, shaking their head. We did it! It was we! Peak smiles wider. Yes, we did. They laugh. You feel a little shaky from the tension, but Peak's ease helps you settle. You imagine Ash steely-eyed in the pilot seat of the Briar, searching for a place to dock. Oh man, gotta find a parking space. Maybe being stubborn has its advantages. You okay? Me? Peak sighs. I think that took years off my life, but I've gotta hand it to Ash. She was right. You and Peak turn back to the window, looking for the Briar again amongst all those hulls, the calm fading as new worries settle in. You spot the Briar first this time, docking with the largest of the flotilla's ships, a vast converted tanker, half of its protective plates removed. You think about the effort it must have taken to get that thing all the way here from the inner system. You watch the Briar, unable to get any sense of progress from its plastic exterior. They'll be offloading everything now, Peak says, both assuring you and themselves that everything is going to plan. You think of all the supplies loaded into the Briar and how long the process of unloading them might take. I mean, we did get that front finished. The bay was packed, rammed with everything you could offer, and the thought of bringing all that to the flotilla makes you smile. You think of the reaction of the refugees, of the welcome they'll give Ash as the bearer of such gifts. You even imagine a smile from Ash as she is showered with thanks. You focus on that as you watch the Briar and continue the nervous wait for it to finish unloading. It's breaking off. Peak points at the Briar and you see the puff of air and dust that accompanies an emergency depressurization. What? Ash must have ended things early, but why? Then you see them, the tugs closing in on the Briar. Havenage must have spotted the ship. Shoot. You and Peak are up against the window again, willing the Briar a safe path out of the flotilla. The Briar drifts through the flotilla, but is agonizingly slow. Come on, Ash, Peak shouts in desperation, pressing a palm against the glass. You squint at the gathering yellow glints of the tugs. They're too fast. You both watch in dismay as the tugs swarm the Briar, their shunts locking onto the hull of the ship and holding it in place. The Briar is stuck and its drive's unable to escape the tug's grip, especially in the close quarters of the flotilla. No! Peak is silent, and you watch as the Briar is dragged away towards the facility at the edge of the rim, a hole opening up in the pit of your stomach. You look at Peak, but they don't respond. They don't take their eyes off the Briar. Even after it disappears, they stand there at the glass, their eyes fixed on the flotilla. She didn't even get the supplies through. Peak doesn't look at you. This was all for nothing. Wait, no, oops. This was all for nothing. We can get her back. This is stupid, Sleeper. Peak looks back at you, their eyes wet. A stupid plan. We had a ship and our freedom. Now what do we have? Peak slams a hand on the glass in frustration, making you jump. I won't be trapped again. I won't. They turn and rush out of the observation deck before you can say anything, leaving you alone with the cold and the light. Give it to me. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Ooh. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the sidereal out there. Its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you've watched it grow, be assembled. You've walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it's ready for the final stage. We'll go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done, and you can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem. Changing out of his work gear, Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. Actually, no, I don't know if you can hear that. Hold on. She'll be ready soon. Where's Mina? You two are fast friends, huh? He's being watched at home. Now I'm on the work team, I can afford a bit more help. He corrects himself. Was on the work team. I mean, we are all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem comes to sit beside you on the bench. She's gotta be in her best shape when she carries you. You, Mina, and me out of here. Oh, the side reel. I was like, who's she? So confident? Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm due a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if until the draw anyway. And there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Celis Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the side reel in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? I think that's more important. Lem is surprised by the question. You're not going to ask me about Celis, Sleeper? I mean, okay. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. I need to get you two together again soon, especially now I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. Oh yeah, you're a sleeper. It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in a Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other one was long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina's never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. You will. Of course. Almost there. Lem stands, stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. With the shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. She shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? Good luck. Don't eat it, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the side reel really take you to a planet, a place with weather even, with skies, with life? You get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. Helene, even? I'm sorry, Sleeper. I don't remember your voice, I'm just gonna guess. Helene comes towards you along the walkway, but your friend must have known there was a chance this would happen. She seems unsure of how to greet you and looks around nervously. She's being held, along with her ship. What now? I don't know, Sleeper, I don't know. Helene pinches the bridge of her nose. Cordon Security has your friend, and she and her ship will be held in the quarantine until it is lifted. So how do we lift it? As for the quarantine, she glances at her slate. We're working on it, but the Council's unlikely to budge now. Not after this. She runs a hand through her hair. This is the last thing I needed. Helene meets your eye. She was carrying weapons, you know that? She stares at you. We found a crate of firearms on her ship. I didn't know. Helene eyes you. Well, it doesn't matter now. They're safely in Havenage hands. And the refugees? Nothing good. Helene looks away. As you know, Cordon Security intercepted your friend before she could get supplies through. Since then, the refugees have cut off all communication. I'm worried, Sleeper, about what is happening in there. But after recent events, Cordon Security are keeping the place locked down tighter than ever. No one can get in. That's bad. Meanwhile, the hardline counselors are preaching in the chamber as we speak. It's a deadlock, and I don't know when it will loosen its grip. Helene walks a little away and turns back. I wish I had better news, Sleeper, but we knew this was coming. What can be done? It's a waiting game now. I'll do my best to make my voice heard in the debates to persuade members, and we will see what can be done. We still don't know why the flotilla came here and why they abandoned settlements and outposts throughout the system to flee to this ruined station. What little we heard from them concerned computer and life support systems collapsing in waves, machinery in flux. Helene sucks in a breath. This isn't over. You think of the people of the flotilla. I'm awful at speaking. Helene's right. People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? Helene interrupts your thoughts. I have to go. The debates will restart soon, and I should be there. She waits for a moment, and it is unclear if she's trying to think of something to say or just waiting for you to speak. But the silence keeps you both quiet, and she walks off down the corridor, a nod the only farewell she offers. You hope that speaking to her might ease the knot of worry in your chest, but it remains there, reminding you of Ash, of the refugees, and of the wait ahead. What is done, no matter how many times you turn it over in your head. You get the feeling you'll be needed soon, and for that, you must save your strength. What was it Feng told you Erland said? The eye opens for us all? Not this time. For now, the eye remains closed to those that need it. A shudder runs through you. Something's coming. You can feel it. This isn't over. Here we go. Crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces among them, people you have worked alongside on the cider. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises he raises your eyebrows! His eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. Robot! She shouts, reaching out to you. Yeah, I'll hug her. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite the turnout, huh? Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is, putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. Yeah, this isn't good. Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. This is Aster Enhart of the Celis Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet!" rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sendra Celis for the work you have done in the Sidereal Horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Awesome. Sendra wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Havenage Association. It looks like I'm like holding my nose, but that's not what's happening. I'm doing this to try and like... Unlike most of the core, we need to believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sendra Celis herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenage Yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of the Vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs at the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note only licensed contractors at the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. Oh, it's multiple people. A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You have never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones like a rising wave. Astor starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration. Everyone pushes forward. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shouts start. Daddy? Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Havenage security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, we gotta go. He doesn't move. They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. We gotta go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Asta reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. You turn to Lem. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare ahead into the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. I'm starving. I'm starving. Oh, who's contacting me? It hits you like a wave. A white-edged breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float. You are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. What? Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and something moves. And that something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around, looking for a sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouts in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? Doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up, the data banks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown in cold vacuum. Okay, in the wave, it was just noise. Just as the sound produced by a wave raking across a pebble beach represents trillions of impacts heard as a single roar, so this sound was the result of the trillions of electrons flickering in place heard as a single, impossible scream. A memory image comes to you, one from the moment before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it, trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it. A razor-edged white curve, the wave. What? The wave approaches the eye. The eye spins, turning each part to face that vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal data cloud forms. The bright mark at the low end, the greenway, the waste, and then... The wave hits just as the flotilla. The cordon turns to face it. And after that, everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? Hello, Peak. Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs, all are gone. Half the cordon's frame has also been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Havenage staff and contractors clearing the cordon. I guess try to speak to them. You're met with suspicious looks and scattered warnings, but little else. From the equipment being carried out... Sorry, let me readjust myself. You suspect this is no relief effort. Havenage are pulling out of this section of the station. What? The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You see a few sections that have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed and red warning lights punctuating the corridors, but otherwise most areas seem functional. Suddenly you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Havenage security? You should have known better to wander into this place. You brace yourself as you turn. It's Peak! Sleeper! Peak's wide eyes greet you as you turn. The cordon! They glance around, panicked. It's gone down! The Briar and Esh are still in there. Do you think she did this? Or perhaps Havenage messed up? They start pulling you towards the edge of the cordon. We should find her. What if... It wasn't either of them. Peak stops. What are you saying? There was a wave. Something hit the station. Yeah. Peak looks incredulous. Hit? Sleeper, we'd all be dead if that was the case. They pause to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave? A signal? An EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peak runs a hand through their hair. I don't know what you're saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look away down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Esh. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm gonna find a way to Esh no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. As you walk into the bay of the climbing briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumbles of ships that might lead you to this blue streak. You see Esh and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware that you might be interrupting something private. Peak... Well, there's their ship name. God damn it. Peak is explaining something forcefully as Esh stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. She suddenly spots you. Sleeper. Esh nods. Didn't quite turn out like how we hoped, right? Peak stops and glances between the two of you, the tension rising. I'm sorry. Maybe if you flew better. Esh waves your apology away. None of that. We all had our part to play. Peak looks nervous. It has worked out. They appeal to you. The Flux event knocked the entire cordon system offline. The flotilla is free and Havenage are backing off. That's not a... Wait, Flux... What is a Flux event? That's what the refugees are calling it, Peak explains. Apparently that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. Okay, so what is actually happening? Hard to tell. It's some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems. Peak chips in. Typically systems are screened against radiation interference, but this seems to be dulled. Not stopped by those defenses. That's a weird sentence. The crisis continues, Esh sighs. The cordon may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. You should tell them, Esh. Peak glances at her. Please. Esh doesn't respond. Tell you what? You stare at her back, waiting for a response. What do you have to tell me? Please, Esh, haven't they shown they can be trusted? Peak nods towards you. Yeah, I've done a pretty good job of that.
Esh turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start, but then stops. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it's not directed at you or at anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons to the flotilla, she pauses, and now Haven has them. I knew this already. You suddenly remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay, marked with a yellow sigil, the ones Esh told you were just supplies. There's no time to argue. Havenage? They seized them from me when they caught the briar. Esh kicks at the floor. Bastards. We hope that they will keep them safe, but given recent events... Pete glances nervously at Esh. We aren't so sure that Havenage is the right place for weapons to be. I wouldn't pet it past them to use them to take the Corin back by force. Esh glares. They're scared and losing control. In my experience, that's when institutions do dangerous things. Whether that's true, we can't do anything about it right now, Ash, short of marching into the yards at the other end of the eye and taking them back. Yeah. Ash looks like that is exactly what she would like to do. Peek smiles nervously. Plus, we have other things to be getting on with. I want to understand the Flux Sleeper, to study it. Peek's eyes light up. This thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peek pauses. It's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems, Ash sniffs. I don't know if that even came up on the microphone. Peek ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and when the Flux event hit, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these Flux nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, I saw the way you worked with data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a Flux node and bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but most can be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Peek pauses. Start there. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the Flux is and where it comes from. Okay. They smile. I knew you'd agree. Ash looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing Ghost Sleeper. There are people in this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Ash. Peek smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something. Good hunting. And they wave you out as Ash stomps away to make plans of her own. Soul. Like the guy from Guilty Gear? Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowded, cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. You turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face framed in the rusted metal. Ah, you are quite the sight. Soul. He hands out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooded cane. Do I know you? Soul frowns. I didn't mean to cause offense. He withdraws his hand. Forgive me. As soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a Sleeper was part of the supply run that came in several cycles ago. He nods. A very welcome act, and we all thank you for it. Walk with me, Sleeper. Soul sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you and Soul, standing back and letting you pass. I guess he's the boss. You pass a makeshift kitchen, steaming pots on heating elements, a restless queue collecting meals. That algae that came through isn't exactly a full meal, but with what we have here, we've been able to make it work. You see a ladle of greenish stew dished out. The color is something, isn't it? Soul smiles. Soul leads you out of the larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, the water gushing out readily. Soul nods to the person as he passes. Just a little further now. Soul leads you into a freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. It jerks into life, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space, and sparks leaping in bursts as the ship is reshaped and modified to sustain its population. If Havenage were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, the Flux event has put a stop to that. Soul stretches. Some have crossed to the eye, but many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is shrinking, but not like I'd hoped. With the Flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Sol leads you slowly out into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine with a glass roof above showing the distant hub, and by the far curve of the eye beyond. That's a long sentence. Hold on. The people at the terminals nod to him as he enters. This your ship? Sol nods. That's right. The pilgrim seat is mine to care for. He leads you up to a railed platform at the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least the crew did, and I do my best to serve them. Sol looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face. I'll admit that the responsibility isn't one that suits me, though we rarely get to choose such things. He glances back at you. But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try to help us here. Is that right? Did my best. Sol nods silently. But I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now? Sol leans back and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. Flex event. I gotta be honest. I really want to know about that. I appreciate the honesty. That figured as much. Sol flexes the shoulder that is free of the suit. Looking at you now, I can see that an event like that, well, would have had a big impact. He smiles a half smile. I have thousands of people here on the pilgrim seat, Sleeper, and there's thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against a railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've got into. And this cycle, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, just caught up with us. So these people are scared, Sleeper. They're looking to me for reassurance. And then, on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board, a Sleeper. The same Sleeper they reckon that wanted so strongly to send the ship past the cordon to see us. Sol scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that, for your interest. He pauses. But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us. Sol's suit hisses and creaks. I think that's fair, don't you? Sol takes a deep breath. So, what is it? Tell me about the flux! Tell me about the flux! Someone at a terminal calls out to Sol and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Great, I'm not getting an explanation! Apologies. He smiles that half smile. Tell you what, Sleeper. Let's you and me make a deal. You want information, I understand that. But I have a list that needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. He grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's been happening in the system, and I'll answer all your questions and then some. Now, I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed. She is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. We have ships here from each of the moons. I hope you can hear that on the mic. We're from Ember's Hearth, but there's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleeper, but with the pressure of the flux, the bad blood from the old days, Sol leans in. We aren't exactly all in alignment. What I need is a way to stop these things from escalating. For the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. Those from Ember's Step, well, they've always been proud. That pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking access at the Ember's Song ships gathers at. But they have taken far too many cyclists to unload. Maybe if you're heading that way, you can look in on them. No, I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't... Sol stops. He leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He groans a little and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders, the suit the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned. He speaks through his pain, his voice clipped. Are you okay? Not really, but as long as this thing holds, he grimaces. I hope. Sol grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. Oh, shoot, I messed that sentence up. He smiles his half smile despite the pain. Because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the Pilgrim Seat, too. If you have a moment to pitch in, there's never enough around here. That's something I've learned the hard way. Sol settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding. Alright, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper, so you have to find your own way out. With that, Sol sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down the freight elevator, and as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel and all the vessels of this flotilla hold. Don't make me talk to someone. Come on! I need to end the episode! Who's Aki? You better be a really interesting person I can put in the thumbnail. It's a strange sight given your time spent in the greenway to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. It piles up along the edges, gathers in curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It's a desert in miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It is. They say nothing. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in the red reflected light. No, I might go with soul. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you'll know because you clicked on the video. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki. They smile a tight smile. You are not from the flotilla, am I right? I'm not from anywhere. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glitters in her eyes, whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the wind's long shadow? Soul sent me. Aki doesn't respond. She looks absent-mindedly at the dust. You are a strange one. Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you have been on the flotilla, there's a silent order to the wind's long shadow, and in this moment, it feels unsettling. Where is everyone? Aki waves a hand. Asleep, mostly. It is night on step, and so it is night here. She rubs her shoulders, at least for those of us who can sleep. I'll stay silent. I know step is like a moon. Aki lets the silence sit, and you hear the wind and dust scratching at the viewing window. I want that to go away. Stop flashing. You hear a creak as a set of shutters slowly begins to close around the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There's nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape. Aki begins. To simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling. Systems that are failing. The flux event. Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, which I totally have, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive. To keep these traces of step alive. She smiles to herself, which is ironic because when we left step, the flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were living upon it. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds picking away at the dunes begin to reveal something, a web, a network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely, and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki in cold cyan. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired. Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful, and perhaps we will get another chance to talk. She turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Don't make me do something immediately. Don't make me talk to someone immediately. I'm gonna lose my mind. Don't do it. Don't do it. You bastard. Actually, it's Moritz. I don't mind Moritz. Sleeper. No. That's not your voice. Sleeper. Long time. Moritz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How you been? Working hard. I bet. He grins. Well, you always are welcome hanging at the bay if you want. I have a little bit. Working. He glances around. Actually, that's what I'm here about. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind or something. He grins. Because now we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed. Cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we're done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So come on up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins, like old times. When you enter the bay, it's weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out on some errand and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit?
What are you doing? Can you get out?
We're mad at you right now. We're mad because you killed one of our friends. No, you killed another sleeper. And that's messed up, alright? I can't even remember your voice. It's been so long since I've seen you. I don't know. Sleeper. No, maybe. Sleeper. Ankita's drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she looked smaller, less imposing. Ankita. She nods and kicks off from the wall, drifting closer. So what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or a sleeper? Or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want to fight. Then why are you here? She looks away, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign, becomes a shout from the bay entrance. Because I've got my best repaired tech coming up here, especially, and they're going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the... She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We work together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says and leaves. Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What's she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Cassetta, Ankita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special agreement. She sighs. I'm leaving. What? Leaving? Keep it down, I haven't told Moritz yet. She looks down, swaying to break it to him. Don't you tell him either. She stares hard at you. I'll tell him when I'm ready, and I don't want him getting worried about Ankita's history. He can be very protective. You should tell him. Look, all I care is that she's heading for the starboard belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I want to ask, she stops, unsure, if you'd like to come with us. Technically, I would, because that is an ending. I would. She interrupts before you answer. Oh, great. I know things have been hard for you on the eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We've got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The starboard belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Oh, hey Peak. Sleeper, come look at this. Peak is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways like an ingrown root ball has started to untangle. This is an existing node corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check your listening. But inside,
You watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative spaces, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. Sorry, that was a weird way. Like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. It's a whole other data set. That feels like the wrong voice. Peek's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow needs this data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. That's better. Why? Peek pauses. I have no idea. You watch the screen, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye's systems are screened against radiation interference, but these exposed nodes? Peek makes a ripping motion with their hands, torn apart. Peek points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. God, I'm sorry. Look here, it looks like it's been tangled purposefully, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. The pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peek pauses as the node continues to unwind. I don't know why I'm having such trouble speaking today. I'm gonna take a sip of actual water. Drink water. Although, Peek muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly, but that's a technicality. So what is the flux? We know it's a wave. One with exotic effects, that's all. Peek runs a hand through their hair. The question is not so much what flux is, but what is causing it, where it's coming from. Peek turns away from the screen, meeting your eye, and there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? Little. Peek lowers their voice instinctively. What they're reporting, mass system failures, cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming systems, total data corruption. Peek swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems. Bless you. Especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing, heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all. That doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Peek looks back at the screen where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of the negative spaces that existed within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? Peek shakes their head. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I want to keep this to myself for now. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with the help. From what I heard from Ash, things are tense there. Where is Ash? Peek glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say I've noticed, although the quiet is nice. They smile. Give me some time, Sleeper. Peek turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave. The dark shape it leaves behind, somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Great, I gotta talk to Soul. He kinda hurts my voice. Soul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you. He smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. I've put in the time. And we thank you for it. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's Earth. Soul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Is that offensive to Sleeper? I'm just gonna say thank you. Soul nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? If I say the flux, I'm not going to get the answers I want. I know that. So I'm going to ask about Ember's Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time. He winks.
But the short of it is that Earth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming system Cybio set up back in Solheim on the system even.
How are relations with the other moons? Sol smiles.
Depends who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do.
He gives you a look.
But Ember's Step was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Earth is built on, while Ember's Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension.
However, Sol holds up a hand.
Despite what people might say, Earth was never fully stable.
Sol shakes his head.
Cybio liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as Steppe.
I assume Steppe is a planet we've heard about before. I can't remember.
Earth was as good as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turned that subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky.
Sol smiles.
Flux ended that though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest with it.
Sol pauses.
And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself.
Sol shudders.
That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set out on this place.
He gestures at the pilgrim seed.
And look for another future.
Sol shifts on the crate.
Anything else you want to ask?
Was something. Tell me about you. Sol squints at you.
You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about this.
He raps on the metal of his suit.
In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical.
He adjusts his shoulder piece.
It's a lifter suit, made for work in the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper. Because to be honest with you, I don't know you more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's Earth? Go ahead. But don't pry into my life, and I won't pry into yours.
Sol lets the silence hit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Hold on, let me take another sip of water.
Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background, thank you very much. Anything else you want to ask?
I guess I'll ask about the flux, why not?
That's what I imagined. He scratches at his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Earth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out, lifter suits locked up, bots reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of Passero that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while. But out in the farmland, we were used to that.
Passero?
Capital of Earth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home.
Sol grimaces. I really should change the voice for the good of my health, but it fits him really well. I mean, come on. What other voice do I do for this guy?
Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like the mine and the city. And I never saw it, but I heard from the others.
Sol shivers. Damn.
It only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. Cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors.
Sol scratches their beard.
Sorry, I don't have better news.
Sol shifts on the crate.
Anything else you want to ask?
What else would I ask? Sol nods.
What do you want to know about?
Something buzzes on Sol's suit. He glances at it and frowns.
Looks like time's up, Sleeper.
I can tell, yeah, there was nothing else to ask. Oh, my back. Sol stands flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand.
Keep it up, Sleeper.
He smiles as he leaves.
You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place.
With that, Sol leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away from down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Oh yeah, there definitely is. I just don't know what yet. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floors playing with Bun Bun. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. How are you? Bun Bun is sad, says Mina, nodding the toy's head in agreement. Like Daddy. You look around the unit, it's a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina's sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor, her drawing slate cracked and dark. Let's tidy up. You start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes in the auto wash, and... Sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. And wiping them down. You pile the clothes up next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what do you... He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops a bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot about the fast few cycles now too? Wish I was so lucky. Oh, God. That's not really Lem's voice. I gotta do it more accurately. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help? Unless you have a side wheel ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the crews. It turns out only long-time Havenage members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never even planned to consider us. Havenage say they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows, maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes. But what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand down on the sofa. You're giving up? Lem opens his mouth to respond, but stops himself. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the side wheel up the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing a ship with all their cryo-sleeper pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. Stealing a ticket might be a little hard. Sneaking aboard is within the realm of possibility. Though, probably stealing a ticket. But I don't like that it's a question mark. Steal a ticket. We could sneak aboard. Maybe. I don't know. What should I do? We could steal a ticket. Lem laughs. There's no tickets. I was joking before. Just those ID numbers, coded as someone's identity. No stealing that. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. He sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I miss that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around? Be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the side of it will bring in a crowd. Be careful. This kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find any way on board? You take it. You need help to get there? Ask me, but for now, me and Mina here are sticking to the eye. She looks up at him and smiles. I'll find a way for us all. I will! Lem smiles but doesn't say anything. You stand to leave and Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you're out, back in the walkways at the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the flux reaching all the way out here too. Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust houses need That is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? Into the dust house? Where else? She taps away at a panel by the window. Seems only fair that after your help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark, changing room. You notice Aki sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside is just like Ember's step. Thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels of purifying light and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand like a coil of rope. What's under the sand? This is steppe silk. It's one of the plants we establish on steppe. She kicks away some red sand. Let me scoot up a bit. Right. She kicks away some red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of many species adapted to steppe since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It's as much a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root, threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic-tasting air and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's step? That's the more important one. Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Steppe was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybiel, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading, and Cybiel's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybiel fell too, its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies. So when the flux started to collapse, our computer systems corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only traces of steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You're unsure what to do. Sit beside her. Comfort. We need to comfort. We need to be nice. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from steppe are so different. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember's steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture. And yet, when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed. She sniffs. We carry the steppe for them. Perhaps there's hope. We learn not to talk of hope on a dying world. There is meaning for them, and any future they can build with the time they have. She stands up. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back into the corridor. If the flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. I can help. Aki smiles weakly. I knew it. You will be welcome on the wind's long shadow whenever you wish.
These dust houses are already decaying. I have seen it.
She stares into the dust.
We had thought that they would last longer, but the last flux event. Help us.
Aki looks at you.
Please.
I will. I will. I will.
When you are ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event.
Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears.
She takes a breath. I will see you soon.
Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember's Step. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the Sepstoke through the ochre haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak but unsure of what to say. The dust houses look good. Aki smiles at you warmly.
They do.
She pauses and turns back to the window.
What is the value of all this?
She asks suddenly.
Of preserving a world we have left behind.
Heritage. Aki is silent for a moment.
Our practices, our lives require the materials, the patterns that Step provides. But if those practices remain unchanged while the universe around them shifts, aren't they already dead?
She pauses.
What is better, to preserve at all costs or to allow things to be destroyed by change?
Tough question. Don't know. Aki paces away, lost in thought.
I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted, but now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we have been.
Aki stops to look at you. Her posture is somehow different.
If the ecosystems of Step, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it?
She frowns.
Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before?
You can change. I guess, I don't know. I'm struggling here. Aki comes close, holds your hands in hers.
We must change. We must change to live.
She smiles.
I have seen that in you. The Step, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future.
She takes a breath.
There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gifts of the Step's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me?
Yes, I can. I don't even need to know how.
I know that Soul sent you.
She smiles.
You can tell him Aki, captain of the wind's long shadow, invites all the people of the flotilla to come.
All right. She nods. Aki steps away.
You want to know about the flux, no? About its purposes, its origins?
She smiles.
You wish to protect your home as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems.
Okay. I'm struggling to understand any of this.
It is possible to shield against it, as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we felt on Ember's Step. Localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but... She pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion's star, H1. That is all we could uncover.
She's silent for a moment, unsure of what to add.
I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome on this ship.
She smiles.
I hope I will see you when the others come.
She squeezes both your hands.
I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home.
With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word home resonating within you like a struck bell. I did it. There's a loose crowd around the supplies you have unloaded, and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel resting. Further away, crews from Ember's Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There's a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from Ember's Song that are part of the flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Step, there's no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just a mass of individuals traveling in concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. It looks like Peter.
I don't think your name is Peter, but... So I won't call you Peter. Is it Petter? I'm just gonna call you Pete. You know, I don't actually care. I'm gonna call you Peter. Alright, is that okay, Peter? Well, too bad. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you have seen many of the Song refugees wearing. A jeering voice? I don't know what that means. You look kind of...
You hear me?
I don't know if that picks up on mic.
You hear me?
It does. These supplies are to help. He smirks.
Oh, how noble of you. Coming out here to help us singers. Coming out here to help us singers.
That's a little better. I don't know. I don't know if I like that voice. There's a rumble of anger around the crowd.
We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember's Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons.
You realize Peter is addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you.
With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the Eye, what is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained.
He pats one of the crates you unloaded.
What we need, we will take.
Soul wants to cooperate. That is true.
Soul is a farmer. Even the people of Song know that he was simply the sole survivor of Hearth's leadership. His authority means nothing.
Peter looks around at the crowd.
Hearth think they can buy us, but we remember the past.
A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at them.
Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We're not wasteful.
Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents.
I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper,
says Peter as he approaches.
But we cannot concede to Hearth here, not for a moment.
No, I don't understand.
I can see that.
Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lip.
What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you?
He nods at the crowd rifling through the crates.
Because that's what was about to happen.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Not sure about that. Peter shrugs.
What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle?
He shakes his head.
They were chased out of this place.
So why do they hate Hearth?
We,
Peter says with emphasis,
do not hate Hearth. We simply do not trust them. Do you know anything about Ember's Moon, Sleeper? Or were you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind, an objective outsider offering help?
He rolls his eyes. Educate me then. He smiles.
It would be my pleasure. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart.
Is it Hearth or Heart? What? I'm going to assume it's Hearth and that's a misspelling. He winks.
We can cover the 3 sisters next session. Step was the first to be settled. A contract old Solheim gave to the terraformer Cybeal System.
I'm going to say that's Systems.
When they first claimed the Helion system. That's way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere slowly sloughing
What?
off each orbit. A dysfunctional ecosystem and whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Cybeal moved to Hearth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world. A fact that the typical Hearth colonist won't ever let you forget.
Okay. That's another voice that strains. I love like 2 important characters right now that have voices that strain mine. Awesome.
How did Cybeal achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's that same old rule of surrogacy, the one humanity built our universe around.
Peter claps a hand to his chest in mock pride.
My moon, Ember Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures. Exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project.
Okay.
Energy,
Industry, fuel, song provided the raw materials for Earth. Peter grimaces, willingly or not. Yikes. And a crucible requires people to run it. Us singers born into a flaming pit and asked to stoke it so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure. Until Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off this speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he's delivered it. No Solheim, no contract, no Sibyl, no Sibyl, meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war sleeper, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly, Hearth and Steppe came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand, they need a sleeper, will always have. So we are the linchpin, we're the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Earth, intentionally or otherwise. And I have to say, some cycles, I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. What does that matter now? That's not the button I want to press. Peter shakes his head. Do you forgive crimes against yourself so easily, Sleeper? Did I? I mean, I kind of forgive Ankita, which wasn't really against me. I did not forgive Ethan. I still wanted nothing to do with him. I knew giving him the gun was a bad idea, and I did it anyway, goddammit. Would you return to the bosom of Essenarb if they sent someone to collect? No. Both times, no. Peter stares at the crowd. Don't presume to judge us. I want you to imagine what it's like to try to live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes his sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, some others left. We will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. The flotilla should be united. Have you been listening? Sorry, I don't know why it took so long. Peter's voice raises immediately. We don't want to be united, Sleeper. Being united by Earth means living under them. I won't keep you from the docking axis, Sleeper. No one here has the authority for that. But watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who have tried to control us. I understand. Peter nods, then let it guide your actions. Peter sighs. Look, we are many and we have many needs. Ships come to this docking axis for repairs, for requisitions, for friendship. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help, help in your own name, Sleeper, not in that of Earth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you'll lose all trust. Be as we are, act in your own name alone. Peter puts a hand on your shoulder and stands. Damn. I hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. And with that, he walks away, back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies amongst the crews present. You watch them pass the food and water between them, no signs of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, ones that reveal little about the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This is gonna suck. Oh, we did it. No, well, kind of. Dip mine replacement? Oh, damn it. I need a whole ship mine? Are you serious? Oh, God. That is rough. That is... Jesus. I can't buy a whole ship mine somewhere, can I? Where else could I get a ship mine fragment, man? I can't buy them, can I? I can! What? Oh my god, I've been wasting my time. Alright, here's your ship mine core. You gonna talk to me again? Oh my god. I love doing your voice. As you cross the axis looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Pete. What? Oh, okay, hold on, let me reread that. As you cross the axis, looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He's completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. I don't want to talk to him. I gotta be honest. I'm gonna leave him be. You watch for a moment more and then move off across the hub towards a promising looking shuttle dock. Peter didn't look like he wanted to be disturbed, but as you climb through the docking tunnel towards the departing ship, you can't help but glance back. You spot him there, still at the railing, so small in the cavernous chamber of the hub. He seems untouched by the motion around him, lost in memory or thought. You feel a cold shiver rising from the inside and slip out through the docking tunnel before it can touch you. Gotta keep moving. And I re-rolled and got a 6. Sleeper! Oh man, I gotta talk to you. Peter calls to you as you cross the axis. He's standing by the same railing you saw him at last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things. Good things? He gives you a sidelong look. Peter smiles. Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on song I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Really? Really? Are you sure? Peter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineer. It's an essential subject on the moon where a single mechanical failure can mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected song themselves, they could have the choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. Them and I was respected. Surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kinds of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. Our future was cut off, just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking. Don't teach me, though. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program for one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter's smiling now, buoyed up a little by memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily or take help easily, but we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands from the railing. When you see Soul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember Song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Earth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles, and then tell him to leave us alone. He turns, his step lighter and head soft towards the center of the Axis hub. Sorry, that was awful. Have you heard of CAN channel, Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they're working at seems to have grown too. Wasn't it 6 cycles? Jesus, Peak! The console they're working at seems to have grown too, shattering their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. No, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. Peak turns to face you.
Humanity active negation. The name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. Can. Peak recites the definition as if in the classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points of negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. English, brainiac! Essentially, can channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a can channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploitation. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecularly pure materials, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh.
Where's this going?
Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Helion system, this system, ever had a can channel. Can channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub. But Solheim...
Peak smiles. Oh god.
Solheim spared no expense when they established this system.
So there's a can channel?
Yep.
Peak's eyes light up.
They shut it down before they collapsed. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact,
Peak grins, they've been building up to this.
I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with can channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up.
The flux. Okay, got it.
Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel.
Oh, that's... shoot. Do I want to know who or why? I don't think Peak knows the answers to either of these questions. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze.
Why? Peak sucks in a breath. I don't know.
They start counting off the information on their fingers.
They need a lot of resources to do it, and they'd need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore, so why would you go to the trouble?
Bless you. Just to trigger the flux, maybe? Peak rubs their red eyes. Jesus, Peak, come on. You need some sleep.
The flux, the wave the can effect produces, is a side effect. Problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it.
Okay.
Then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial system set up to function within the range of a once active can channel?
Peak is getting frustrated.
The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux, yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had.
Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the can channels, those vast casual highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. This system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Stellus ships that came to begin work on the side of the horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created your suffering. Turning towards the Helion system, a floodlight turned to this dark corner. There's something on the camera, I think. Whatever. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops.
No.
They lean in close.
This doesn't make any sense.
What's happening?
The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station.
Peak pulls at their hair.
I set this system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it was the most run-down part of the station. We were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event.
Peak turns to you.
You're gonna need to get me the data from these nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they're popping up everywhere.
Right now? Right now. We can talk more about CAN channels and system history when you're back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to their monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Oh my god, so much talking. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Sol is waiting for you.
You wouldn't believe the messages that have come in the past few cycles, Sleeper.
He smiles.
The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture. Whole cache of supplies from their own farms.
He smiles.
Not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture's a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so.
Sol smiles.
I don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. What I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part are you at in all this?
Sol eyes you, waiting for an answer. I helped where I could.
I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper.
He smiles. You look at Sol, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell.
I want to show you something.
Sol squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship, towards the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seat at all hours. That sucks to sleep through. With the cordon lifted and shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation. I can give you supplies and money. Dude, I am rich. Not just in money and stabilizer, but scrap as well. Like, and I can just buy scrap. This stuff is nothing to me. The ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. Sorry, I took state as like a literal, as like a united state. You look at Sol. What's his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Sol stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up.
The Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know.
The amber warning lights on the bulkhead door send spinning shadows across Sol's face.
We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at Paso Road. When we realized we need to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster.
Sol raps on a metal plate.
And somehow she's carried us all the way out here.
What? We? I don't know. I don't care about either of those questions.
Farmers mostly, from outside the city, and the edges.
That's bad. He flexes his shoulder beneath his suit.
We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, and a whole load of land and people to run it.
Got that all. His voice sucks to do. But I have to do it. I have to stay consistent.
And my people helped convert this place for the long trip.
He looks at his feet.
Others led, organized the evacuation, debated the plan.
I'll stay silent.
Not one of those folks made it.
Damn. Sol rubs his forehead.
We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. Guess my crew trusted me. And I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader, and that I'm sick, but well, when service chooses you.
Loud klaxon sounds indicating that the bulkhead doors are ready to be opened. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all I see is darkness, and a blur in my camera. God damn it. Come on. I needed to stop doing that. How do I... Did it stop? Okay, I think it stopped. Ah! Ah! The space in front of you... What? At first all you see is darkness, then the lights go on, and huge strips that stretch back and back as far as you can see. Space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you've ever seen, is empty.
The
When we left Earth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship. Sol begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time. We have resources. We're stabilized here, at least for the moment. Sol turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Sol sighs. Flux has already hit one part of the station. For what I know, it'll hit again. On Earth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing. Hell, we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. What the hell? Stay off my mushrooms, man. They're mushrooms. This is the way forward. The only way. We need to fill this ship with able bodies and head for the starboard belt.
I thought the Eye was your destination.
It was, until the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye, you have connections, and you can work hard. And I've seen it.
You have? Sol meets your Eye.
I know you're like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you.
Can this work?
It has to, Sleeper. There's nothing else.
Why does my camera do that? Like it's... Hold on. Like this is making me mad. Okay, so like that, like this, I'm very unfocused. But like this, I'm way more focused. Okay. Hopefully now it should stop unfocusing forever.
I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me.
Sol begins to lead you back out of the bay.
But think of what we can do here. Flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out there in the belt there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. It's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all this.
Sol sighs.
I didn't bring my people here, just let them die somewhere new.
Oh my god. Sol crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans and Sol waits for it to stop.
Think about it, Sleeper.
Sol claps an arm on your back.
Don't wait too long. This is happening soon.
And he leaves you there. In the silence of this vast bay, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the Eye. You watch as Peak works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving in to Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this as an image on a screen is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It's nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Esh entering. I don't understand why these are, like, big options. Esh, what's up? What's going on? She looks up and meets your eye, but does not respond. She stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peak asked without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Ash slams a bag down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn? With the Sleeper's help, Peak smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling? It's clear that Esh doesn't appreciate Peak's tone. Don't Havenage have them? Yep, Esh replies, at least until I find where they're keeping them. Esh, Peak cuts in without looking away from the console. That's not a good idea. This is my mistake, Peak, and I'll fix it how I want. Esh folds her arms. Havenage just lost the cordon. Equipping them with weapons is not something I want to have been responsible for. Sorry, that was awful. Peak holds up a hand. Shh. They lean in towards the screen. Son of a... What? They hit it in the wake of the wave. Peak is whispering to themselves. It's alive! It's not how they would have said that. They lean back in their chair. Ash crosses over to look at the screen. Alive?
Well, it's growing, it's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look! You cross over to the screen and stand beside Esh. And you can see that Peak has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it, the movement. The thin threads cross from one stain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other flux nodes appeared. Peak rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave, they were corrupted after the fact. This thing, this shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them, but it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex that it opens up the systems to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, the shadow is broadcast in and planted inside. The wave from the can channel is a brute force way of hitting every system in Helion. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peak looks pale, their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what's attacking the systems, it's the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peak sits back in their chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Ash rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a can channel in this system? Crap. Peak isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peak looks desperately at you. I'm not saying Helene. I'm not gonna deal with, like, the yelling and screaming that's gonna assume from Ash. Probably Soul. They won't get mad at Soul. Right. The refugees need to know. Ash cuts in. Maybe they can protect themselves against it, lead an evacuation. An evacuation? Are you insane, Ash? Peak is desperate. Havenage are the station administrators. They need to know. The argument rages between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. Yeah. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peak says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case, collate the evidence. We messed this up. They look down at their hands. Ash goes to speak and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleeper. Peak meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they're ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Soul won't be ready to hear this, and Helene and Havenage are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Havenage they're likely to react badly, and even with the flotilla stabilized, Soul is also not going to react well to this. I need time to build a case. You're too twisted up in this, Peak. Ash says quietly. This is not our place. We don't... Oh. Stop, Ash. Peak slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out into the pilgrim seat. Bye. When you close your shadows, what? When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision. Something dark growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick. Your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. I've got a feeling someone's gonna burst into our home and talk to us. I was right. Sleeper. Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Hey? Peak looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. For what? No, really, Peak, for what? Peak smiles weakly. Nice try, but we can't dodge this. Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All of the data I've compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave and the structures that hide within it, is on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Peak sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. You sure? Peak grimaces. As I can be. The evidence all points in one direction. Like the band? Sorry, everyone makes that joke, I know. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol, is so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasure I've tried to deploy. It's like trying to hold water in a cage.
It slipped straight through. It has to be a way. Pete closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on the station. They sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about all this. Soul? Perhaps. Peak pauses. Maybe the flotilla will have a better chance of survival if they have the data. But what about the eye? Will they protect it? Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong. Peak's eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Finally! Oh my god! Why couldn't that have been the case earlier, Jesus Christ? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together, or we'll fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peak smiles. That is the only way. We send the data to both. No, you're just straight up right. I'm not gonna answer your question. I know you're right. I know you're correct about this. Peak smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another Flux event is coming. I'm sure of it. I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peak opens their hand and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Sol. You know Helene. They trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You're a part of the Eye. Peak is right, but right now that feels more like a weakness than a strength. Sorry. I've set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You will meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Please come with me. Peak pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Havenage want nothing to do with us, and Sol is paranoid at best. God damn it. Of course. I should have expected as much. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done, and they slip away into the Eye. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helene receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Havenage Council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it. Her reaction, you can't predict. You imagine Sol, too. One of his crew finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time, you'd watch the activity beyond the edge of the Eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helene's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helene herself strides into the room. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helene holds up a slate, scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. Yeah, I don't think it matters. That's where you're wrong. Helene shakes her head. I need this data authenticated. I can't just... She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux? The system's KAN channel starting up? A total collapse of the Eye? She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... I mean... I think they know. They'll believe you. I think they will believe her, but I don't think they'll actually, be like, oh, yeah, something's wrong. Oh, we're all gonna die. Like, no. Oh my goodness, everything's fine. She laughs. Do you know what has been happening with Havenage, Sleeper? She looks away, out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's division at every vote, but in the division, only one group prospers. The hardliners. Because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The Eye must be defended. She shakes her head. And now you're telling me they brought something to the Eye that will cause its collapse. But they didn't bring it. No, they didn't bring it. This is like... This would have happened regardless of whether they came or not.
It doesn't matter, Sleeper. It's all the counselors will hear.
She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple.
Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame.
Did someone say refugees? Hey, what's up, Soul? Speaking of which, he clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helene glances between the two of you, uncertain if she's been drawn into some elaborate plan. You have. Soul holds out a hand to her. Soul, he nods. I believe you've spoken remotely, while the cordon was still up. We're all allies here. Soul raises an eyebrow. Seems a little presumptuous, doesn't it? I trust you, Sleeper, but Havenage have been the ones seeking to hold us without charge or good reason. I'm not Havenage, Helene blurts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is no one person represents Havenage. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon, and I did not support your quarantine. Soul nods. Well then. Soul glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. 1. The flux events. The very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies on the moon of Ember have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. Ooh, a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol, which is causing the real damage. A second finger joins the first. 3. This shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's song, step, and hearth, and quickly, in short, it'll shut down everything keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4. This is my favorite. We have no idea who or what is doing this, and why. Soul's final finger joins the other 3. Is that about the total of it all? There's also another one coming. Of course there is. Soul smiles thinly. Sounds... Helene pauses, searching for words. Intimidating. Helene turns to Soul. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's hearth? Soul shakes his head. That's why we're here. Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. Suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helene looks at you. I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure. We can try. That's the best I can promise. Helene nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Soul cuts in. Part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's hearth was that I gave up hope early. Soul, you're really not helping here, man. Soul shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests and trials, and I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed. Getting people on board. So in the second and the third, and then the rest of the flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Not Havenage, is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and start the evacuation now. Right this cycle. No thanks. Soul looks out of the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Havenage's resources, I dare say we can finish the job with time to spare. Soul scratches at his beard. I know it's hard, and I know it's sudden, but we have to give up hope. We have to run. There'll be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't. Jesus Christ. Helene listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak, but she stops, frozen. Let me think. Helene rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helene paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. Here's the thing. If I say we evacuate the eye, what does that mean for my save? No, we purge the shadow protocol. We can do this.
Helene stops pacing. But with what resources? The data you sent me, this thing is a shadow, uncontrollable, untraceable. Perhaps with the full contingent of the Havenage Systems Department, but that would require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked, maintenance schedules abandoned. She looks away. Getting that through the council, would that even be possible? She glances at Sol, who's patiently watching, patiently listening. Can we do it without them? Is that an option? I don't know. I don't know if that's an option. Though I don't exactly want to be involved with Havenage, so I'm gonna try. Impossible. Helene looks at the slate again. I will take this to the council. Force them to listen. Force them to act. You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helene emerged from just minutes ago. Kemp? Kemp? Who the hell are you? I'm not putting you in the thumbnail. Get the hell out of here. What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows, dressed in the same style of Havenage overalls as Helene. And I must say, that's some very incendiary, goddamn, I hate that word, rhetoric you're using, Chancellor Helene. You glance at Helene and her face drops immediately. She curses under her breath. Fiddlesticks. Sol shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Havenage with an interloper. He gestures at Sol. Everyone would be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of the counselors had such high hopes for our youngest member. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Helene stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty bullcrap, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. I'm doing bad at reading today. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculation flickering in his sharp eyes. He gestures, and out of the shadows, two Havenage security officers appear. As they do, both you and Helene take a sharp breath in. They're carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Oh boy. Gloss XPR logos glint along their barrels. These are Esh's weapons. Damn it, Esh. Confiscated by Havenage in the smuggling operation gone wrong, and now put to use. Kemp holds up the slate, and one of the officers takes it and slips it into a pocket on his vest. He smiles at Helene, then follows her eyes to where they're fixed on the matty black barrels of the officers' weapons. The weapons we confiscated from the spacers. Helene looks at you. I'm your friends. She narrows her eyes at Kemp. You can't do this. You can't use them. Kemp shrugs. You have just handed me evidence that the flotilla has infected this station with a virus. With a shadow protocol that threatens the life of every Havenage member, every person on the eye. He gives Helene a dark look. This is not the time for half measures. Helene steps forward without thinking, and immediately the officers raise their guns. Not a smart move, Helene, I can't lie. Be very careful here, Helene. I don't think escalating this situation will play in your favor. Kemp sighs. You're in the wrong here. Plotting against the council, hoarding data vital to our work. It's all so obvious. You couldn't win power by Havenage systems, by our laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It's as simple as that. So now, you need to come with me. Sol shoots you a purposeful glance. Now is the only moment you'll have. Run from Kemp? No. Why would I run from Kemp? That's just gonna screw up everything. I need to at least try. I need to put in the effort. My controller. Run at Kemp. You rush Kemp, but as you do, Sol twists one of his arms, snapping something on his suit. What? A burst of pressurized gas jets out, clouding the room in a choking cloud. Somehow, in the gray, your shoulder finds Kemp. He tumbles backwards, pulling you with him. Then something crackles blue through the gray like lightning inside a cloud. The weapons. The fear takes over and you stumble to your feet, running from that terrible cracking sound as it whips through the gas. You stumble into another body in the haze, and both of you tumble through a doorway. It's Sol, and you stumble and limp together, mindlessly through corridor after corridor until that crackling sound is no longer echoing in your ears. You catch your breath together, Sol wrenching his suit back into shape and leaning heavily on his cane.
I assume that wasn't part of the plan.
Sol coughs.
Certainly gave some life to proceedings, though.
What do you do? I know the answer to if you're okay or not, to be completely honest. Sol leans against the wall.
Well, first I'm gonna catch my breath a little longer.
He straightens up.
I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. The Pilgrim Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Havenage wants it or not.
Can't abandon the eye, man. Come on.
I seem to remember it was us being abandoned not so long ago. I'm not sure the reverse applies.
Come on. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder.
There's a berth for you. For any you can gather, Sleeper. That much I owe you.
And Helene?
Even if she made it out of that,
Sol gestures back down the corridor.
I wouldn't hold out much hope for coming around, Sleeper. She's too tied up in all this. Won't let her leave it even if she wants to.
He eyes you.
Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong.
Sol glances back down the corridor.
Now I think we better clear out. I'm not sure those officers won't come looking. My crew will meet me at the edge of the corridor, so I'm good from here.
Sol leans on his cane.
Oh, thank you, Sleeper, for saying the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if it can help us shore up the Pilgrim Seed against any future Flux events. We'll be leaving as soon as we're able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome.
He meets your eye.
We had you back on Ember's Earth.
He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past.
Well,
he smiles.
Just don't keep me waiting.
And he limps off down the corridor towards the edge of the corridor. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. People want to hear about all of this. It should be your first port of call. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Esh, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Reminds me of when we met. Ah! Esh sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peek pushes past too. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Peek rushes to catch up with Esh. Put that down, Esh, please! But she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. Peek puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peek? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We're running, Peek. We're running because this thing cannot be stopped. Couldn't be stopped at XBR, our home. Why do we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Esh. We can give these people a chance. Peek pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Esh shakes her head. No, Peek. This is not on us. We barely made it out of XBR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand onto the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peek turns away. You feel unsure what to do, but you know now is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peek crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry to see that, Sleeper. Is there a bug on my screen? Dude, get out of here. Doing a finale episode. They sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peek leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peek gestures to the broad mess table with its curved couches, and you slide in on one side. Peek sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how did it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Probably tell them about Kemp. Probably the best. Peek looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline Counselor Kemp's sudden appearance, about the XPR embossed guns and the resulting chaos. You admit you don't know what happened to Helene. Peek is silent for a moment. Those are Esh's guns, right? The ones she smuggled out of XPR on this ship? The ones she didn't tell us about?
Peak looks desperate. Yeah. Peak's head droops. Ash. Peak whispers to himself. Peak takes a deep breath.
Then we can't be sure that Helene can help us at all. If Kemp has taken her, or if the council looks on your meeting darkly,
Peak nods softly.
then this is on us.
What's on us? Ash is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she's been there for. Peak looks up at her with tired eyes.
Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XBR.
Ash freezes. She glances between you and Peak as if this... What the hell? You didn't see anything. Might be some sort of elaborate joke. That bug is really pissing me off. I don't know where it just went. Haven had used them? Ash moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peak interrupts.
The hardliners within the Haven's Council used them, Ash, against their own members.
Ash shakes her head. Good. Anyone in that corrupt mess deserves what's coming to them. She grimaces. They should never have laid their hands on those weapons, if I'd have known. Pete goes to speak and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you.
I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper.
Pete shoots a look at Ash.
Our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away.
Ash looks away but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what's motivating her? You realize that she still might be trying to protect Peak, even from themselves. Suddenly, a shrill beeping fills the room and Peak pulls out their slate to silence it, but as they do, they freeze, their finger hovering above the screen, the beeping continuing its insistent pulse. What? What? Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at this slate, then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The bleeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Ash frowns at Peak. Plan to explain?
12 cycles.
Peak looks vacantly up at you both.
12 cycles until the next flux event.
They shake their head.
I've been using the arrays on the Briar to look towards the center of the system to approximate where the CAN channel should be. Just this moment they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and pattern of previous flux events, you have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye.
The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it, before a second wave hits in this place. Peak interrupts your thoughts. We start now. That's the end of it. Peak stands up to face Ash.
You want to take the Briar and run, Ash? That's on you.
But I won't do it. They take a deep breath.
I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes, trying to find a solution. I'll need your help.
Their eyes meet yours and you see a wild desperation flickering there.
We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late.
Sorry. Peak eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you,
so we can keep in touch.
You pocket the thin handheld terminal. And Ash, Peak starts, but she's gone, storming down the corridors of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Ash will try anyway. Peak rubs their red eye, staring after Ash.
Maybe I'll take a moment before we start.
They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes.
See you back here soon, okay?
And you slip from the room into the corridor, Peak's quiet sobs somehow carrying through the ship and behind you as you leave. 12 days. We all have 12 days until we die. Peak beckons you over to the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch behind them, something dark and malevolent filling their each screen like an oil stain. Shadow Protocol.
Not quite.
Peak's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light.
This isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot.
Look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river. A dark flow, unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. What, like what I can see when I press Y? You know exactly what this is. It was good that I got that ending. Ooh. You swum in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It's the gardener's chorus, the dark cloud which blankets the Greenway's networks, the bio-organic morass of a malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. I know this place. Peak glances at you. I thought you might have seen it, covering the Greenway like a shroud. Peak meets your eye. Everything I have tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. Shadow Protocol is being slowed, partially contained. It's spread across the station, as we have seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. So I started to look out of our test cases. Outside of these fragments, we have been poking, prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles, and look what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway. Something spreading like an ink stain, somehow darker than black, it bleeds across the Shadow Protocol. Now watch. Peak eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it's gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the Greenway. You're reminded of an image you had forgotten. Pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone-white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it is gone. The dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. Did the fucking bug go into my mouth? Oh, God, I hope not. It's disgusting. What did I just see? Hope. Peak sighs. Wrapped up in something terrible. Think back to your meeting with the gardener. The sense of something old and world, and human to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we've seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something. A centralized intelligence with the local ID gardener. I know that guy. I know that thing. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the Shadow Protocol. But if it stays in the Greenway, the eye will still fall. The station's systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub, the shipyards, the spokes. Pete glances away. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network, access it, expand it somehow. Peak pauses. I've been inside there, Peak. Peak pauses, trying to read your expression. And this gardener, can they help us? You try to remember what that strange being said to you, it's been a while. But all you remember is the feeling of dissolving into that network, the heady mix of growth and decay, the ceaselessness of it. Will they protect the station, or will they simply dissolve it? They might. Peak stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. It's a chance. Maybe. They shake their head. You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of, and still come up with nothing. You've stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. Peak recognizes the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this. Peak begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect the Greenway. Peak starts pacing, the idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means repairing the station. Limit the gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything, we just need to protect the station's core functionality. Then, we need to reconnect the Greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared should connect, and Gardner will spread along the paths we prepared. At least, that's my theory. Pete grimaces, but if we don't prepare correctly, the Gardner might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Pete closes their eyes, and after that, things might get worse. It can't be worse than total collapse.
Don't say it, Sleeper. Peak sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Haven's shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core. As I understand there's somewhere on the rim. I'd need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We seed the gardener in all these places. Peak pauses. But how are we gonna do that? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I suppose we could transplant to Greenway. Peak smiles. Of course. The gardener needs plants to care for. That's what the protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management systems of the Eye back when Solheim built it. We seed Greenway plants into those systems and the gardener will seek them out, protect them. Peak stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But they pause. We'll need a way into those systems. Havenage have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy! Please tell me it's Feng! Peak raises an eyebrow. Someone in the Havenage systems team? You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Feng still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Yes! Yes, he's back! Okay, well, Peak looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan and an eagerness to not look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Feng's Bay. Feng, buddy, it's been a while. I'm excited to see Feng. That's it. No more wasting time. Peak sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the bay's shutter and wire the slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a Havenage pass card or something inside. Peak shoots you a glance. Something they wouldn't mind if we borrow. Fine, but be quick. I wanted to see Feng! Peak nods without looking up. I'm going as quick as I can. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open, the noise making you jump. Let's get inside. Peak glances around. Quickly. You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking light of Feng's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peak makes a beeline for the desk at the center, scattered with tools and components. They flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? They're a little disordered, but yeah. You're interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone came in behind you. Peak freezes. I could swear I closed the shutter when I left. Feng leans on a stack of servers near the entrance. That's what he's doing in the picture. He must be forgetful. Feng! Yo! What is up, man? I've never been more excited to see an old character return. Very same. Feng smiles. He raises an eyebrow. Thought you'd come to rob an old friend. Is that the plan? We need your help. Feng nods. You hear about the flux. Peak nods and is suddenly giving Feng their full attention. Feng smiles, pleased with himself. I guess as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something happened. These past cycles I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems from the hub to the rim. He grins. I've surprised myself, to be honest. Didn't think I had it in me. Peak seems unamused. And what did you find? He sighs. That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it, it disappears. Peak finishes. Feng turns to you. Do they always do that? Peak ignores him. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems, in the negative space. It's slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over. And we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station. Rotational control, life support. Feng holds up a hand. Whoa, 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 slow down there. I don't even know your name. You're asking for the keys to the castle? Can't be done. Feng, dude. It's me. Feng pauses and glances between both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily, sorry to say. Come on, man. No, I don't. I used to. But no, I don't anymore.
Pete cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the Run from the XPR colony Hawthorne, with the intent to keep running until we hit the starboard belt. But since I have been here, I've done everything in my power to protect this place. I've helped it to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the Shadow Protocol from the station's systems. Meanwhile, Haven has just done everything to stop and slow these actions. I've proven myself as a friend to the people of this administration rather than the administration many times over. I will not be doubted by someone who bears the badge of this corrupt administration.
Peek fixes Feng with a hard look. Feng looks down at his Haven jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. They made Feng funny. Look, I have no love for their council either, friend, but someone has to run this place, and that someone is me. Feng walks over to the workbench where you're both standing and digs a slate out of the pile of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Peek grabs the slate and you recognize the tangled form of a flux node on the screen. Peek immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding, and the shadow, just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight, not shite. Feng leans in. Interesting, he says to himself. Before long, Peek has unfolded the system completely and it lays splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see. What now? Feng asks, his eyes fixed on the screen. How do you kill it? That's why we're here. Feng looks intrigued. Go on. There's one entity on the station that we have been There's one entity on the station that we have seen purging the shadow, the Gardener. Feng frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Peek glances at you, more like an avatar of the Greenway itself. You explain the Gardener to Feng, the feeling of descending into the flowing river of consciousnesses. You explain the networked chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AI's offer to help you, offer to you to be networked into the chorus, dissolved in its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Feng is silent for a moment. I wonder what would happen if we never met Gardener. Like, is that just it? Are we screwed? Because that's... oh my god. You want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. He pauses. I like it. Yes! He smiles. Yes! This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the shell? In the machine. Sorry, I'll say it right. We try to limit it, of course. Peek explains. That's why I want your help to access the Eye's major systems, to seed some of the Gardener's spores into them, to draw the Gardener's focus to those places. Feng whistles. So the way we save the Eyes by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks? He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations. You found someone weirder than you. Peek goes to argue when Feng holds up a hand. In it is an All Systems Havenage pass card with his picture on it. Take it before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it. Feng gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. Shadow Protocol had me spooked. So if you are telling me you figured out a way we might fight it. He looks at Peek. No matter how crazy, then I'm glad to help. He smiles a tight smile. What will you do now? I have to keep on with my work here. Strengthen those systems, back up the data. If the worst comes to worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. The last pieces of my parents are here among the data. Goodbye, Feng. Feng embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. I missed you. Goodbye, Feng. I hope to see you again soon. You take the card and leave the bay with Peek. Once you're outside, they stop you. We should split up. Peek looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. Seed the Gardener there. I'm gonna go find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder and you exchange fearful looks. You know, deep down, the Peak isn't sure this will work. They've decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence, you're very thankful. Okay. What do I do? Power routing. Okay. Grove spores? Oh, right. Wait. Oh, wait, no, that's just in total. Yeah, I can't put any more in here. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just sleep then. Fang! I missed you, Fang! Alright, end cycle. Good God, I'm starving. Luckily, I have some pretty good dice. Emphas! I require some sustenance. Thank you. Let's see, what else is there? Life support. I don't have... Ooh, right. I need to actually get some spores, right? That's what it is? Yeah. Okay, let's grab some. Come on. Thank you. So... where... I need... what? Access and seed the systems. Okay. So I think they're all on the mainland. I assume there's one if I go in the Ascender car. Okay, let's seed this. Ascender car. Is there something up here? Yes. Rotational control. There we go. I assume I'm gonna get a message from Peak. As you leave, the slate Peak gives you chirps insistently. Wow! Check and see a message. Found a possible entry to the core facility in that low end. Meet me here ASAP. Peak. The blinking marker gives their position as on the free spoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. Okay, let's do that thing. More lore! You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak Slate, a run-down but active corner of the low end where a short, glass-roofed alley turns off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the streetlight go by. Children hop across grids, scratch into metal floor plates, playing games of their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play tableau. Is it hard to believe that this all is a threat? It's hard to believe that all this is a threat. At threat. God damn! It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all this? As you're watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tablet tables set up along the way. Castor? Dude, like, hey. What's up? You move a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Castor sits, tablet pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper, my partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Everyone on the island knows how to play tabla. The methodical movement of the counters across the triangular points a ready fit for the rhythm of life on the ramshackle space station. Most games begin in the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused only on achieving their optimal early game setup. There is a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board. A point of contact where routine becomes negotiation, negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, a subtle shift in the texture of the interaction, Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you continually, Sleeper. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious, frank refrain, a defensive, protective quality. But in your tablet game, he pauses to move a counter. I see only risk. What are you talking about? Risk, Sleeper. I'm talking about risk. Risk is, of course, necessary to play tablet. To move a piece is to expose it. But it should be done with calculation, with proper analysis. Then, if the piece is taken, Castor moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap, placing it beside the board. It is already accounted for.
but you move forward with abandon as if the risk was just a secondary effective action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn. A cause. I play my way. Don't judge me, please. He smiles. Indeed, indeed. That is all I seek. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive, if you don't mind me saying so. You're responding, which means you're being led.
He leans back to consider the board. I mean, yeah. There's not been much that I've done for myself.
This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It's also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since it has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking, and little risk calculation. At first I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes, but now I find it exhausting.
He laughs.
It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the island.
Spun from the rim. He laughs again.
What better metaphor could you find for disorder?
His face drops.
But why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you're here.
He smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. You feel a shiver through your body as if something has changed in the air. What is this? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glass. Your eyes dart side to side. Inertia sets in. Castor's still smiling.
The risk you're planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take.
Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if this is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances.
You're leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. That's why I'm here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival.
He removes his glasses to clean them, and you see something flicker across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters.
This system, this station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employer, Senate brought out the entire system, and for the past decades have been its one valid owner.
He polishes his glasses diligently.
But to possess this system, the H1 system,
he pauses.
Helion to you, well, that's a matter of risk. Of how much force, how much cost, how much conflict a clearance will take.
He replaces his glasses.
That risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome. In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. H1 could offer nothing that could warrant the risk. But the markets change, the demands shift, and Senate staff, we analyze, we follow, we respond.
He puts his glasses back on his face.
H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy.
He glances around.
The lone can channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems. The frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, re-evaluating the risk, reclaiming our property. Starting up the can channel and clearing the way for what comes next.
He sits back, looking at the board. He gestures.
Your move.
So Senate stats causing the flux? You manage to force out the words. Castor looks a little surprised.
Senate stat is acting to reclaim their property from illegal occupation, to reestablish H1 as a foremost colony of the surrogacy program.
So, yeah.
Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role as an analyst in my calculations, I see great promise in you, in your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity, I assume you know that.
He smiles.
It truly is a wonderful happenstance of SNR's technology. Imagine even they are not fully aware of it.
He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and as you watch, you realize the inevitability of his victory.
I'll make you an offer, to come willingly or come by force. This station will collapse, we can be sure of that. But your ability to work with data, well, for an analyst, it's very intriguing.
He pauses to push his glasses up his nose.
Very intriguing indeed.
I'm not working with you, man. I thought you were chill. He glances around.
Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk. On one hand, almost certain death. On the other, a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, Sleeper.
The game is forfeit. You must see that. He holds out a hand. You're of value. You're needed. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you're already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper, you hear the familiar voice above the crowds, not the clouds. Sleeper, I'm here. You're unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the front of you and waves a hand in your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. Sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak a wide smile. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of his hands lift, come close to his body. Some dark shape concealed in it, a weapon. You try to scream, to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peak glances at your static form. What's happening here? Sleeper? You put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Peak stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind, his hand lifting the dark object unfolding. And in the split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, shifting away from you. As you do, you feel the inertia lifting, and you know this is the only moment you'll have to act. Shoot! Don't shoot! Do not shoot. I'm gonna shove. As you lurch forward wildly like a sprung trap, your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries them back into Castor. Somewhere, some digital screech is echoing through the walkway. They tumble together and the object in Castor's hands skitters across the floor. You realize the screech is you! And you get to your feet, grab Peak and run. As you run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the walkway as you shove through the residence, Peak dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor had over you, the signals that locked you into this body of yours, that broke the connections and crawled up your spine. Oh my god! Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing, heaving, breathing into the cold metal floor. When they're able to speak, Peak asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Castor told you, about Senate Stat, about their claim on the Helion system, and the reactivation of the CAN channel, the Helion system's growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that has turned to look at the system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time, and then they speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set Gardner free. Why is it too dangerous? No, you're right. If the choice is between Gardner and these people, I will choose Gardner every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. Over these people? Do you mean like Castor and Senate Stat? You stand together. Final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you're ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Is it? I mean, I guess I can do this one. I don't think it matters, though. They give the same thing for the positive outcome. But yeah, we're almost there. Probably like one more, probably if I sleep. Wait, what? We found it? What? Sleeper, here! Pete calls to you from across the flickering corridor. An elevator to the core. They smile. This is it. It's been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops. Oh, it took less than a day. But finally, here it is. The path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open, a dingy-looking elevator flickering as they do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. Alright. The elevator bounces a little but stays stable. You glance back to Peak to see Peak watching you nervously. They follow you in sheepishly, just a little nervous. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. I feel like we're about to find like a monster down here or something. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors as it does it at an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if we spoke. Peak raises their voice above the noise. If it's not going to be a short trip. Have you heard? Have you heard of Sanistat? Peak thinks. Maybe once. They frown. Could have been mentioned in an XPR news packet, the kind that the central administration sent out to us. Something about market analytics, I think. They shake their head. You've spent so much time trying to forget your past, this stuff isn't easy to dredge up. How's Ash? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk, elevator talk. They sigh. That was bad. They sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Ash has set her mind on something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. The screeching of the elevator fills the silence. Will you leave with her? Pete thinks for a moment. I don't know, Sleeper. I honestly don't know. Part of me wants to run, to keep running for as long as I can. I'm used to that. But another part is done with that, is done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Pete goes quiet and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. You both walk out into an atrium still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once simulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Sorry for... I'm horrible at reading. Pete crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a fading sign in massive peeling letters, Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motors kick in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peak tumble through across the damp metal. As you stand... Sorry, I thought I heard something. As you stand, you're greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them. A vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominates the center of the room, its flickering LEDs reflected in the scattering puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels and water leads are still running, just as it has for decades and decades, since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it's been since anyone has been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peak. This place is still a living piece of history. What now? Well, actually, we don't have to yell anymore. What now? Peak takes out a handful of mulch from a small bag. It glitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross to the server and start packing the mulch deep into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps in the paneling, laying it across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing mulch into. You run your hands across its plated metal surface and watch the lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring like a physical disk drive starting up. Listen. The whirring shifts alternating, speeding up, slowing down, and as you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. I don't know who this is. Sleeper, you freeze. You're here. Navigator? What? Why is everyone coming back? For a moment you're afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. Navigator. Another drive spins up and another, giving the voice a richer, multi-tonal sound. I had forgotten. I had forgotten what it felt to speak like this. The drive skip. There is a certain quality to it. A certain physicality. What are you doing here? The drives squawk in unison. Do you imagine the flux, the shadow protocol? That they were just a problem for the people of the station, of this station? A high whining begins. They are all the more dangerous to us. I have been hiding once more, jumping from network to network to avoid the shadow as it eats up nodes. A low rumble. I had thought my hiding days were done. For the moment I found myself a safe haven here in the core. The
shadow has yet to breach this facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs. The rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. That's why we're here!
You explain to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, about how by seeding key systems you will protect them from its advance. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I am not sure what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure with the Shadow Protocol or the assimilation of Gardner. The drives pause to reset, but we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardner to the systems you have seeded. A pause. It is correct to do so. Thank you. The drives squeak in affirmation.
You have notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I'll be curious to see the outcome.
The drives squeal, the motor's giving out.
This cannot be sustained much longer.
Go, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Final squeak of affirmation, the drive skitters and slows to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at this vast piece of Solheim hardware. The whole place is built from ghosts, you think. From old protocols of company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is it its inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask.
Done.
Peak's shout breaks your line of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. Sorry. You got distracted.
If we're lucky, there's enough time for some growth before we reconnect the Greenway.
They glance at you.
That's it. All the facilities seeded.
They sigh.
We either just ensured the eye's survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers.
They laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors in the elevator beyond. No, let's just follow. I don't need to take one last look. You turn your back on the core and follow Peak back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching.
I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know when we let the Gardner out. The sooner the better.
Peak furrows their brow.
If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they're ready to go.
Oh shoot, I was supposed to be doing that? Peak swallows.
Unleashing Gardner could affect them too if we aren't careful.
This will work! Peak nods, opens their mouth to speak, and closes it again. You ride the rest of the way in silence. When you reach the top, you go your separate ways, but before you do, Peak embraces you, bearing their face on your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future, and then they let go and slip away, the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. Jesus. Upgrade point! Can't use it. Well, that's fun. Alright, well, I guess what's left is to just... evacuate the eye. To do this. Right? Yeah, okay. Well, I don't have any dice, so... let's sleep. Actually, I'll put in some scrap. And then we'll sleep. Alright. Let's start helping. Probably should do this one even if it can lower the condition. Starving. Great! What? Oh my god. As you stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, glad you're here. Sleeper, glad you're here. That's more accurate.
Soul's suit hisses as he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. Be sure to appreciate everything you do for us.
Nah, no worries.
I do mean it, Sleeper.
He looks away down the bay to where sparks jump from welding torches.
It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around.
Soul settles beside you, flinching a little but making himself comfortable on the crate.
Seems the word got out, this way or that.
He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing shipyard overalls.
We've had people flowing in from the eye looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought.
Soul sighs.
Which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect.
That's good, right?
Good for those that can get a place, maybe.
Soul frowns.
But none of this is good for anyone. We're supposed to stay here, not keep running.
Soul waves away the thought.
Don't listen to me.
He gives you sideways glance.
Just a tired old man.
He stretches.
I have something to ask, though. What is it? With all these evacuees, well, we need change of plan.
He shrugs.
Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need the others to help out. We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now, you settled down the folks at Member's Step, and they sent us supplies going to those dust houses of theirs. If we could get more.
He nods to himself.
And then the song crews.
He rubs his chin.
What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs, but with some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already.
He put a hand on your shoulder.
I sent my request out, and they seem to be complying. But I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now.
Soul stares up into the distance.
I need you out there speeding things up.
Of course. Yeah, man. Soul nods.
Alright then.
He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does.
Think of it this way. Either way, you won't have to deal with me much longer.
He smiles his uneven smile.
Unless, of course, you're planning to come along for the trip.
I'm staying. I'm staying, Soul. I'm sorry. Soul nods.
I understand.
He waves a hand and starts off towards the base entrance, the crackling sound of the welding quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractor chattering among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships and flotilla to see what can be done.
I knew you'd come.
Aki greets you outside the dust house, her eyes as bright as always.
You are very welcome here, as always.
What are you working on?
What you doing?
Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me, and she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem.
We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees. I am sure you have heard. We will put the dust houses to use.
She leads you past a dust house where the dust is less, the orange glow not as bright, the air a little more clean.
We are adapting slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead.
She smiles.
The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud.
Aki stops at a half-empty dust house scoured of its sand. It is being filled with mulch.
We brought this from the Greenway.
She stares at the green and brown, a strange sight even to you, now that you're used to the amber dust of steppe.
I admit it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us?
Okay.
Thank you.
She nods solemnly.
I know that the eye is suffering, and that it is at risk. I know what that is like.
Thank you.
I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe.
She shakes her head, but for the moment I cannot see what that might be. She gathers herself.
If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile, but if you do not have time,
she smiles a weak smile.
I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly.
She pauses.
Sadness will not sustain you.
She falls silent and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a greening fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of a new life. Will you soon be like the people of steppe, leaving behind a home? That was awful. Or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki, the moment of welcome suspension in time. A rare moment in this rush towards an end. You glance at Aki and she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity, something like that. After a short while, Aki sighs.
It is good to see you, Sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart.
She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dusthouse windows. Aki turns back for a moment as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away. So, yeah, dust houses. I can do stuff here now. Cool. And then there's Peter. God damn it. I don't want to do his voice. No. Hold on. The docking access is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato burst of welding torches, or the staccato maybe, the shouts of crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that news of the flotilla's imminent departure has reached this place before you. Damn it. Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper. Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face and a lightness in his step you haven't seen before. What's happening? Peter gestures to the chaos. The singers are rising, Sleeper. Peter eyes you again. I suppose you're here on Soul's orders again? I don't remember if that was his voice or not, but I don't really care. He winks at you. Nothing Ember's Earth like to do more than ordering people around. I'm here by choice. Fair enough. Just your timing seems to always be a cycle or two after you get some requests from the Hearth ship. He shrugs an exaggerated shrug. Must be a coincidence. Well, Soul has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the starboard belt aligns perfectly with our plans. What plans? To leave this damn place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the Hearth ships think we're complying with their orders at the same time, that's a 2-in-1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. You're leaving the flotilla? We are our own flotilla. We are our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at the busy Axis. We aren't going to tie ourselves to heart and step any longer. Why would we? If I say to help them, he's going to be pissed, so I'll just say I understand. Peter nods firmly. As you should. He looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadow of Steppen Hearth. And this is the time. Peter grimaces. We won't let the flux catch us again. Not a chance. And for the first time, you see fear in his eyes. Want to make us help that leap? Want to help us make that leap? Not the first thing I said? Grab a torch, start to a crew. You're welcome to it. Peter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. I'll hope I can. Peter nods. Just a stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Peter glances out past the docking axis through the outer windows to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. He looks you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, he smiles. Stay strong. And with that, Peter thumps you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew, with a purpose, a direction visible in every step of his rapid stride. Okay, so we have more stuff to do. Yay! Not really. Boo! End cycle will be fun. Alright. Come on. There we go. Thank you. These should be good enough dice. Pilgrim Seed. Do that. Oh god, don't make me talk to Soul. No! They just keep coming. Perhaps the Flux event scared enough people that they really believe the Eye will collapse. Perhaps they're sick of Havenage. The Council's infighting the Hardliners. Or perhaps they just want to take a chance at some new future. A place that's anywhere but here. Whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla's shuttles on their own ships however they can. We've seen so many faces pass that they're almost meaningless now. A parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing supplies, directing them to the berths you helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with sleepers. Others treat you with pity, some with hate, snatching back their bags and storming off. Still, you help. Still, you carry boxes and bags. Nothing can stop you. You don't look for Soul. Yes! You know he's busy, just like you, trying to make this thing work. Trying to fit as many people as will come onto the Pilgrim Seed. You know you'll see him before all this is over. You keep working, but there's something in the back of your mind. Something eating away at you. You try to push it to the back of your thoughts, but it keeps coming back. The Eye is over. That's the thought. But the Eye, even if the Flux doesn't get it, is on its way out. How can it survive when these floods of people are leaving it behind? It's a thought that troubles you because it makes you question why you've held on here so long, in a place that seems so temporary for so many people. Are you just a stubborn idiot, someone who didn't get the message? Or are you strong, committed for lasting the storm, for seeing the collapse coming, and facing it head on? Is there something you are sure of now? This place, like all places, is temporary. And as each phase passes you, each family packs up and gets on board the Pilgrim Seed, it feels ever more temporary, ever more fragile. Which means it either desperately needs protecting or it desperately needs to be left behind. The choice is yours. Scary. Anyway, dust houses. I'm gonna buy food from Memphis, and then I'll go to sleep. Memphis. Memphis. Hey, buddy. I need food now. Thank you. I just realized, yeah, I only have 4 dice because I'm a goddamn moron. I forgot to inject stabilizer, or even use scrap metal to help myself. God damn it. Whatever. I guess. Not a big deal. I suppose. Oh wait, I did it. You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, has become your favorite. The moss and dust sharing the space in curving terraces, the pale knots of steppe silk freckled with yellowing lickle symbiotes. It's a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of fungal threads and dust-caked roots and feel a little glow of pride at what's been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open, and assuming it's Aki, turn to greet her. Rico! What are you doing here? That's what I'm gonna say, by the way. Sleeper, I should have known you'd be here. Rico smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must be one of the most green-fingered people on the station. What are you doing here? I met some of the steppe refugees in the greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly. She smiles to herself. Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and, well, I thought I'd take her up on the offer. She looks around the dust house with its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. You know Aki? A little. She pauses. She's a fine botanist and even a finer conversationalist. 2 rare qualities on the station, in my experience. Rico limps over to you. She holds out a hand. How about you take me on a tour? You take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steppe silk knots help provide a strong base for fungal and lichal, growths, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of steppe tubers and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help the herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all felt the flux event hit and everyone is talking about what's next. I came out here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her and see the glossiness in her eyes, and I think I've decided. What you've done here, what Aki and other steppe refugees have done here, is incredible. A whole new ecosystem built from the strange, artificial changed remains of 2 worlds. But I am not of 2 worlds. I'm of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I'm entwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll lie in those fields and not get back up. She smiles. The tear tracks down both cheeks. And when the green takes me, I'll be so glad. I'll miss you, Rika. The feeling is mutual, Sleeper. She wipes her eyes and turns to you. But that's enough about me blubbering on about it. She furrows her brow. What I want to know is what you're planning. Should I stay or should I go? I don't know. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper. To know what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner you know, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so. That's rhymed, you know. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh! She suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of sporing clubheads with carefully preserved root systems. I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet. And if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. She frowns. I can offer that at least. Thank you, Rico. She nods. Don't thank me. These are yours by right. Rico stands and limps over to a pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out and beds them into the soil there with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while, she calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around. She says it casually, but there's a note of finality to her speech. See you around. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki! What are you doing here? What are you waiting for me for? It's beautiful. She's looking through the observation window and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rico with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist came. She shoots you a look. A friend of yours? What does more than that imply? Something like that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her. She pauses. Are you leaving us? For now. Aki sighs. The first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. Sorry, I'm having trouble reading. She pulls back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. Godspeed! Godspeed, Aki! She smiles. I like how that sounds. Godspeed to you. She nods and smiles one last warm smile before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist and you see her pointing to the club heads asking questions. You're unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone, laced with excitement that Rico is using to explain the club heads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light despite the burdens you carry, and the smile Rico and Aki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. My lips. Get them off of there! Alright, I did it. The docking axis is little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled away from its interior, every arm not used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable material are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Peter since you last spoke, and you're now realizing that you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle that Flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse too, the moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. The chaos has become quite a diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis from ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or advice, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet and whether they should. Among these Singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee. A paying passenger or replacement engineer or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the Singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more. And you can't help but wish that whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the Singer crews, they'll have safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the Eye, setting out for the first time. And then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis with a crew carrying a large bag and a nervous look. Tala! What are you doing here? It's been so long since I've seen you. You freeze for a second. What's she doing here? She glances around, feeling your eyes on her, and catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Sleeper! I can't remember her voice. Sleeper! Tala mutters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping the large bag at your feet and embracing you without thinking. What are you doing here? She sheepishly glances at her bag. Sleeper. She pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. I'm going to the starboard bow. Why did you say so?
She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper? My brother? You think back to your old blurred conversations in the back of the Bonteon. Yeah, I remember. He came here with me, with my family when we were little, just after we left Sinza. She bites her lip. He left when we were both teenagers, jumped on some spacer crew heading to the starboard belt. She sighs. I'm an idiot. She shakes her head. I'm going after him. She looks down, not sure what to add. Alone? She looks at you. I guess so. I really don't know if it makes sense or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about him. What happened? No. How'd you hear? I work in a bar. Yeah, that makes sense. Heard every bit of gossip this place has to offer. Speaking of the Bonteon, she meets your eye. Someone will have to run it. She leaves a long pause.
Maybe.
I mean, I could ask Francis, but he'd be happy to, or one of the others, she blurts out. Of course, if you're leaving with the flotilla or someone else, it'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure. It's fine, whichever way. I was just thinking.
I'm not sure.
Tala nods. Sure. I mean, I just sprung it on you. But,
She glances at the crew she was walking with, who are chatting a little way away.
There's not exactly much time. So, considering that,
She grabs the key hanging around her neck, the key to the Bonteon.
do you want to do it?
Yeah. Sure, whatever. Who cares? Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Tala leaps forward and embraces you again.
Thank you, Sleeper. I couldn't be leaving it in better hands.
She pulls the key from around her neck and places it around yours as if presenting a medal.
Remember to lock up, especially the back. And remember to empty the still if you're leaving things closed for a few cycles, and
She stops herself.
I won't be gone forever, of course. She blinks away a tear. I can come back and check in. Maybe once I find my brother.
She pauses, unable to finish that thought. She smiles at you and you see the weight lifting off her shoulders, her eyes already drifting towards the crew, the ship, the next big thing. She's ready.
I better be going.
She nods at the crew nearby.
Not a good start to keep my guys waiting.
She lifts the bag onto her shoulder. She looks down the curve of the eye towards the overlook.
Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you helped me with.
She nods.
I wouldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here.
She adjusts the bag.
Dad wouldn't have let me.
See you around.
She nods. Hope so. Then Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will carry her to the starboard belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it's hard to feel sad about Tala. You know her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere on that bright path. You hold the key in your hand. The metal is still a little warm from Tala's body. You turn it over in your fingers, thinking about how it feels like a tool and a burden. You can still lock up and leave, you figure, but now that will feel like breaking something fragile. If you stay, well, who knows what this little metal promise might grow into. Got an upgrade point. We can actually upgrade something. I don't think it really matters, but I'll get that one. This is crazy stuff. So, now what? I guess I go to sleep and then in the morning someone will talk to me. Probably peak.
Alright. Who would like to speak with me?
No one. No one would like to speak with me. No one wants to ever talk to me.
Alright, well, guess that gives me time to do the other endings. But first, I need to buy some food from Memphis. Thank you. Now let's see. Which ending am I doing for? I need to go up here anyway. Man, I'll do the ambergris first. Why not? I mean, I am pretty damn close to finishing it, so. 1. And that's 2. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He's been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. Turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first starboard belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in a kind of a daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You good, man? You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. For what? He shrugs. I don't know. This might be a cool thing to have around. Hey, Sleeper. He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. Yeah, I'll tell the truth. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it's suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job, man. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people have believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going to? Before he can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them, and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well? She looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. She kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. I don't know. Truth be told, do I want to go with Ankita? She kind of did that bad thing. I don't know. Going with Ankita and Bliss does not sound like it doesn't exactly sound like a fun time. I'm not going with them. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? You doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. Alright then. You're staying. He grins. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You staying then, Sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. One less math defeat. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not gonna go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the starboard belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. Your place. Guess so. He smiles. That's cool. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Ankita leave. And then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch glimpses of the distant stars looking through the windows. They're beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts, no bright futures. Just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know, and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the futures you need.
And that's an ending.
Nope. Skip. Continue. I'm not watching the full credits roll until I actually get the ending I want. Which, I'm pretty sure, is gonna end up being Lem and Mina. We're gonna be gay with Lem! Anyway, what? Next round's yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you've decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from the central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs, or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. "What are you thinking?" asks Moritz, noticing you staring out into the gimbal. "How weird this place is." Moritz glances around as if for the first time. "Yeah, Bliss never used to like coming here." Moritz takes a drink and stretches. "So, Sleeper, you sticking around?" "I have things to take care of." Moritz nods. "Yeah, thought you might." Moritz rubs the back of his head like he's doing in his picture. "One cycle at a time, that's how we'll take it. Nice and easy." I'm not sure if he's talking to himself or you. "So let's start already." Moritz laughs. Alright. He lifts his drink for a toast. "To the next cycle," he pronounces, and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere, among those points of light. To the next cycle. Anyway, this really should be called Moritz's Bay now, but whatever. What is this? Side wheel dock. That is what we have to do. Put that on. I'll probably re-roll my dice, see if I can get something better. Not exactly what I wanted, but sure. Please, positive. Yes! Caster! What the hell, man? Get out of here! You pissed me off last time. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandra Celis must be proud. You recognize the resonating voice of Caster immediately and turn to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. "I don't want to talk to you." "Sleeper, I'm a friend. I came all the way up here to see you." "Dude, you screwed me last time! Not they screwed us, you screwed me! You screwed me!" Caster walks out of the stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. "I don't much like it up here," he explains. "I hear there was some trouble at the Haven shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery." "They screwed us." "I know." He sighs, meeting your eye. "An ugly business. Celis are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know." He gestures out at the side wheel. "You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye?" "Control?" "Certainly. There is no corporate oversight out here. But that's not all." He stares at the pristine yellow hull. "Celis built it here. Oh my god, that was bad. I have to die after that. In like 60, 70 years. Because they didn't want anyone to know it exists." He rubs his forehead. "And secrecy is something I cannot abide." He turns to face you. "There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You are like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need whenever I need it, as long as you're on board. With you on the side wheel and some minor modifications,
He pauses. You can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me.
Who are you, man?
I am a concerned party. Someone who likes to know what is happening when it is happening, not afterwards.
It's not just me.
Yes, your friend Len. That can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too.
Castor clunks closer to the window, watching the tugs wheeling around the side wheel.
It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please consider it.
He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. What is going on with my throat, man?
But to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, there's a Celis Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit.
Castor looks over his glasses at you.
Celis aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You'll need to get on board if you want access to their airwalled servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I notice his importance to you and the little one. So cute. If you don't extract the data before the sidewheel horizon leaves the hub, then I will get the message. We have other options, but you are certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Celis, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You are bringing a lot of attention to yourself.
Castor glances around as if to emphasize his point.
There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision.
With that, Castor marches back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the sidewheel horizon and the part it may play in your future. Scary. You will either be on board or not. Steal the Celis data. Where is it? Where's the Celis data? Is it not that? What? Am I missing something? Where's the Celis data? Yadigan agents, Havenage agents, Havenage agent. Come on, where's the Celis data? What? Where would it be? Over here? Certainly not. Where's the Celis data? What? What am I missing here? I mean, I can just sleep, but I don't know where the Celis data is. Maybe I can see it in the morning. Who knows? Someone gonna talk to me? Terminal flux. Uh-oh. Who's talking to me? Peak slate chirps in your pocket. You take it out. A message.
The connection is ready. Meet me at Founder's Gap, Greenway side. Peak.
You clench your jaw. It's time. Where? Here? No? I don't know what you said. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I don't know where Peak said they want to meet us. Oh, right there. Okay. Let me see if I can do the Celis data thing first, though. Because I'm confused. I don't want to mess up Lemon Mina ending. What? I might have to look it up. Hold on. Celis ship. Right. Let me do this. What are these? Are you serious? Come on, don't lock down. Don't do a lockdown. This is so stupid. I can't believe they gave me, like, the same goddamn dice. Don't do it. God damn. Why would they give me such awful dice, man? What the hell? Ugh. It's so annoying. Memphis, I'm hungry. Thank you. Okay, Please positive. Okay, I can do one more then. Come on, positive again. Or neutral. God damn it! Okay, I have to wait. I can't risk that. Alright, we'll talk to Peak. Hey Peak, what's up? Find Peak waiting near where you first met, at the entrance to the docking tunnel for Founder's Ferry. Oh yeah, this is where we first met. You're leaning beside the wall in the flickering light, and you realize now how different they look from when you first met. There's a darkness around their eyes, a sense of exhaustion to their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowledge. They look concrete, for want of a better word. Solid. Sleeper. They spot you and a small smile crosses their face. Glad you came. Wouldn't be anywhere else! The smile grows. Crunch time. They shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel into a ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They hook their slate and a torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend through the layers of the broken edge of the eye, Peak talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. They run a hand along the buckled metal of the wall, stooping under the angled ceiling. This hole, the gap, got knocked in the eye when Solheim collapsed. It's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station, well, no one could. Peak ducks through a fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines. So this place has always been on borrowed time. I've managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down to where the main line still runs to the remaining ribs of the rim. They smile, just like keeping those old XPR platforms running. Ash would be proud if she'd bother to help. As Pete goes quiet, the corridor opens into a wider, twisted passage with compartments on either side thick with wiring. Here, this is the connection point. You can see where Peak has levered off a panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hardware. As thick as a tree trunk, it snakes off into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. What now? Now, we make the connection. Peak pauses. You both stand there, staring at the point where the new cable meets the old one. The ends separate, fitted with multi-pin male and female connectors and braced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. What? Bring them together, seal them, and the greenway will be connected to the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peak shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing the hair out of their eyes. I feel like this should be more momentous, like there should be some ritual or ceremony. They pause, or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. It isn't crazy. Peak nods. I'm not being funny, Sleeper, but this whole thing is crazy to me. Peak shakes their head. Leaving Hawthorne with Ash, joining the flotilla, coming here, meeting you, the Flux, the Shadow, everything. They laugh a hollow laugh. So, I suppose this is at least consistent with all that. They take a deep breath. Okay. They look at you with mild panic. They hold both sides of the supporting framework, ready to scissor it closed. Here we go. It exploded! Peak wrenches the framework closed, and the connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down the ruined corridor into the dark on both sides. Both you and Peak wait with bated breath, unsure what it is you're waiting for. Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning or lurch on its axis? For the power to go out or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peak's eyes and suddenly they burst out laughing. What are we waiting for? They put a hand to their forehead. I feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushes out into the sunlight, crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires, like water, like rain, like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and writhes there, like liquid roots. Peak sees the look in your eyes and stops laughing. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it, not with your eyes at least, but it is everywhere. And now it's out, and it can't be put back in, that much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil, soaking up the gardener in their chorus, the gaps filling with a burbling, constant growing life. Peak stares at you, waiting for something, anything. Gardener's free. Peak nods slowly and closes their eyes. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peak's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping it in the process, but when they stare at it, a look of confusion crosses their face. What happened? Peek's mouth falls open. It's Ash. They swallow. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Before you can speak, they've turned away and are moving back up the passageway, back towards the entrance. I'm gonna stay silent. Or should I? No, I'll stay silent. They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette. Don't respond. I think whatever I said, they would have just kept running. And you watch their silhouette, lit by their slate's torch, disappear rapidly around a corner. You take out the slate Pete gave you and turn on the torch. Wires all around look like pale roots in the harsh light, and you turn away from them. They're gardeners now. You work your way back through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peek, panicked, running towards the cordon, realizing that their greatest fear has come to pass. You wonder if they'll be able to persuade Esh to stay. If Esh is going, you think, then the flotilla must be leaving too. Tune? Two. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness, and you push it away. You're not ready. You focus on avoiding the you focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceilings, and make your way back out into the lit corridors of the Founder's Ferry dock. Caster's wait. Dude! Are you helping me or not? Like, what's your deal? He holds up his hands. Now, sleeper, no need to fear. He raises his eyebrows. I understand now it was my mistake to try to force you. A miscalculation. Why are you here? Good. Questions are good. He pushes his glasses up his nose. I'm more than happy to answer any you may have. I won't hold you here, sleeper. Caster stands to the side. But I wish to speak. Alright. But no. Yeah, alright. You stop, giving Caster his opportunity. At first I thought that, if you'll excuse the turn of phrase, taking possession of your particular talents was the opportunity. He smiles a broad smile. But you are more than that. I understand that now. Your arrival on the station, your ability to touch the networks, they make you the very definition of a wild card. He touches the rim of his glasses. Senestat's analysis, my analysis, we could have never accounted for you. This system, the Helion system, is about to experience a significant change, about to open up to Senestat's bailiffs, Conway's claimants, and every industry and element an active can channel brings. Yet this very cycle, you let another wild card free. Gardener. I have to admit, this development makes me afraid, Sleeper. It makes me afraid what an intelligence like this will sacrifice to protect itself, or what atrocities it might commit through madness, and yet... Caster's eyes glint. What a compelling object such an intelligence is. Let me protect you, mark you out. Keep Senestat from eliminating by force or legal expediency? You as they will with every other squatter on this ring. Caster clasped their hands together. In exchange, when Senestat comes for this place, you facilitate the handover. You calm the protocols. You give us the gardener. And I go free? Caster takes off their glasses and polishes them. You go free. He meets your eye. Do you accept? Can you even promise that? Your head swims at the thought of controlling Gardener, but also at the idea of the eye being claimed by Senestat. Every person deported and rehoused. Worse. No. Caster takes off their glasses and polishes them. Disappointing. You begin to leave. As you approach, he speaks quietly, an urgent whisper. I do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value, if you ever want to see that realized. You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. The last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation or just another deferential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. Doesn't matter, you're done with him. But only, like, this caster. The other caster that's actually helping me, he's fine. You head towards the cordon, Peek in the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. That's cool. What changed? I talked to Peek again? Oh my god. Here, I'm always talking to Peek. Peek? What's up, Peek? You arrive into chaos at the cordon. I'm not ready. Alright, I'm ready. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the Eye. The fear created by the flux event became a series of rumors. and those rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position on the Eye, refusing to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You're unsure what you think. Is the collapse a certainty? Will Peak's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You're tired of these questions, and instead set out to look for your friends. What am I... You quickly spot Peak and Ash at the far side of the chaotic bay. You quickly make your way through the crowd, slipping between the gaps and the rushing evacuees, stepping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach, you can hear their voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them and their shuttle. You made your decision, Peak, and it puts you against me. Ash is standing with one foot on the boarding ramp while Peak argues with her. The evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene, but intimidated by Ash's evident strength and attitude. Ash, it doesn't have to be like this. Peak looks desperate, tear tracks already on their cheeks. We can find a way. Ash shakes her head. I've always protected you, Peak. I've taken you under my wing. But I understand you're not mine in control, and you've chosen to be here, not with me, despite everything. You've chosen to stop running! Peak cries out in frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Ash? Ash turns away. I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne, what it was like to be worried for your safety every cycle, to live under the control of my mother, the administration, to work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that a corporation could maintain a foothold in this system. You talk as if this place, and the very same system, is any different. What is there here but the same grind for other masters, for employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles? There may not be a corporation controlling the Eye, but there is control. There's power in action here. So what then? Peak shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom? In search of some perfect place where no one has power over you? Peak is crying openly now. I want to be part of something, Ash. Even if it's broken and suffering, even if it can't be free. Ash pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood or by our shared need to escape. We're both just people in this system. Cold. She opens her eyes. I release you, Peak. You're freeing me. Please. They hold out a hand. There's a life here if you want it. Ash turns and smiles at Peak, her eyes wet now too. Then you live it for me, Peak. I can't. And she climbs up the boarding ramp, the evacuees taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and leaves the bay. The crowds are dispersing now. As they get onto the shuttles or say their goodbyes and move back into the main part of the cordon, you push past the last of them to reach Peak. Peak doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper. It's just gone. She chose to leave. Peak nods. I've known her my whole life. They wipe their face. But since we arrived, we've been going different directions. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Ash well. I know that. Sleeper! No, that's not his voice. Sleeper! No. Sleeper. The shout takes you by surprise, and as you turn, you see Soul coming across the bay towards you, the last two shuttles loading up behind him. He reaches you, his suit hissing as he does. Can't believe you'd make an old man run across this bay to get you. He pauses to take a breath. The Singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. You smile as you think of Tala. Why are you smiling? Safely cradled within one of those Singer ships, on her way to the starboard belt, and hopefully a reunion with her brother. Godspeed, Tala. What are you smiling at? I knew it! Soul interrupts your thoughts. They've forced our hand. We have to leave now. Soul shakes his head. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyway. I reckon any hostile spacers out there will give them a wide berth. Pilgrim Seed will need a little time to make our way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the step ships are sticking with us, so we'll be plenty well supplied for the journey to the bell. He pauses. Anyway, I didn't pull out all the way over here to tell you that. Soul looks between you and Peak with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper. I'm good to my word and I kept a berth for you, but this is your last chance to take it. He scratches at his beard. Make a call. You glance out at the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of Helion's sun. You think of the long journey to the starboard belt, of the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of the possible futures that await. Then you think of the people here, on the eye, of Peak beside you.
God damn it!
Then you think of the people here, on the eye, of Peak beside you, of the Bontion, of Tala, and the key that still hangs around your neck, of promises and possibilities. Leave! No, I'm staying. You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you'll make this choice. You have to be actually sure this time. This is the game's way of telling you, hey, you gotta be sure. I'm staying. You say the words, and the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend on you. You stumble a little and then stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You feel tightness in your chest and a haze blurring your thoughts. Soul nods. Good luck, he sighs. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye. In the haze, his pitted and rough hand feels so real, so detailed that it grounds you. And then it's gone, and Soul goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle. As he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder and it grounds you once more. You turn to see Peak's bright eyes. Let's go, sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As they do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the shuttle lifts off and angles towards the flotilla. You don't turn. Instead, you keep your head down and focus on each step. As you do, you feel Peak beside you holding a little of your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. This is how it will be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the eye. You'll both be holding things for each other, reminding each other of the choices you made, remind each other why it's important to keep going despite the moments when it seems impossible. You'll keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second flux event hits the eye, when it knocks the entire free smoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch with a sickening motion, when it cripples systems and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark or start venting oxygen, when holding on is all you can do, while the world seems to come apart around you. And yet, somehow, the eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many, but to you and Peak, they will signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure. Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the flux event, fungal crust pushing through pipes and wiring. The eye will go wild and fecund, becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to a seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. There will be a strange and unsettling beauty to this paradigm shift, as the greening of the station turns it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Rika will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day, she will delight in the new mysteries the Eye and its gardener produce. If this new era consolidates around the station, you'll find yourself in the Bontion most cycles, working to keep the place alive. The cycle where you invite Emphas to come make use of the kitchen will go from a one-off event to a regular occurrence, and soon the Bontion will be filled with spacers eager to try the best preparations of the station's now abundant mushrooms. And on occasion, after a long shift at the Bontion, you hear the sound of the stray mewling, and you'll crumble up some food and sit and watch the cat eat as if it's the only thing in the world that matters. However, into all this newness, the bad old ways still intrude. Senate staff, frustrated by the Eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by a blockade of corporate militia. Life on the Eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senate staff, stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking its claim on the system. Meanwhile, Havenage will consolidate their power around the Hardline group led by Kemp, but this will push them further from the people of the Eye as they decay. New forms of the station administration will rise, though the Hardliners will persist as a dangerous force. As the cycles roll on and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims on assets within the Helion system, and many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tilt inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths and hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the Helion system descends into crisis, you'll find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices and the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues in its unavoidable decay. They settle around you like a veil, and in time it'll be impossible for you to see the eye without seeing its many variants and versions, past and potential futures, and this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. In one cycle, far from now, that accumulation of memories, of tastes, of people and places and moments will be the last thing you let go of. But for now, there is only you and Peak, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay. Two figures born of crippled systems linked together, continuing despite your origins. And in this frozen moment, you focus on only the next step, because that's the only way you've learned to persist. And to persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. No. Sorry. Not the canon ending. Not my What? That's not the canon ending. Well, it might actually be the canon ending. No, it's not. Maybe. No. Maybe. No. No. After all... Wait, can I... Hold on. No. No, wait. No, what the... Hey! Hey! What... Hey! But... Uh-oh. This isn't the ending I want to go for. No. No, why would you do this? No, man. Come on. God damn it. I want... Okay, what can I do? I'm dying. Because I'm back on the old save file. I don't know how much I can actually do with this, though, considering I'm broke as hell. Where are we? Ring quarantine. Scope the coordinate. No. Help Lem work. Okay. This is what we're doing. How far are we in... Jesus. I have to buy food. I have to buy food. Okay, I'm just gonna sit through this. I'm gonna skip a bunch of stuff. I'll see you soon. Okay, it was kind of crazy, but I managed to get things, like, actually back to normal again. I had to ignore all the Esh and Peak stuff, as well as I've been ignoring Bliss. I don't know how that's going, but I haven't gotten any active scenes, so I don't imagine it matters that much. I don't care. Anyway, I'm gonna get caught up with Lem and Mina stuff. Alright, we're finally back. I was able to do the Celis stuff. Why is my camera unfocused? Can you refocus, please? Hold on. I'll fix it. There we go. I was able to do all the Celis stuff. Now I'm about to extract Celis data. Let's do it. Is that it? Data's extracted. Alright. Let's go talk to Castor. Or even Castor with Lem and Mina. When you arrive at Lem and Mina's unit, Castor's already waiting outside, leaning beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Celis is already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry. The breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I'm about to create. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. Alright. You hand over a drive with the data and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. He slots it into the terminal, and after some whirring, a set of 2 transparent films marked with the numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Castor smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours, but first, he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square and you rest it in your palm. A small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Castor puts the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you and the side of the horizon. Whatever, man. Excellent. Castor hands you the transparent films and you see shimmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give them the good news. And he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides open the door, half dressed in his gear. Sleeper. Sorry, wait, hold on. Let me move my mic a bit closer. Sleeper. What brings you here? You up here. Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has started doing lessons down the way. She seems to like it. Sit. You sit at the bar. What's up, new sleeper? I have some news. To hell with it, then. I have Celis IDs for us. You have... Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean... We're leaving? Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have to pack. He starts laughing. Holy crap, we have to pack. He turns back to you, smiling. How the hell did you swing this, sleeper? I made a deal. What a deal? Color me impressed. You show him the ID films and he whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You should stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. Sure. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. Robot! She shouts. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes and she looks confused. We're going away after all, Meanie. He lifts her up above her head, on that big, beautiful ship. Mina screams and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, robot, she says quietly so only you can hear. I love you too. And a while later, when you leave, you don't even think to check for Castor by the door until it's too late. You stop and turn halfway down the walkway, but there's nothing there. Even that one little white cube is gone, Jesus. So you keep walking, back through the low end, deep in thought, excited and scared all at once. Whoa. Escape. Wait for preparations to be completed. Where? I assume, like, up here? Let me check. Yes. Okay. Well, I'll skip through this. You'll see when it's time. Don't worry. We're finally doing this. We're finally doing this. There's a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They're waiting at the cordon, where Celis security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board has long gone. Lem! Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper! We're here. Sorry, I feel like... Is that Lem's voice? I feel like it is, but can't be sure. They're standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It's small enough to be carried in one hand. Hi, Mina. Mina's vibrating with excitement. She seems strangely at home in microgravity, but then you remember that she's spent her whole life in space. Hi, robot. We hand over the Celis ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look, and a shimmering younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we're going to be working under the core crew, kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film to the light, you see something strange. Something that makes you flinch. The face printed in the film is one you recognize immediately, but it's not you. At least, it's not how you look now. You squint at this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It's a picture you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the SNARP employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an SNARP facility. that won't wake until you're recovered and disposed of. And now you're leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper? Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourselves on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there's no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool, goddammit. Lem and Mina are waved through, the guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you're coming. The guard beckons you closer. Board. You shake off your doubts and hand over your ID film. The guard barely looks at it as they pass it through the scanner and wave you through. A new life built from old things. You okay? Lem asks, concerned as you catch up with them. You're so slow, robot. Mina teases, grabbing at you with small hands. Just making sure. Lem nods and you realize how much harder it must have been for him to cross that threshold. Mina struggles in his arms, trying to get to you, and Lem relents, struggling with both the bag and his daughter. Mina tumbles through the microgravity and grabs onto your clothes for purchase. Pulling herself into your arms, you all proceed up the walkway, the entrance to the docking bridge yawning wide and above you. Are we family, robot? Mina asks you as you move, taking you by surprise. I guess so. Yeah. Mina smiles and presses her head against her chest, pleased by your answer. You keep moving up into the docking bridge, then along that thin glass-walled connector, all the time Mina clutching onto you. The lack of gravity means you can't feel her weight, only the grip of her small hands on your clothes. You both stare wide-eyed at the vast hull of the sidereal horizon and try to think of this huge machine as a home. Later, when you settle in your bunk, after Mina has finished running back and forth between you and Lem with an endless and infectious excitement, you find yourself looking at your ID film once more. Somehow, since the last time you looked at it, the image seems to have changed. It's still a picture of the old you, the person that signed up to have their consciousness copied and placed into the ownership of SNR, but something else has crept into the image, an underlying sense of self-identification. This is also a picture of you now. The you that survived the eye, that made friends here, that found a way out, that escaped against all odds. The other you might never wake up, they might never live again, but so be it. They consigned you to a doomed life for their own gain. Their life is yours now. You'll live it better than they ever could. You lie back on your bunk as the thrust of the sidereel's vast engines kick in. This feeling, this rumble, will be your constant companion for the next decades. It will be there when you work, when you watch Mina grow, when you dream of the planet at the end of the journey. It will stay with you when your body starts to fail, despite the best attempts of Lem and Mina, as the years stack up and it exceeds its safe operating period by a decade. It will be the thing you wake up to in those rare moments of consciousness, between which Mina will keep you in a frozen state in the hope of preserving you until your destination is reached. It will still be there when Mina wakes you, tears in her eyes to tell you of Lem's inevitable death, and it will not relent despite your desire for a moment of silence. It will be the final thing you hear as Mina shuts down all but the most vital of your functions, and hopes beyond hope that you make it to your final destination, all the while doubting that you will. But for now, in this moment of departure, it is still a new sound, a new feeling, and because of this, it is filled with the promise of the future. And so, you settle back on your bunk and close your eyes, and in moments you're sleeping a perfect dreamless sleep, the most peaceful that you can ever remember. And now the credits roll for real this time. Oh, God. We're finally done! Oh my God. This took so long. I originally just remember, like, I really need my camera to focus for this, because this is where I talk about stuff at the end. Hold on. I think I originally found Citizen Sleeper. I was just looking at Game Pass, and I saw that, oh, like, main story, average time to beat 6 hours. No, that sounds good. That sounds like a short game. We're now on this is episode, what, 18? Like, 12 or so episodes longer than I thought it would be, but I'm still glad I played it. This was a hell of a game, with a hell of a story that even though it annoyed me at sometimes, some of the characters, like when I was going through the DLC and Feng came back, and Tala came back, Rico was cool, but not as cool. But when Feng and Tala came back, and I was just able to go, yo, they're back! And I actually felt excitement. That was good. That was impressive. But that was Citizen Sleeper. Bam! Boom! We're done. I've been That1MuteFrog, and thanks for watching this series. I'll see you later.